Okay, we are starting to stream here, and let me take this microphone and check the earbud in my ear, and allow me to ask all of you to inform me as to the quality of sound and whether you can hear me, which I'm hoping is the case. And what I'm going to do is go to the live dashboard now, where it says we are streaming. Grab myself the link. Going to refresh it. Just make sure that comes across. Okay. Grab myself a link here. Okay, and hopefully everyone will hear an echo, or most importantly, I will. Alright. An echo, or most importantly, I will. Good, good, good. Okay. Right. Get that down there. See what we've got going here. Okay. Oh, darn. Okay, let me take care of these links. These links are maddening. Worst part of the bloody process. Oh, that's right. Yes, here we are. Did I test that link? I think I did, yes. I must have. Okay. Okay. Looking forward to people responding in the chat room and otherwheres, letting me know if they can hear me. Okay. Darn. Okay. Oh, that process is so much of a pain. And I'll try to, well, there's no way I can actually say anything entertaining while I'm engaged in this. No. If anything, it's a... Oh. There we go. Now I just take the link and start a new post. That will be the hyperlink. Okay, I'll roll this down. Oops. My God, I hate this stupid laptop. Oh, I know right now I couldn't exist without it, but still, it is... Oh, it's so small. Comparatively speaking. It's large for a laptop, but to me it's like minuscule. I can't even imagine how people handle cell phones and they actually do work on their cell phones. It's inconceivable to me. Okay, people get to hear me sighing. Just about ready to get this hyperlink up. Alright. Okay, so it works. Thank God. Get it up on the SÖJដែNLÍN timeline. Okay. Put that up there. Good. Okay. And now the final timeline. Let's do this with... I can't believe I'm finishing as far ahead of time as I am, to tell you the truth. There we are. Pin that to the top. Okay. And, okay. Unbelievable. I got it done. Okay. Hear you loud enough? Hugs. Mwah. Hey, honey. Telling that to the young lady who sent me cookies. She knows who she is. All right. Love her dearly. And now I'm going to go back to Lena Crane says, hi. Hey, honey. And Crystal River says she can hear me. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Yes, love all you ladies. There we are. Dietrich's angels right there. Okay. Now I can just mumble around, do my version of puttering for several moments, and refresh this page. See if someone else is saying something. Michaelia Nastasia is out there. Hello to her. Alright, can shrink all that down, and I can now thank the gods of my ancestors, turn my attention towards a larger screen. Ugh. Couldn't do this without the laptop, but that laptop will just drive me mad. So, alright, let me distract you with noise while I wait till we get to the top of the hour. Put a little scarf on because it's so chill in San Francisco. Wrap that around my neck. And we'll try and remember to bring up what some people asked about once I start transmitting in a few minutes, officially. Until then, you just get to hear me putter. Here we are. Okay. And there we are. Okay, get the earbud back in my ear. Roll my head around. Get my shoulders moved a little bit. Let me see now. Got the right earbud in. Okay. Give a nice response to this young lady here. There we are. Just do the same over here. Need to refresh all this. Okay. Daniel Arola says, I hear you setting up. Yes, thank you, Daniel. Dear brother in battle. Okay. Helped me remember the name of Billy Blanks the other day. Alright. Now where does... She says this in the DD. Okay. Let me go over here. People hear me clicking. Alright. I'm going to put in a response here. There we are. Okay, move on. And it is 5 o'clock p.m. We can officially start the transmission now. I want to thank everyone for joining us who has joined us. I'm going to take a short look inside of the chat room. Definitely appreciate all of the support. JMO Reese says, yo! Says JMO72 there. I assume that's his birth year. I forget how young he is. Daniel Arola says, hi! Not like a greeting, more like hi, like he's flying higher than a kite, which is apropos. And aside from that, taking a look at last minute check of all the functions that we have going on simultaneously on different computers on different screens, which of course sounds like I'm some kind of a badass and I'm juggling multiple technological artifices at once, but the reality is I'm really lame at this shit, and this stuff is just overwhelming to myself. And hopefully at some point I'll have a regular producer. In the interim, all right, so let's see if I can remember to answer that question. Let me type it in so that I do remember to answer it. And, okay, there we go. Okay, question about... Aha! Okay, got that typed in. Okay, 1 minute after the top of the hour, I'd best get started and give people a chance to gather one last look at the live dashboard here, see if anyone else has joined us. About 15 people watching now. I'm sure it'll say a little more than that if I check another source. And let's see what they say here. It says 16 watching in the other one. Yes, there you go. Like I say, every time after the episode is over, it's always several hundred that clock in. And at least it's well over 200 each time, so it's more like closer to 300, which is remarkable considering how suppressed I am. All right. It is a struggle to try and communicate with the outside world, and you can contribute to that struggle. Mein Kampf, Mind Struggle, at showsdd.com/donate.html, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal, holdings incorporated on showsdd.com. We open this transmission with all due acknowledgement unto mine own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, which you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, itself spelled MAGGOTAUR, and that would be the John Henry II McMills Warrington. You can friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all my videographic works would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform of YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic, welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite thelema, or will, of Peter Simon Lavinda, primary butt boy of Michael Aquino, and his Simon Necronomicon, or the Simonomicon, was promoted to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Prevara, who resides in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his FBTL, his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys, precepts predation. You can find all the evidence for this on showsdd.com, where you'll be linked there too. And here we provide a public service, an alert and Achtung, a warning, with an attention to all fans, friends, and followers, and the general public, of the fact that they need to bolo, or be on the lookout, per pedopredator Pavel Edward Paul Edward Prevara, one spelled Edward, E-D-U-A-R-D, the other Edward. Of course, there's a history behind that. And you can reference the full history at September 8th. Well, not the full history, but quite a bit of it on the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedopredator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. Now, this public figure, the former executive producer of my program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via VR co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be a cyber terrorist with a known criminal record of multiple sexual assaults, and confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my known image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his self-employment expertise as simply JAP, J-A-P, all uppercase. Paul Pravara, referencing himself as a data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of Jap as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, a Jap in the all uppercase spelling, otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java Anon proxy, which you can find out more about at Fresh Meat, appropriately enough, at the link freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous. It's similar to Tor, all uppercase, Tor, which be acronymous for the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding and encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations. Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing, Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in LinkedIn reads, "My objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction," which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy, the pedo, presumes any potential contractor to read, as in interpret, his pithy about statement as, "I exploit Jap to resolve data problems," transmission of questionable data, through abstraction, which would mean cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, occult, the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy, the pervert, and his handler, Agnieszka, or Agnes Maria Shorokzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn Corporation by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide in plain sight, Pauly's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale, other than within this context. Ergo, therefore, Paul, pedoperv Pravara, be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap spelled all in the uppercase, specifically in disambiguation from the conventional Jap with an uppercase J and a lowercase a and p, which would only pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese people's restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, will instead come across Pavel's page, and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants to get help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page and his page alone. His critical omission, a blatant hypocrisy, what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain this in his openly published public statement, per myself, as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a so-called quote-unquote liar, which you can see yourself at facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons that be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo, of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along before offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel, the predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter Incorporated account by which to misrepresent himself called @DDD_now. All uppercase, of course. The official Twitter account for myself be @DougDDietrich with only the 3 Ds in uppercase. Do hit it, and hit it as often as you can. Now, both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Polly Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, it is satanic, high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michael Angelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army Special Forces Operations in PSYOPs, the psychological operations, retired but actually laterally transferred into the civilian status of intelligence from the Department of Intelligence, or in the military, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and thereafter reaching his civilian equivalent of what he always wanted to be in the military, a general, which of course in civilian parlance would simply be a super grade, and of course deputy director, of which there are more than one, quite a few over at the NSA. And of course these assets of his were all part of the ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, it is the anti-gods, which he himself overlords. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word that Douglas Dietrich, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find more evidence thereof on my website at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And while you're there, confer a footnote on my biosire, which gives the meaning of my biological father's name, that I be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking myself what they can do to fight the pathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. Now all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year. From the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame DIANNA Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack, against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities. On site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, so visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online, where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Kali Combatives. Yea, so, all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, excepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels, our extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com, lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroyne, whom you can friend as Zeb Shepherd on Facebook, he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroyne and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit him at thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the SÖJዓይDISAN American Freedom Radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel Edward Pravara smuggled onto YouTube, precepts ultimately copywriting for himself, as alluded to within entitlement, a same-dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio, about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Such episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com, once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I've informed our listeners about the option to send his checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now, my manager, Selena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteeress. As my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea has been e-relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation is in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So, Fear Goddess and Dreadnought, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process. So you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among my donors, aside my lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrak, Dietrich or Dragon, He-Man heavyweight lifter, and of course a skilled bartender, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel manager, which you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, spelled BIZAREHD, George Knight. Friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, our own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, my expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. I am the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyself and all thine own. With due acknowledgement to Derek Talley, my Marine Corps brother from another mother, Semper Fidelis, hugs unto he, God bless him, driving his truck through the driving snow, and he donated $250 United States dollars, $25, which is remarkable considering the holidays. And of course, some wonderful person who did not write a name on the envelope, obviously wishing to remain anonymous, but it came out of a used bookstore in Texas, which may be a bookstore located in an entirely different state from the benefactor, sent me The Secret Life of Plants, a wonderful book, a large copy for easy reading. God bless them, whoever they may be. Deeply appreciated gesture. And, of course, I had brought that up when I was speaking about how no matter what we eat, we're killing something, because the plants themselves have their own level of awareness and responsiveness. They're obviously alive, and so you cannot live in the universe as it's created,
without killing something. And that's just the situation we're in. Now, as I've forewarned, the final 14 nit, the fortnight, or 14 nights, it is 12 weeks of this year, are going to be sketchy. Tonight I'll, do a fairly long episode, probably fairly long. And so bear with me throughout the night, where it's going to be a long ride through Arc of Narrative tonight, because this is the last time I'll be with you for a full episode for 2 weeks. There's a lot of partying going on, and I'm going to be hitting it. So the episodes on Sunday and Wednesdays I'll still be doing. I'm trying to schedule it so that I do that in the sense of, my pickups for the parties. And I should be able to do this, because Sunday will be when I'm crashing and burning from the weekend partying. The biggest problem will be hangovers. So Sundays, I should be able to hang out until I just can't stand anymore. Wednesdays, I'll just be fully dressed and get onto the production line, so to speak, and just rush out the door as soon as my pickup arrives. So I should be here for about 1, maybe 2 hours at the longest. The good news is, because I'm on Pacific Standard Time, that I will be, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, these transmissions. So most parties, of course, are not going to start till, to tell you the truth, well after 5 p.m. I should be able to squeeze in approximately 2 hours of transmission time before rushing out that door. And that should be fine by everybody. So I should be able to be here for all 4 days, Sundays and Wednesdays, for the next 2 weeks, though they're going to be sketchy and not necessarily the highest quality production value. Nor will your host be at his necessarily his best. You never know. It might all work out well enough. It should certainly be morbidly entertaining, if nothing else. And so people have asked questions about the Vox Arcana, understandably enough, and I, of course, will not answer anything in depth until I'm actually got some people to bounce off of. It's always best to do this sort of thing organically. So again, probably the same day, this should be after the holiday season, obviously, but sometime in January, when I've got both Crystal River and Brendan Zogit with myself, perhaps Peter Moon, and which would make sense. And but of course, oftentimes I prefer to have Peter Moon alone, with where Peter Moon and I can speak, and at other times he works great with the kids, the younger people, and I would have them when I'm trying to get more of a levity. Like I said, Peter Moon is he's so straight that he's not very useful as a straight man. So but the other kids are a little more, shall we say, twisted. They can take my dark humor and actually work with it. Peter Moon, his best attribute is that he handles my dark humor quite well, but he doesn't really bounce back with it. He's not much of a comedian. So, but when you talk about some of these dark subjects, there has to be more of a comedic angle, or it's just intolerable. So we will, in January sometime, when I can arrange to schedule Brendan Zogit and everybody, maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, because the holidays are a living death sentence for that individual working with UPS as he is right now. There's no describing the shit he's going through. I mean, there's no describing it. It's indescribable, but he'll try, I'm sure, when he's with us. And when he is with us, then I'll discuss more of the Vox Arcana, and that, of course, is almost a nickname I've given it, the correct name being the Vox Arca. And when I'm going to answer one question about it now that was brought up by at least 2 people, Crystal River and, of course, my Grand Manageress, Lineage. My blessings to both these ladies. And the question, of course, was, why now? Why did I run a diagnostic recently? The reason why was because the wonderful people from Hong Kong who we arranged to move upstairs they have a dog named Doodle, and I shouldn't give out these bits of information. I'll refrain from saying their names. But I did it because they went on a pre-holiday vacation to visit some relations out of state. And they'll be back during the 12 weeks that I'm gone. And, basically to parties, which is, in some cases, that's almost as good as if I was out of state. And as a matter of fact, many people would say that's almost as good as if I went to the fucking moon or Mars or beyond. Some people say I never really come back. Aside from all that, because the dog was gone, which I had never really had to deal with before, then I could test out the Vox Arca. Here's part of the problem. If you take a look back at my latest transmission's promotional banner, just go to any one of my Facebook timelines and take a look at the promotional banner for the transmission preceding this transmission. And you'll notice I'm not only wearing the bandaging over my eye, I'm also wearing basically bandaging around my throat. There's a solid reason for this. The reason, yes, it's the photograph with the firearm. Someone's asking about that. It's the photograph where I'm holding the firearm, and seriously, every time after I run the Vox Arcana, I actually contemplate suicide. So it's one of those things where you don't do this lightly. But before we had a dog in the house, I could take my time with approaching it. Oof. With the dog inside of the place, if I use it while the dog is here, the dog will quite likely die. So we know this for a fact from their testing this at the Presidio military base, specifically with animals in area, and particularly dogs. And they will beat themselves bloody against razor-wired fencing. As a matter of fact, I was personally witness to dogs skinning themselves alive, trying to break through razor wire fencing, leaping to the top of the fence, getting caught in the razor wire, and still struggling to get away while the Vox Arca was being tested. Human beings cannot hear at the lower level of a diagnostic run the scream of the master's voice that's emitting from the Vox Arca. But dogs most certainly can. When you get it to the point where humans can hear it, you're talking about volumes that no human throat can organically produce without the aid of that implement. By the time you're actually physically going to trigger it, you have to tracheotomize yourself. Now, the Vox Arca attempts to do this while you're running diagnostic, which is why I've got the band-aids around my throat. I wear something a lot thicker, more like a leather collar underneath it to prevent a puncturing of my throat and my vocal cords while I'm running diagnostic. And it still creates a bruise. And this is something that dogs might die in area, but I don't know any of them. My house is buffered enough with so much bookings, books, pulp, in other words, the pulp pages within the books, so much crap in my hoarder's crypt that it acts as a very effective acoustics buffer. And when I go into the lower basement levels in the bomb shelter, nothing escapes acoustically from my home. I'm in a situation very similar to that of Michael Aquino, who set up his soundproof dungeon in his home only a few blocks away from mine. His original home, he doesn't live there anymore, where he tortured kids. And so he had it thoroughly soundproofed in one area so he could scream at the top of his lungs, or rather, the kids could. He said it was for his purposes of casting spells when he was calling out the names of the anti-gods in the barbaric tongue at the top of his lungs was why he soundproofed the room. Of course, he neglected to mention the fact that that's while the kids were in the room screaming with what was being done to them. And so, in that sense, pretty safe from humans not hearing it. Probably dogs in the neighborhood are safe. But with the dog in the house, upstairs, the vibrations alone would be felt, he would definitely sense what's being called upon and would likely not survive the experience. So, and don't think that's exaggeration. With what I've seen dogs do to get away from the auditory effects of the Vox Arca, they would beat themselves bloody against the walls or the window within a very short period of time with enough force to end their lives. And intentionally so. Might turn on their masters and injure them too. So this was the opportune time to do what I did. And with that, we move on. Of course, one thing I may do throughout the night is you might hear me, basically go on mute for a second and come right back if I have to run to the restroom during the long arc of narrative. Might do that more towards the beginning than when I really get started to get it out of the way. But didn't have time to really deal with that before I got on. And of course, I have no producer, and so there's nothing we could do to act as a backup. So the good news is whatever I do would be take literally moments. So in terms of Lineage, I do want people to consult her top site, because there was something I neglected to bring up the last time that I conducted my transmission. And that was the fact that we had a kind of immediate response to my exposition of the fact that the American empire currently is under the influence of an entirely fictional economist and a fabricated economic theory. And so Lineage's top site is the best place to go, and top site is an acronym for topics covered in this episode. So if you go to douglasdietrich.com, then you just go there and you check out the latest transmission that's been published. She hasn't published our very latest transmission yet, our last transmission. So the transmission before last is at the top of the list. Go there and read the top site, the topics covered in this episode. You'll get the link to the Immortel film that we've been referencing of late. And you will also be able to read about how free trade was killed by a racist fictional economist. Because under the Trump administration, our economic and foreign policies are based on the garbage published by Peter Navarro, surname spelled Navarro, and Ron Vara. Ron Vara being but a pen name, which is a satanic inversion of Navarro. Ron being spaced, R-O-N, and then a surname, V-A-R-A. Now, Navarro himself wrote the book entitled Death by China. He falsely asserted Red China would not retaliate against American tariffs, and that American consumers would not be hurt by these tariffs. And thanks to his advisements, his ill advisements to President Trump, the American economy is suffering from an unnecessary and dangerous trade war with China on the basis of the expert consulted by Navarro, who has no degree in economics, has no degree whatsoever. And yet, this high school dropout is running your economy on the basis of his consultations with a fictitious Ron Vara who does not exist. And therefore, you have a madman that's running the American marketplace, the world economy to the ground. He's destroyed all relations between communist China and these United States, and is spiraling the world economy towards collapse, total collapse. And when I expose the fact this man did not exist, then Trump immediately struck a trade deal with Red China. Once he was exposed, he had to take care of that because he's being impeached. This would have been another factor in impeachment if he didn't do something immediately. So he had to strike a trade deal with China. All this was done. I announced that aspect of it in my latest transmission, that after tentatively signing off on a so-called Phase 1 trade agreement with Beijing, Trump agreed to halt imposing new United States tariffs on an additional 160 billion United States dollars in Chinese imported goods that had been scheduled to take effect the morning of Sunday, the 15th of December, but, a few days ago, 72 hours ago. And all of this was the fact that my exposure of the trade war being based upon a lie, so brazen, so bold, brass balls all the way in your face, down your throat, that I caused a Christmas truce in the trade war. You may say, how is there enough of an impact with so few people listening? People don't listen. The people in power listen. And their reviews do not show up on the YouTube clicker. So, the highlights this week be what to make of the United States-China Christmas truce, what to makest of the Phase 1 Sino-American trade agreement. Now, after much anticipation, the Phase 1 Sino-American trade deal was announced on Friday into the weekend, immediately after the Wednesday that I exposed your entire trade war was based on an economics expert that doesn't fucking exist, but was given all power through an affiliate as his representative, as if it were the voice of God speaking through a prophet, because he was quote-unquote a veteran, even though he could never have served in the military because he didn't fucking exist. And yet, the military backed this up. Why? Because everyone knows trade wars lead to real wars. And that was the thought that if we get into another war with communist China, then our economy will soar like it did in World War II. Nice, big economic boom. Well, you fucking lost World War II. And God knows, you could just as well lose World War III. But communist China is not Imperial Japan. They don't have a dragon emperor who's fit to lead. They have a petty gaggle of technocrats and bureaucrats that are crashing them into the dirt just as much as Americans are crashing your empire. The problem being, of course, they weren't crashing China economically. Its economy was soaring. They were crashing it in every other way imaginable. So now the two evil empires on either side of the Pacific are forced to do something that didn't happen in World War II because there was no Douglas Dietrich to expose the lie of American economics back then. But now there is. And because of that, when the United States trade deal was announced on Friday into the weekend, you would have expected a big, soaring, wonderful, how should we say it, a rally on the market. But an immediate stock market bump did not accompany it. Markets were at first lukewarm on the deal, though United States stocks have closed at record highs this week. For now, the partial agreement avoided 160 billion United States dollars worth of tariffs that were set to take effect the same day I was burning bandwidth and the latest transmission, but 72 hours ago. And significantly, it reduces others in exchange for Beijing's commitment to buy more American agricultural products. So other tariffs are being significantly reduced in an insignificant matter. Bear with me. The Phase 1 deal is more of a big purchase agreement than any real trade deal. In other words, the likeliest outcome after 12 years of expensive tariffs, bankrupt farmers, and nervous markets be that the American empire might just be able to get back to where it was in the last year of the Obama administration, if we're fucking lucky. The United States and Red Chinese statements on the preliminary deal were noticeably different. You see, I read Chinese. The United States made claims about Chinese concessions that are not mentioned in the Chinese version. And the deals, well, the details of the deal's implementation still remain sketchy as hell. In particular, the claims that Communist China agreed to halt forced technology transfer and protect intellectual property rights seems quite dubious, given that Beijing has used the same language since it acceded to the World Trade Organization circa 2001. The year of 9/11, if I remember correctly. Now, there's been, of course, as I said, that muted response. Tariffs remain far higher than before the Sino-American trade war started. The response has not been celebratory on Chinese social media, where the overall feeling is that China gave away too much for too little. State media also seems cautious about celebrating this agreement. And that could point to a reshaping of the deal in the new year, especially because there are signs that the Communist Chinese Empire is preparing for a long financial struggle with Washington now. That peace will never come again. And there are the agricultural worries. Among the 200 billion United States dollars in American purchases that Beijing has agreed is at least 40 billion United States dollars of agricultural products, a target that will likely be difficult to reach, despite talk of large-scale ethanol purchases. China has already substituted many American farm goods, especially soybeans. Pork will be a major component of any deal. Prices in China are still double what they were last year, before African swine fever devastated entire pig herds and slaughtered half the Chinese pig population, meaning half its food source. It would be as if half of all cattle in the United States had died and been killed due to mad cow disease, which should happen, but never will. Well, at least not in the foreseeable future. There will be some paper shuffling to make the numbers work, such as around 10 billion United States dollars of trade that will be routed through the mainland instead of Hong Kong. But China still needs Hong Kong as a major outlet to the real world. So there be hope for Hong Kong yet. In the meantime, enough of that, and we'll move on to Christmas. And there's going to be Christmas in June. So I want everyone to understand that I will be speaking at the Mount Shasta Living Truth Conference, and I hope I have that title correctly. Matter of fact, I do believe that's it. The Living Truth Summit. The Living Truth Summit on Mount Shasta in California. I recommend, of course, that whoever can save up for that, do so. It's, as far as I understand, $444 a ticket. My number, the Asian version of 666. 4, of course, being the death number in China and Japan. Many buildings do not have a 4th floor in Asia. And 4, of course, in triplicate, is considered the ultimate symbol of evil. At the same time, death and misfortune have surrounded myself all my life and impacted all those around me. So it's become my adapted symbol, my marking of territory, if you would. That, of course, has done its job in intimidation and striking fear into the hearts of opponents throughout my life of the East Asian cultural spectrum. So it'd be fitting that that be the amount of the price for the tickets. Now, it's well worth it. You're talking about 4 days of a summit or something of that nature from the 18th through the 22nd, something like that. So if I take a look at what I wrote down here to a friend of mine who asked about it. Of course, I'd have to open up the phone again. That'll take a while before that starts working. But it's a long while from now anyway. I have plenty of time to get the exact dates to all of you in the near future. I will, of course, be speaking on a specific topic that will be entitled Christ Mass in June, Moufon Dragon's Blood, and the War Against Rising Rillier. So, Moi, of course, is the sunken continent of the Pacific, as opposed to the more famous sunken continents of Lemuria in the Indian Ocean and Atlantis in, of course, the Atlantic. And, of course, these continents would be considered conventionally to have sunk over a period of many millions of years. That is not the case. There is a now widely accepted geopaleontological thesis called catastrophism. And within catastrophism, it is acknowledged that the continents can sink for all practical purposes overnight. And when it comes to this kind of phenomena, I will explain why such happened when it came to the case of the continent of Mu, and why that's important to the thesis of our future, to Christianity itself. And I will commence. Not that I'm going to be giving the delivery of that presentation tonight, of course. I haven't even begun to put it together yet, other than in elements, fragments thereof. But I'll commence my presentation referencing parallel thesis, or statement. The sack of Rome by the Visigoths in Anno Domini 410, or the 410th year of the Comunal Era, left Romans in deep state of shock, and many Romans saw it as punishment for abandoning traditional Roman religion for Christianity. In response to these allegations, and in order to console Christians, one of the most influential founders of the church, the Black Romano-African church father, Augustine of Hippo, wrote The City of God. Its actual title, De Civitate de Contre Paganos, on the City of God against the pagans, oft simply referenced as the City of God. He wrote this as an argument for the truth of Christianity over competing religions and philosophies, arguing that Christianity was not responsible for the sack of Roma, but instead responsible for its success, as even if the earthly rule of the empire was imperiled, 'twas the City of God what would ultimately triumph. This book, The City of God, this book of Christian philosophy, written in Latin by the Black African Roman Augustine of Hippo, in the early 5th Siècle, the 5th century, responsive unto these accusations that Christianity brought about the decline of Roma, be a cornerstone of all Western thought. If you're not familiar with the tale of the Trois Cities, Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, and Babylon, the struggle between these two cosmic cities, representing the darkness and the light, the city of light and the city of darkness, in the struggle for the souls of men on the surface of the world, at the time of the first Christian millennium. If you're not familiar with this book on those two cities at struggle, you're not familiar with philosophy. And in terms of that philosophy, it was the basis, most obviously, for Tolkien and his writ on the tale of the two towers at war with each other. Saruman, and of course, the land of Gandalf. Now, I know they had different references in the book itself, but I was never a fan of Tolkien and the Hobbit and the Silmarillion and the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy that many people find so captivating. For me, it's a very limited framework and very constrictive, extraordinarily confining. and I just can't I just can't abide it, to tell you the truth. And but it be so ripped off by the fantasy franchises, from Dungeons and Dragons through to Warhammer 40K, or its medieval equivalent, simply Warhammer. It's just everywhere. It's pervasive, and it is limiting. It is a straitjacket of the mind. So there's only so much you can do with that. However, the struggle that I will be bringing up, the struggle in the New Age, will be related to the ancient war between Moi and Rillier that caused the sinking of both continents in context of the Permian extinction, when man escaped enslavement by the Hatsuri, the serpent men. And don't say Gesundheit. It's not funny the first time you say it, and it doesn't get any funnier the more you repeat it. Every time I mention the serpent men in their Japanese context, the Hatsuri, as they are known in Japanese theology, somebody says Gesundheit. So, to put this in context, unlike David Icke, who just has a, shall I say, reptilian cortex reactionary response to the Hatsuri, the serpent folk, they are not all bad. And the enslavement by one species of the other was not as bad as you might imagine. Mankind may never have survived to the state that he reached without that enslavement period. There may have even been, well, there definitively was, some genetic uplifting. As a matter of fact, Samyak Sambuddhi Siddhartha Gautama, the singularly awakened, goal-accomplished light and darkness, what you know of as Buddha, he himself is said to have been of serpent lineage. If you don't take my word for it, check out The Popular Religion and Folklore of Aryan India, Volume 2, published 1896 by the British Orientalist William Crook, of the most eminent order of the Indian Empire and Fellowship of the British Academy. He died in 1923, the very birth year of mine own late and sainted Siress, my womb matron, my mother, DIANNA SÜJΗN-LÍN, TAKABAYASHI HIDEKO Dietrich. What I shall drive a point home about in this presentation on that sacred Mount Shasta, one of the 7 sacred mountains in the world, the Mount Fujiyama-sama of America, will be the alchemical, it is symbolic, key to survival and victory over the cult of carbonism, the cult of the kings of Edom, the cult of the anti-gods, and their ideology of carbonism, which I went into explaining in my latest transmission when I was covering the reactionary response to Greta Thunberg. Now, it's amazing. That has been my least popular episode. So do click and upvote on that episode to balance out all the attackers upon. I've gotten more downvotes on that episode than I have in a long time. People out there truly want Greta Thunberg dead. You'd have to be one pathetic wretch of a fail male to want an underaged, autist female dead. How threatened must you fucking be? That is beneath contempt. And this is because I covered the ideology of carbonism. As I said, the very term ideology is the science of the study of the war of ideas. Because to take over the world, all you need is an idea. And I ask you, what's your idea? And by this I'm referring to capitalism, communism, fascism, imperialism, monarchism, Islamism, the militant fundamentalism interpretation of the religiosity of Islam, when it's no longer a religion but an ideology, a militarized and mobilized, weaponized religion of jihad in the most negative sense. At that point, you are dealing with the phenomenon of Islamism in disambiguation from the religion, the faith of Islam, which simply means submission. The most evil of ideologies that seeks, not as a means but as an end, the total destruction, the extermination of all life on earth, is carbonism, an ideology developed by Michael Aquino and propagandized by his faggots. I brought up the Carbonist Manifesto and who authored it in that latest transmission. It makes me sick to literally speak the son of a bitch's name. I'm not going to do it because it brings his face directly close to mine, where I had to have it the time I was interviewing the son of a bitch after I tracked him down. And it was established by Lorian Ann Fenton, who of course knew him personally, that I meet him face to face. This is the ideology of the perversion of the Jia concept. Jia being, of course, the source of the word geography or geology. Jia being from the German and the Norse Slavic Georg, the original Titaness, the German goddess of the earth, daughter of night, mother of Thor, god of war and thunder. She, of course, is whom our very planet, Earth, be named after by the Anglo-corruption of her name. All other planets in our solar system up to the Kuiperoid Belt are named after classical gods and goddesses from the Greco-Roman pantheon. Only the planet on which we live, Mannheim, the home of man, is named after the Germanic goddess. And, of course, this is an example of why the evil men upon her want her dead. They wish to rape her, plunder her, skin her alive, and leave nothing but bare bones, and everyone upon her dead. If their ultimate objective of burning the earth through raising the temperatures via carbon output is realized, just as I described on Drake's Beach in Northern California, where what you never see but is always there a few inches underground suddenly erupts and emerges, and you find yourself surrounded on the beach by thousands of wriggling, obscene, pink flesh-colored living sausages seeking food, called innkeeper worms, penis fish in the colloquial. So too, if these changes in the degrees of temperature occur on the earth with the burning effect of climate change, you're going to see the ghoul that I encountered in Southwest Asia, in the deserts of the Levantine and Syrian region, that trailed us all the way to the liberation of Kuwait. You'll see these creatures swarming the surface of the world like millions of maggots on a cadaver. The corpse life of the death of the Titaness Jia herself. And yet Jia is held as the entity to blame for the idea of carbonism. The claim being made by Aquino's cultists that Jia wishes to rid herself of life by our evolution in pumping out carbon at levels enough to bring the climate back to the temperatures it was at the time of the Carboniferous Age, when the world wasn't even covered in trees, but instead giant mutant mushrooms. Now, let's take instead tonight, we being at the top of the second hour, of the Christ ideal in the Golden Age. Virgil, or Publius Virgilius Maro, lived from 70 years before Christ and died 19 years before his birth. He was a well-known and great Roman poet and philosopher who was born at Mantua in Italy and went on to study in Cremona, Milan, and finally Rome. Maecenas was his patron. He paid for him to write and live, as I'm going to need for all of you to pay for myself, to stay in home and away from the streets. If you want to save myself from the streets, realize that I need about the price of that ticket, $444, to make it through the month, because this is a month in which I have to pay my refuse collection bills. Mundane and innocuous enough sound, but they charge them every 3 months. If they only paid like once a month, I'd be paying $30 a month. Instead, I get hit with all 3 months at once, 4 times a year. So 4 times a year, I'm broke by a fucking garbage bill. This is that month during the holidays. It goes without saying. And so that, together with rent, and enough to keep me eating something other than Meals on Wheels, which is desperately needed in order to make life worth living. All I can do is stuff myself as much as I can at these parties, mind you, but what they put out on buffet tables is not always exactly that which would be recommended for baseline nourishment, as you might imagine. So, yeah, I need about $444 so I can pay my bills and pay the rent. Now, of course, brothers, and it's always the black African males standing tall, African in descent, of course, they're Americans. J. Maurice and Derek Talley have stood up, but I need more. So, do take count of that number, and, of course, hopefully, I can talk to my sponsor, Ben Estenius. He might cover about $100 of that. That'll bring us to a little over $300 that I'll need to get me through the end of the month when rent is due. I need to get that goddamn garbage bill out as soon as possible so that it'll actually make it through the mail before the end of the month, that they can process it. Otherwise, of course, a letter goes to my landlady because they send it to whoever owns the home, which I don't, that the bill has not been paid for. And I don't need that. So, in terms of the other man living in conditions similar to mine, but much more secure in that he had a patron of wealth that was actually sponsoring him financially, we have the historical example of Publius Virgilius Maro, who was friends with Octavian, who was to become the first emperor of Rome. Now, 3 of Virgil's works are known to have been of note. Eclogues, be the pastoral poems about his own day, and the 4th, Messianic Eclogue, was perceived as the foretelling of the coming of the Christ, ensuring that Virgil's works were well read through the Middle Ages to the present day. Now, his other lesser-known works be the Georgics, a didactic poem on farming, using the world of the farmer as a model for the world at large. Aeneid was the work he spent the last decade of his life upon. It was an epic poem, about the wanderings of Aeneas after the Trojan War and his eventual settlement in Italy, where his descendants would one day found the city of Rome and eventually the Roman Empire. It be this work, actually, to the layman, that he be best known for in history, whereas his eclogues are best known to students of theology, because of their prediction of the coming of the Christ. In Dante's classic The Divine Comedy, it be Virgil, who as the noble pagan and symbol of wisdom, is the man to lead him through the lower levels of his journey into hell, showing the respect that he still had in European culture over 1,000 years after his passing. Although Virgil's Latin name, his nomen in the Latin, was Virgilius, it be nonetheless commonly rendered in English as Virgil, with the second vowel an I instead of the way it was spelled in the Latin, Virgilius, Vergilius. Now, this is oftentimes attributed to a desire in the Middle Ages to associate Virgil with the Latin term virga, meaning wand, thereby reinforcing belief in his prophetic powers. The more straightforward spelling of Virgil with Vergil also remains in common English usage, actually the one that I prefer. Now, when we go to Dante for our impression of Virgil, it brings us back to the poem in Virgil's fourth book of the Eclogues, which proclaims the coming of a great Messiah-like child that caught the eye of every scholar, Dante included. Alexander Pope's work entitled Messiah deals with Virgil's fourth Eclogue, which was, of course, credited with the prediction of the birth of Christ. And that poem merges the prophecy of Isaiah about the Messiah with wording that echoes Virgil. Johnson's translation into Latin relies on Virgil directly and incorporates more of the Eclogue's language. So, when we think of Virgilius Maro Grammaticus, or Virgil the Grammarian, which is important, of course, because the very term grammar is from where we get the term grimoire, a magical spell book, which simply means grammar because words are magical. They cast spells. That's why it's called spelling when you comprise a word of letters. And that is the most enigmatic of all medieval writers. This other Virgil that we know of, Virgilius Maro Grammaticus, the author of two pseudo-grammatical texts, spell books, known as the Epitome, or the Epitome, and the Epistolie, or the Epistle. Now, it's unknown exactly when or where he was active. In the 11th and 12th centuries, he was known to Abbo of Fleury and others as Virgil of Toulouse, and subsequent scholars have tried to attribute him to Spain, the Basque country, and Gaul. Apparent traces of Hebrew have also prompted suggestions that he may have been Jewish. Now, supposed knowledge of some Old Irish vocabulary and verse has led to the most recent attribution to Ireland, and there is good evidence that his writings were well known to early medieval Irish scholars. However, the Irish evidence is not watertight, and Virgil's origins remain undetermined. However, Virgil can be dated with some confidence to the 7th century, the medievalist Virgil Grammaticus. He knew some parts of the Etymologie by Isidore of Seville, finished around 636, and was quoted before 709 or 710 by the Aldhelm of Malmesbury. Quotations from Virgil in certain Irish computistical texts may place him in the first half of the 7th century, specifically before 658, and about his writings. His writings survive in around 20 manuscripts or fragments dating from the 8th to the 11th century. And the three principal manuscripts, Paris, Bibliothèque Nationale, Latinus, Amiens, what I remember from in terms of their library designations that have forever been branded in my mind, on which modern editions have been based, were all writ in the early 9th century France. In most manuscripts of Virgil, they also contain other grammatical and schoolroom texts, and as a rule, the Epitome traveled separately from the Epistolie, which are much more poorly represented in the surviving manuscripts. Just one manuscript contains the entire text, and comparison with other fragments suggests its testimony may not always be trustworthy. Now, Virgilius wrote at least two surviving works, this Epitome and Epistolie, and if I look back on them and compare them to the original Virgil, this is one of the reasons why that Virgil was rumored to have either reincarnated, or he was also rumored to have never died. In other words, to have attained an extended lifespan. At least, by several hundred years. And, of course, this is what makes the man so mysterious. This is what makes the man perceived, for hundreds of years, as magical. So, all of this, of course, brings us to the admirers of Virgil. There was one Silius Italicus, one of his most ardent admirers. With almost every line of his epic Punica Silius, he references Virgil. Indeed, Silius is known to have brought Virgil's tome. In other words, he actually purchased the tomb in which Virgil was interned, and he worshipped the poet in a form of ancestor worship, similar to what be traditional in Asia. Only he worshipped him as a martial arts student would worship their master, which is a form of worship when one becomes part of a martial arts family. So, in this sense, what we have is the original West, which would be similar to its behavior, its culture, to what I would relate to in the Far East. All of this is important because the Christian religion itself, we must never forget, is an Asian religion. And when it comes to the Asian religions, they are what made Western civilization thrive. All of Western civilization would be very different from what we understand it to be today if it had not integrated the Oriental religion of Christianity. So when we come to late antiquity and the Middle Ages, even as the Western Roman Empire collapsed, literate men acknowledged that Virgil was a master poet. Gregory of Tours read Virgil, whom he quotes in several places, along with some other Latin poets. And the Aeneid remained the central Latin literary text of the Middle Ages and retained its status as the grand epic of the Latin peoples and of those who considered themselves to be of Roman provenance, such as the English. It also held religious importance as it describes the founding of a holy city, which is, of course, Roma, what it was deemed to become under the Church. But it was Virgil's fourth eclogue that be seen as the prophecy of the coming of Jesus Christ. This has been argued to have originated in a need on the part of medieval scholars to reconcile Virgil's non-Christian background with the high regard in which they held his works, who were thus forced to make him a prophet of sorts. Now that view is defended by a few scholars today, notably Richard Thomas. Cicero and other classical writers were declared Christian due to similarities in moral thinking to Christianity. But Dante made Virgil his guide in hell, and the greater part of purgatory in the Divine Comedy. Dante also mentions Virgil in De Vulgari Eloquentia, along with Ovid, Lucan, and Statius, as one of the four Regulate Poetae, the four great poets, those that regulate the writing of poetry itself from that point forward. And in the Middle Ages, we have the legends, Virgil's reputation being such that it inspired legends associating him with magic and prophecy. From at least the 3rd century, Christian thinkers interpreted Eclogues 4, which describes the birth of a boy ushering in a golden age, as a prediction of Jesus' birth. As such, Virgil came to be seen on a similar level as the Hebrew prophets of the Bible, as one who had heralded Christianity. Possibly as early as the 2nd century, Virgil's works were seen as having magical properties and were used for divination, fortune-telling, the prognostication of the future. In what became known as the Sortes Virgilianae, the Virgilian lots, passages would be selected at random, like the verses from the I Ching, in which you toss the coin and you tell your fortune by opening the passage that the coin designates for the I Ching. People would do that with the Virgilian lots to answer their questions about their crises in life, in the 12th century, starting around Naples, but eventually spreading widely throughout Europe. A tradition developed in which Virgil was regarded as a great magician, a sorcerer. Legends about Virgil and his magical powers remained popular for over 200 years, arguably becoming as prominent as his writings themselves. Virgil's legacy in medieval Wales was such that the Welsh version of his name, Thyryd, or Thyryd, became a generic term for magic worker, and survivest in the modern word for pharmacist, Llŷn. Now, Virgil and the Messianic Eclogue, Virgil's Eclogue 4, the Golden Age. You can find translations online. It should be easy enough to look it up. Eclogue is spelled E-C-L-O-G-U-E, with the Roman numeral thereafter, IV for 4. What you find otherwise would be the ethics and the theology that we consider so pervasive in Western society today, that we consider to be Western society today, in Virgil's Eclogues. So, here we have the Roman poet Virgil, who had, by the 13th and 14th centuries, Anno Domini, acquired a reputation as the anima naturalita Christiana. This is Latin for the soul of the natural Christian, meaning that he represented someone who was a pagan Christian, a Christian foreseeing or anticipating Christianity and behaving as a Christian in a pagan matrix. And it came as the result of the interpretation of his poetry, most especially this fourth Eclogue. And this reputation has stayed with Virgil since that time, and it has certainly played a role in preserving his poetry when other poetry was lost during the Dark Ages after the fall of Rome in 476 Anno Domini. Although Virgil lived before the advent of Jesus Christ and Christianity, it has been proposed that his poetry anticipated the Christian ethic before Jesus Christ was even born, and it be in the fourth of 10 Eclogues that this was demonstrated most dramatically. So to contextualize, the Eclogues themselves be a series of 10 poems that Virgil wrote circa 40 years before Christ. The majority of these poems deal with shepherds and their various concerns. The fourth Eclogue is decidedly different in this respect. In the poem, Virgil makes several statements about a child destined to bring a golden age and free the world from fear. Early Christian scholars, such as St. Augustine, who, of course, is the man who brought us the city of God, and the tale of the twa cities, at eternal enmity, at eternal odds, that I shall parlay into the new age permutation thereof. When I speakest of our struggle, now better reflected by the dragon capital of the maritime or submarine undersea imperium of Mu, sunken, as was Atlantis and Lemuria, and the enemy capital of Rillier. That, of course, will not be delved into tonight, but rather in June, and for that, you'll have to save up enough for your $444 ticket. And just remember, that's the amount I pretty much need to get me through the end of the month. Now, in terms of the fourth Eclogue, in that poem, Virgil, who maketh the statements about the Christ child, this is the one that early Christian scholars, such as St. Augustine, who read that poem, could only conclude that this child that Virgil spraketh of had to be the Messiah, Jesus Christos. And later writers, such as the Italian poet Dante, would also interpret this poem to be a prophecy regarding the risen Christos. More recently, in the 17th century, John Dryden stated in his introduction to the fourth Eclogue, many of the verses are translated from one of the Sibyls who prophesied our Savior's birth. So, to read to you all an extended quote from the fourth eclogue, and do consider this in light of Christian theology. It reads something akin to this, and I'm working with my best to try and translate it from the original Latin because I don't trust many of the English translations. And I myself may not do the Latin justice. But it comes along as something like this. Now the last age, by Bicameral Sibyl sung, has come and gone, and the majestic roll of circling centuries begins anew. Justice returns old Saturn's reign, with a new breed of men sent down from heaven. Only do thou, at the boy's birth in whom the iron shall cease, the golden age arise? Under thy guidance, whatso tracks remain of our old wickedness, once done away, shall free the earth from never-ceasing fear. He shall receive the life of gods, and see heroes with gods commingling, and himself be seen of them, and with his Father's worth reign over a world at peace. This passage talks about the birth of a boy who will bring a golden age into the world, one in which wickedness will be taken away, and the earth will be freed from fear. This unnamed child will also receive the life of gods and reign over a world at peace. Compare these ideas to those found in the book of Isaiah in the Old Testament. The book of Isaiah was written circa 700 years before Christ was delivered into this vale of tears by the Jewish prophet of the same name, Isaiah. The passages that were interpreted by the Jews themselves as referring to the Mashiach, the chosen one, of who would come from God to save Israel, had Christians believing that it referred directly to Jesus Christus. So when you consider the themes from what I've just quoted from Virgil, when reading the passage from Isaiah, the verse 9, 6 and 7, chapter 9, verses 6 through 7, from, the closest Bible I can find, which unfortunately is King James, which means the translation sucks ass, but it's something as unto this, the general message. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it, and establishment with judgment, and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. Now the similarities between these two passages be striking, and both contain similar ideas about a chosen one of God, of the gods coming to earth to bring a better way of life. In Christian theology, Jesus Christ came into the world to free humanity from its sins and offer eternal salvation to those who would accept him in their hearts. This surely would free the world from never-ceasing fear. If Virgil's promised child would reign over a world at peace, would that not correspond with Isaiah's Prince of Peace? It being easy to see why the poem be interpreted as referring to the Christ, and adding to this fact be how the end of the fourth eclogue foretold that the time this child would come would be very soon. Virgil wrote this poem about 40 years before the birth of Jesus, which be the blink of an eye in prophetic time. That passage reads, and again, this from the Latin, By destiny's unalterable decree, assume thy greatness, for the time draws nigh. Dear child of gods, great progeny of Jove, see how it totters, the world's orbed might, earth and the wide ocean, and the vault profound, all see enraptured of the coming time. Now, recent scholarship, of course, has done its best to try and attack the interpretations favored by St. Augustine, Dante, Dryden, and, of course, my own interpretations. In fact, there doesn't seem to be any living modern scholar that I knowest of who endorses the link between the fourth eclogue and Old Testament prophecy that I know is to be there. And this can be readily explained by a general reluctance among scholars to embrace the supernatural as a plausible explanation for anything. We live in a skeptical age that distrusts all things that cannot be explained. Furthermore, there always be the risk of the scholar in question, and their being mocked by his peers, or not being given tenor if they make us waves with antiquated ideas about eclogue 4. Be this as it may, I would challenge my listeners to consider what I have presented and investigate for themselves. Is it intellectually honest to dismiss an idea merely because there be supernatural element? Is a messianic interpretation impossible and thus so easy to dismiss? Read the entire fourth eclogue and draw your own conclusions. Regardless of how any reader decideth this question, the fourth eclogue cannot be ignored in the study of Virgil himself. The Christian monks that saved much of Western literature after Rome fell believed this poem foretold the coming of the Christ. If they had not believed this, the culturally invaluable work of Virgil may have gone to oblivion, and the cost to Western culture would have been incalculable. So, in terms of Virgil's prophecy on the Savior's birth, this fourth eclogue, Virgil's fourth eclogue has done its part to prepare the way for a recognition of Jesus as the Savior of the world, as the God-man, or as the Christians call him, the Christ, which be a title, not a name, meaning the Anointed. The very existence of Virgil's eclogue antedates, comes before the Christian era, and thereby proves the pre-Christian existence of the Savior ideal. Historians recognize more and more that this ideal, prevalent throughout the Roman Empire in those days, has helped to make Christianity, and has also influenced the spirit in which the story of Jesus was written in the Gospels. And most importantly, Virgil's fourth eclogue has been considered by many Christians as a prophecy of the advent of Christ, and certainly it might as well be so understood as many of the passages in the Old Testament which be quoted in Matthew, the book of Matthew in the Bible. It being true that the child to whom this poem was addressed, whosoever he may have been, did not fulfill the expectations in the sense in which they were meant, but the same is also true of all the Old Testament prophecies. In the sense in which they were meant, they have never been fulfilled, if we take them purely literally, concretely. They be metaphorical, they be poetic, they be applicable in all seasons to all situations. They were not chronological and therefore chained to a series of events that would have dated them and thereby made them unnecessary for our lives. The Christian interpretation has been argued, superimposed, and that does violence to the meaning of the passages that I've quoted. So, in terms of the original interpretation, that's what I argue we need in our new age. We need to really go back to what we knew, as opposed to running ourselves into destruction by denying what we knew and replacing it with what we think we know. Now, Virgil's eclogue is remarkable in showing how widespread was the idea of a Savior who should come to bring peace on earth and restore the golden age. Oracles to that purpose were afloat, and Virgil himself refers to the verses of the Cumaean Sibyl, whose dicta were considered as a divine revelation even among Christians of the time. Now, the civil wars of the Roman Empire, with their disturbance of commerce and much unnecessary bloodshed, had also caused great unrest. The world was longing for the strong hand of a just ruler, with whom the golden age of Saturn would return. Astrea, the maiden of the stars, the celestial virgin, who had been living among men on earth in the times of primitive innocence, but had withdrawn to the heavens where she became visible as the constellation of Virgo, would descend to earth and with her a general era of goodwill and patriarchal virtue would be restored. Now from the Koningdon edition of Virgil, in the English, which be much easier for me to work with, I can read from that. The original Sibylline books having been destroyed in the burning of the capital in Sulla's time, the Senate ordered a collection of Sibylline verses to be made in the various towns of Italy and Greece. After a critical examination, about 1,000 lines were retained as genuine and preserved with the same formality as the lost volumes. Varro, however, tells us, and here we have the satanic inversion of this man's name, by the man who gave us the false economy which has led us into trade war, Peter Navarro, and his satanic inversion of his own name, Ranvara, is based on a desecration of the original Varro, spelled V-A-R-R-O, who tells us in his work Dionysius and other antiquarian works that he writ, that some spurious Sibylline verses were introduced, which might be detected by their acrostic character, and their test was employed by Cicero to disprove a professedly Sibylline prediction brought forward by those who wished to make Caesar king. Now later, and I'm still reading from the work here of that scholar who I find to be acceptable, Mr. Conington, and his edition of Virgil, simply titled by that single name. He says, later we find that forgeries of the kind had become common, private persons pretending to have oracles in their possession, and the matter was accordingly twice publicly investigated under Augustus and under Tiberius. Of the precise oracle, to which Virgil refers nothing, seems to be known. So in other words, Virgil referred to an oracle of which many people knew not the source, and therefore we could quite reasonably conclude Virgil himself was the oracle. Now the Sibylline books, which are still extant, are of a later origin. Out of the innumerable oracles fabricated in the different countries and corners of the world, those only survived which found sufficient endorsement to induce scribes to copy and recopy them, and so it was a matter of course that with the spread of Christianity, the Christian oracles, or at least those who appealed to Christian sentiments, had the best chance of survival. But Virgil's fourth eclogue, which be pre-Christian, proveth that the hopes of Christians and pagans had many ideals in common, and such were the return of the Golden Age, i.e., the coming of the kingdom of God, and the advent of a Savior. Now, this poem can definitely be dated, dedicated to Pollio, name spelled P-O-L-L-I-O, and expressly refers to the year of his consulate in the words he consuled. Pollio was one of the great influential men at the time of the Roman civil wars and had been Virgil's patron and friend. I don't know if he was the man the disease was named after. At the time of his consulate, 40 years before Christ, the political situation was greatly improved, for it seemed that at last peace would be established. And we may infer from the poem itself that a child either was expected or had actually just been born in the family of Pollio during the same year, but it is impossible to make any further definite statement. Now, the Conington I'm referring to, who writes his English edition of Virgil's works, his name, or his full name, is Professor John Conington. His surname is spelled C-O-N-I-N-G-T-O-N. And so he sums up this historical question so far as its details can be ascertained, that the date is fixed to the year 714, when Pollio was consul and assisted in negotiating the peace of Brundisium. The hero of the poem is a child born, or to be born in this auspicious year, who is gradually to perfect the restoration then beginning. Now, it's difficult to say who the child was, for the simple reason that Virgil's anticipations were never fulfilled in his lifetime. So, many scholars today are saying that this poem might have been a kind of a sap to his sponsor, and that it's not certain that the child was ever born. that it be certain that, if born, he did not become the regenerator of his time. Now, on the other hand, there be considerable scope for conjecturing who he may have been. Pollio himself had 2 sons born about this period. The treaty was solemnized by the marriage of Antonius with Octavia, and the union of Octavianus with Scribonia had taken place not long before. The most ancient commentators, if we may judge by the notes in Macrobius, Servius, and the Bernscolia, were not agreed whether the poem was to be referred to Octavianus or to one or other of Pollio's sons. Now, one of these, called Saturninus, from his father's capture of Salona in Dalmatia, died in his infancy, while the other, C. Asinius Gallus, who is said to have spoken of himself to Asconius P. Diannus as the person meant, lived to be discussed by Augustus as his possible successor and finally fell a victim to the jealousy of Tiberius, assassinated in one of the professional campaigns or wars of assassination in the internecine strife of the power politics of the Roman Empire. Now, I can go on with this. Octavianus's marriage issued in the birth of Julia, Octavia's child. If it was ever born, it was not the child of, or rather, it was the child not of Antonius, but of Marcellus, her former husband, by whom she was pregnant at the time of her second marriage. Any of these births, so far as we can see, may have appeared at the time to a courtly or enthusiastic poet, a sufficient center round which to group the hopes already assumed to be rising in men's minds. And though the next 3 years may have made a difference in this respect, the poem would still continue to be in its general features the embodiment of a feeling not yet extinguished, and as such might well be published along with the other eclogues. Now, the piece of Brundisium itself was not so much the cause of this enthusiasm as the occasion of its manifestation, the partial satisfaction of a yearning which had long been felt, not merely the transient awakening of desires hitherto dormant. Now, if I read from the book of Professor Connington, how far such hopes may have been connected with the expectation of a Messiah opens a wide question. The coincidence between Virgil's language and that of the Old Testament prophets is sufficiently striking, but it may be doubted whether Virgil uses any image to which a classical parallel cannot be found. Now, anyone listening now will observe that at the end of the poem, Virgil expresses his desire to live to sing the glory of his hero. And the same sentiment prevails in the words of Simeon, who said, and I quote as T, "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared for the face of all people, a light to lighten the Gentiles, and the glory of thy people Israel." So it'd be interesting to myself to notice this parallelism with the Simeon story of the gospel, and the parallelism is even stronger between the Christian and Buddhist stories. The Buddha child is greeted by the Rishi Asita as Christ by Simeon, and Asita sheds tears because of it at his advanced age. His death is too near at hand to allow him to see with his own eyes the coming of the Lord's glory. Now, I've quoted this information so my listeners can spread the word, so all can be known about the child whom Virgil addresses in his poem. Although nothing can be more indifferent to the skeptics of today, because to them the prophecy has not been fulfilled as it was meant. Rather, to the academics, the interest of this eclogue consists not in the political situation of Rome in the year 714 ab urbi condita, or the existence of the city, which was their calendar was based on the foundation of Rome. The establishment of Rome was their Christian demarcation. Their BC and AD was before Rome and after Rome. But rather, most scholars today would say this was expressive of the expectation of a savior among the people of the Roman Empire. Now, to be sure, the ideal of Virgil is not presented as a suffering Jesus who dies on the cross for the sins of mankind, but as a valiant God incarnation after the prototype of such heroes as Heracles, or Hercules in the corruption, Theseus, Jason, Perseus, etc., and it be true, as Professor Conington saith, that Virgil uses no image to which a classical parallel cannot be found. Now, how general these ideas of a savior of mankind were in the days of Augustus may also be seen from the writings of Seneca, who has actually been claimed for a Christian, and a plausible case has been made out to assume that he must have been a personal friend of St. Paul. Now, Tertullian speaks of Seneca as often our own, sape noster, while Lactantius actually, lookest upon him as a pagan who might have become a Christian if someone had instructed him. Now, Lactantius said he would surely have held Zeno and his teacher SÖJዓይN in contempt. Now, this state of things appealed powerfully to the poetic imagination of the age and gave rise to what modern scholars consider the fabrication of a correspondence between Seneca and St. Paul. St. Augustine and St. Jerome mention letters of Seneca addressed to St. Paul, and Jerome does not hesitate to count Seneca among the saints. And this idea expanded in the course of time. A legend at the end of the 4th century that be ascribed to a certain Linus and narrates the passion of Peter and Paul mentions details of a secret intercourse between Paul and Seneca. Now, with all the terminology I've just used, we can take that to a certain conclusion of homoerotic involvement there. But, of course, that's speculation in and of itself. Now, although this letter is not mentioned by name, the latter, Seneca, his personality is plainly indicated by being called the tutor of the emperor, institutor imperatoris, and quidam magister Caesaris, the teacher of Caesar. So we know who they're talking about. And the letters of Seneca to St. Paul, which were known to Jerome and Augustine, seem to be hopelessly lost. But the subject, of course, since it was known to have existed, was too tempting for writers of pious fiction not to take it up again. And in the beginning of the Middle Ages, presumably in the time of the Merovingians, the lineage of kinghood, of divine right to kings by basis of direct lineage from Jesus Christ himself, those Merovingians. With them was another attempt that was made to offer the Christian world a correspondence between St. Paul and Seneca. But the crudeness of the style at once betrays the late date of that forgery. It consists of 14 letters which have been incorporated by Hayes as an appendix to his edition of Seneca and were edited by Krauss and Westerberg in a separate and critical text edition. But Seneca continued to be regarded as a Christian during the Middle Ages. The Synod of Tours, for instance, cites him like a church father as a Christian authority. Not until the days of the Reformation was Seneca reclaimed for paganism by Erasmus and the Humanists, and even today the idea is still upheld that Seneca was secretly a Christian, and the statement has been made that evidences were not forthcoming only because the philosopher did not dare to speak out boldly. Xaver Krauss, however, calls attention to the fact that if Seneca had been a Christian, he would have given some expression of his faith at least in the last moments before his death. If Seneca had been a Christian, he would not have used pagan terminology. He would not have spoken of Jupiter when he meant God, nor of Heracles when he meant the Savior. He says to Heracles, for instance, in the quote, "Heracles never gained victories for himself. He wandered through the circle of the earth, not as a conqueror, but as a protector. What indeed should the enemy of the wicked, the defender of the good, the peace-bringer, conquer for himself on land or sea?" Now, such ideas of a God-man were common among pagans, as may be seen from Epictetus, who insists on the divine sonship of Heracles. And I quote he knew that no man is an orphan, but that there is a father always, and constantly for all of them. He had not only heard the words that Zeus was the father of men, but he regarded him as his own father and called him such. And looking up to him, he did what Zeus did. Therefore, he could live happily everywhere. Well, with the same reasons and the same arguments that would make a Seneca a Christian, we can claim not only Epictetus, but also Marcus Aurelius, and even Socrates, Plato, and other pre-Christian philosophers. The fact is that the underlying philosophy of Christianity, or rather of the new religion that was to appear, gradually assumed a more and more definite shape. So, Seneca may have been no more a Christian than Virgil, but this much is true that both were imbued with the spirit of the age in which a universal religion such as Christianity was preparing itself. And one tenet of this religion was the ideal of a God-man, a mediator between God and mankind, a savior who would come as to bring peace on earth and establish a kingdom of righteousness. Now Seneca embodies the matured philosophical spirit of his age, which appears so Christian to Christians, and Virgil exhibits a messianic hope which, though couched in pagan terms, is quite Christian in sentiment. Nor are these authors exceptions, for we find the same ideas at that time prevailing everywhere in the Roman Empire, Pax Romanum, the peace of Rome, as further evidence. I can quote passages from some public documents which date back to the time of Augustus, celebrating him as the source of universal welfare, the savior of mankind, as a god with whose birthday a new era commences, which brings us the gospel, the Evangelion, consisting in peace on earth and a universal goodwill among men. The very words are either the same as those used in the Christian Gospels or quite similar, sometimes even stronger. The documents to which I refer are inscriptions, recently discovered in several cities of Asia Minor, of which those of Priene, Halicarnassus, Apamea, and Mnemoniae are best preserved and have received the most attention. They proclaim the introduction of the Julian calendar reform, which among other things ordains that the birthday of Augustus, September 23rd, shall be celebrated as the New Year's festival. So if I quote what I think to be one of the most remarkable passages from the inscriptions of Priene, spelled Priene, it says, and I read the interpretation, a translation from someone else's work. I couldn't translate this directly because I believe it's in the Syriac, if I'm not mistaken. Since Providence, which ordains all things in our life, has restored enterprise and love of honor, it has accomplished for our life the most perfect thing by producing the August One, whom it has filled with virtue for the welfare of the people, having sent him to us and ours as a savior, who should stop war and ordain all things. Having appeared, however, the Kaiser has fulfilled the hope of the prophecies, since he has not only outdone the benefactors who had come before him, but also has not left to future ones the hope of doing better. The birthday of this god has become through him a beginning of the good tidings. The word Augustus is originally a title, not a name. It reads in Greek Sebastos, which means venerable, majestic, worshipful, and might be translated as either Your Majesty or Your Holiness. It applies not only to political but also to religious authority. The phrase welfare of the people reads in the original Greek Wirgizia, which means well-doing or well-working, rendered in the dictionary good service, a good deed, kindness, bounty, benefit. This word is similar to the gospel term translated goodwill in our Bible. But the former is stronger than the latter. The latter denotes well-meaning, as in well-intended, but can still fuck it up, while the former means well-doing. In other words, whatever was intended was accomplished to best effect for the good of all. Now, a similar expression is that which proclaims Augustus as the source of universal welfare, the last word of which belongs to that group of auspicious designations beginning with the particle eu, EU, which means positive, as in eugenics, meaning better racial breeding or generation. Eugenics. Good genes. Eu simply means well, but it has no parallel in our gospel language. It might briefly be translated bliss. The inscription of Halicarnassus contains the same ideas, expressed in other words. Now, if I quote the following sentence therefrom, since the eternal and immortal nature of the all has in grace given to men the greatest good in addition to excellent bounties, having brought forth Kaiser, the august one, for our happiness, a father of his own country, the divine Roma, and a fatherly Zeus and savior of the whole race of men, for which Providence has not only fulfilled but even outdone the prayers of all. For pacified is the earth and the sea, the cities flourish, there is love of order, concord, good fellowship, prosperity and abundance with everything good, with useful hopes for the future, and good feeling toward the present, mankind is filled. Now the good tidings that the Golden Age had returned under the government of a divine man who ruled the world from its capital Rome spread beyond the confines of the Roman Empire and reached Parthia, or Iran, Persia, where, as we know, Ahura Mazda, the Lord Omniscient, was worshipped. The Parthians, the Persians, the original Iranians, the Aryans, from whom the Greeks simply named Iran. It's based on the ethnos that was geographically in place. Aryan, from which be corrupted Iran. The Parthians were Mithraists. They believed that God would send a divine mediator called Mithras, who would be born from a pure virgin and establish the kingdom of righteousness on earth. He would sit in judgment to separate the good and the bad. The dead would rise from their graves with spiritual bodies that would throw no shadow, and the living would be transfigured. Then peace would reign forever, and all misery would be abolished. Now, obviously, when you thinkest on what I've just articulated in terms of Mithra, Mithra was one of the original mystery religions that almost overwhelmed the Roman Empire. Mithra was strong. The idea of Christianity would have been laughed at as the state religion of Rome had you spracketh at that time that it would become so. We learn from Pliny the Elder, who lived from about 23 through 79 Anno Domini in the 1st century of Christ. We learn from he of a visit which Tiridates, king of Parthia, paid to Nero, emperor of Rome, considered classically the most evil man in history. And having heard that the prosperity of the Roman Empire was due to the appearance of a divine incarnation, an august personality, who reigned under the name and title of Caesar being a corruption, an anglicized bastardization of Caesar, from which be derived Kaiser, and of course Slavonized as Tsar. Because of this god king, Tiridates, actually, the correct Parthian pronunciation, as opposed to the Persianization that I've been using. Tiridates, the king of Parthia, paid visit to Nero. He left his home and proceeded to Italy for the sake of worshipping this great god-man and surrendering to him his kingdom of Parthia. Now, this report has been preserved by Pliny, and it reads as follows. I just looked this up on screen, knowing what to search for. Tiridates the Magus had come to him, the emperor. He had taken with him Magi, and had him initiated into the magic meal, the Mithraistic Lord's Supper. Yet while he gave back to him his kingdom, he, the emperor, could not receive from him his art. So, what they may be saying is similar to what happened. In fact, I know what they're saying is almost identical to what happened with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was the fascist leader of the pan-Arab movement of his day, who went to visit Adolf Hitler and personally paid his respects and asked if Adolf Hitler would convert to Islam, which Adolf Hitler accepted his respects, but refused conversion to Islam, or rather said he could not. This situation be identical. We know through Justin Martyr that the Mithraists celebrated a sacrament, which to all appearance was the same as the Lord's Supper of the Christians. And on one of the Mithraic monuments we see an altar on which be placed the Eucharist cup and the holy wafers bearing a cross. Justin refers to the Mithraic sacrament as well known to his readers and expressly speaks of the ceremony as the same as that of the Christians, only he claims that evil spirits had here, as in so many other instances, imitated the divine institutions of Christianity. We learn from the Avesta that the sacred cakes and the hallowed cup were taken for the sake of nourishing the resurrection body, And we must assume that Tiridates, wishing the Roman emperor to take part in the blessings of his religion, celebrated the sacrament with him, as a ritual of Islam was performed between Adolf Hitler and the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which did not lead to Hitler being converted to Islam, as so many of the Islamophobic Teutophobes, the people who hate both Germans and Islam, always claim. Now, Tiridates did not know Nero, and the Romans seemed to think that the Mithraic sacrament conveyed some magic power on those who partook of it. We can imagine that both parties were mistaken in each the other. How little did Tiridates know Nero, and Pliny informs us that the ceremony of the magic meal brought no special benefit to the emperor. Now, Dion Cassius, another scholastic investigator, mentions the same incident in Nero's life, but he expressly states that Tiridates came because he recognized Mithras in the Roman emperor. When he appeared before the emperor, Dion Cassius reports that he addressed him with the words, "I came to thee as to my God, in order to worship thee as the Mithras," which is not how the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem approached Adolf Hitler. The Asian Indian Vedic peoples did. The Aryan Indians believed Adolf Hitler to be an incarnation of the Asian Indian god Vishnu, which I shall go into at a later date. There is, in this case that I'm addressing, however, at the moment, no cogent reason to assume that the story of the Magi, as told to the Gospel according to Luke, was invented in imitation of the visit of Tiridates to Nero, although the similarity of the trois reports be remarkable. And it is, to say the least, a very strange coincidence that Tiridates returned home by another way than the one by which he had come, not the one on which he came, just as the Magi did after they had worshipped the Christ child. Now, if we bear in mind that the followers of Zoroaster expected a savior, a SÄUJÄN, we can easily understand that the Christian gospel writer was anxious to point out that their expectation was fulfilled in Jesus, and that this fact had been recognized by the Magi, who had seen his star at the time of his birth. The Arabic Gospel of the Infancy even states that Zoroaster had foretold the birth of Christ, and a Professor Lawrence H. Mills has translated a Vim of Zarathustra, which is the prophet's greeting to an expected champion. So what do all of these facts prove that I've been articulating throughout this hour? Virgil's hymn hailing the return of the Golden Age, Seneca's pagan philosophy permeated with Christian sentiments, and in the beginning of the Christian era, the general expectation of a savior who would establish peace and goodwill, all these things prove that a new religion was preparing itself, in whose center would stand the figure of the God-man, the Savior, the Lord, who is the vice-regent of God on earth. The Christ idea is older than the story of Jesus, and the latter was edited and re-edited until it incorporated all the features of the former, and so met the requirements of the age. In St. Paul's day, there was still a teacher who was instructed in the way of the Lord, i.e., the Savior, or the Christ, or rather the Christ ideal. We read of Apollos, that, being fervent in the Spirit, he spake and taught diligently the things of the Lord, knowing only the baptism of John, which means that he knew nothing of Jesus. This man was an Alexandrian Jew who was converted by Aquila and Priscilla to the Christianity of Paul, which taught that Jesus was the Christ. The passage in Acts 25, I believe, proves that the Savior idea, the term Christ, and even definite doctrines concerning Christ, be pre-Christian. They existed before Jesus was born. We must assume that Paul, too, had taught a definite doctrine about the Christ before his conversion, and his views may have been very much like those of Apollos. Paul's conversion consisted simply in the idea which came upon him like a flash of lightning, that all his conceptions of Christ could be applied to Jesus, that the majesty of his divine nature was well set forth in his deepest humiliation, his death on the cross. Wherefore God hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name. From Philippians, chapter 2, verses 5 through 11, if I remember. Which, I said the word exalted, not exhausted. Wherefore God hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name. Now there be many parallels between the different religions. Why should there not be remarkable similarities between the stories and doctrines of those religions which believe in a Savior? Nothing seems more natural, and we should expect it to be so. Nevertheless, some of these similarities be astounding, and we be at a loss how to explain their coincidences, which, of course, be not coincident. Rather, they're coincident temporally or contemporarily, but they be beyond. They be supernatural. For instance, Virgil's fourth eclogue, which exhibits one of the most peculiarly detailed parallelisms to Buddhist tradition which I have ever seen. I will try to state it here without attempting to explain it. And to that, all we can say is that we have no reason whatever to insist upon believing in any historical connection. Virgil expressly refers, near the end of his poem, to the time of the divine babe's gestation as 10 months, which statement should be compared with the birth story of the Buddha, which, in Mr. Henry Clark Warren's translation, reads, and I will quote as follows: "Now other women sometimes fall short of and sometimes run over the term of 10 lunar months, but not so the mother of a future Buddha. She carries the future Buddha in her womb for just 10 months. And I'm reading this from Buddhism in Translations, page 45. Christianity is a great historic movement, which was bound to come in one way or another. Jesus is not the founder of Christianity, but he has been adopted by Christians as their Christ. He became the Christ in whom his followers saw all the prophecies fulfilled, while the emperors on the throne, the successors of Augustus, the Caesars in Rome, had sorely disappointed the people's hopes and expectations. So Christianity, or a religion such as Christianity, would have originated even if Jesus had never existed, and also if this growing faith of a God-man that would be worshipped as the Savior of mankind had been linked to some other personality than Jesus, to the mythical person of Mithras, to some Brahmin avatar like Krishna, to the sage of India, Buddha, or Apollonius of Tyana, the representative of an idealized paganism. It would have made a difference in many details if another than Christ had been chosen as the Christ. In place of a retrospect upon Judaism with its Hebrew literature as the mother of Christianity, we would look upon some other great sacred canon, perhaps upon the Gathas of the Avesta, but in all essentials, in doctrine as well as in moral ideals, we would have had the same religion. Probably, too, we would have passed through the same aberrations, a dualistic interpretation of the soul, belief in supernaturalism and miracles, the establishment of a priestly hierarchy with its seat in Rome, the medieval struggle between the secular and the ecclesiastical powers, and even the horrors of the Inquisition and witch persecution. But the final result would have been the same. Science would, at last, have dispersed the fog of superstition, and any other kind of Christianity would also have liberated itself from the shackles of dogmatism. All accidentals are transient, but the ideal, so far as it is founded on truth, be eternal. Now, in the struggle for existence that took place during the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries of our era, Christianity conquered and left Jesus alone in the field as the only one that deserved the name Savior. He was human, perfectly human, Emmanuel. He had assumed a definite personality, and his death on the cross had endeared him to the large masses of mankind, the many millions of the poor, the suffering, the disinherited. The figure of Mithras was too hazy, too mythological, and the personality of Apollonius too much associated with pagan beliefs. They gained a temporary ascendancy, but were placed in the balance and found wanting. Any contemporary person who claims himself to have fulfilled certain prophecies is tested against the testimony of Scripture and tradition by a process known as discernment. Thousands of men have claimed to be the prophesied messiahs, and none of them were able to fulfill all of the prophecies in the Old Testament, except, of course, for Jesus Christ, whose divinity will be evident to any honest scholar who inquires into his life. The fathers and doctors of the Church have always pointed out that Jesus Christos perfectly fulfilled not only the divinely revealed prophecies of the Old Testament, but he also fulfilled the messianic expectations of the pagans, who did not prophesy under inspiration, but nevertheless grasped something of the necessity of the Messiahs. This is accounted for in a few ways I can think of. The first is by way of natural reason. Even though the pagans did not have any knowledge of Genesis or the fall, and most of them thought that the world had no beginning in time, nevertheless they had a vague understanding of original sin, inasmuch as they were aware of its effects and could infer the existence of a proportionate cause. Meditation on these things leads to the hope of a Savior to come, because in spite of the sufferings and inadequacies present in the world, there are also excellences, which implies the existence of a more excellent being or God, who in his infinite justice might bring forth a Savior to judge the world and purge it of its wickedness. The Zoroastrians have a beautiful myth about the end of the world that expresses all these ideas. It be the product not of divine revelation, but of human reason and poetic genius. The second factor that cometh to my mind be by way of intercourse with daemons. Sir Justin Martyr, for example, writes about the rites of Bacchus, from whence we get the term bacchanalian, or sybaritic self-indulgence, meaning a form of true decadence, which were revealed to the priesthood of that mystery cult by evil spirits who wished to imitate the transubstantiation of wine into the blood of Christ by instituting a cult of wine and drunkenness. Justin explaineth that the demons were able to see the outward appearance of the church, but were deprived of any understanding of the mysteries of the faith because of their disobedience. So their imitations are shallow and tend to vice rather than virtue. The saint had no awareness of the cults of the sacrificial kings in the Americas, but most practicing Christians would tend to interpret these as clearly a demonic imitation of the Passion. But Virgil's messianic eclogue is, in my own judgment, the example, the epitome of pagan messianic expectation. And as a Christian, I, of course, take it quite seriously that Virgil was consciously writing about the Christ, inspired by the Holy Ghost, a term that I derive from my very Catholic, very conservative Roman Catholic father, the man who raised me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. But that brings us to the revelation of the Magi, because it's so important to explain the existence of Christianity prior Christ, because people take such offense of what the revolution of the Magi proves. That Christ, of course, taking on the title of the Anointed, had to be baptized, had to be anointed. You can't simply anoint yourself any more than you can marry yourself. So, who anointed the Christ? The Magi. That's why the kings visited him, to officially sanction him the Christ, the deliverer, the savior of mankind. He had to be certified. And the men who did this were Chinese. And that throws so many into rage. And of course, the proof of this be the translation from the original Syriac of the Revelation of the Magi, the lost tale of the wise men's journey unto Bethlehem. The first translation in the English of an ancient, forgotten manuscript, as translated by the Professor Brent Landau, Ph.D., Theologiae Doctor, or Doctor of Theology of the Harvard Divinity School. And it brings us the reality not of 3 kings, one black, one white, one Asian, but of 12 kings, all Chinese, anointing the Star Child and ushering in a universal religion. It brings us to the sage kings of China and the Star Child they saw were waiting on for thousands of years. And it is an ancient Christian deuterocanon, an apocryphon. It should be in the Bible, but it's not. So forget the Christmas Carol by John Henry Hopkins, We Three Kings of Orient Are. The text names 12 Magi, not 3, while other parts of the text insist that a group the size of an army traveled to Bethlehem. This was a Chinese invasion of Israel, as confirmed by the Professor Landau himself. The Magi, of course, were given names: Gaspar, Melchior, Balthazar, obviously corruptions from the Chinese. They were given other names for the other men in the group you never heard of: Apollos, Amaris, Damasius, which were used in Peter Comstar's medieval Historia Scholastica. I, of course, found this in a lexicon of Christian iconography by Bruce M. Metzger in the magazine Church History, which I read volume 45 of, number 1, circulated March 1976, pages 5 through 15, that I assessed during my theological studies as demanded for the purposes of perversion by Michael Aquino. It would be as if I learned about human health and physiology while being a torturer, as if I were trained in professional torture, keeping a person alive for as long as possible and make certain that they suffer to the maximum extent, screaming for the mercy of death and the release from their body every moment of the time they were alive, while stretching out their existence for as long as humanly possible. And yet a torturer can know as much, sometimes more in the immediate sense, than a medical doctor about the functioning of the human body. So just as a torturer would get a medical education the wrong way, by my ordered internship in liaison to Michael Aquino, I learned about theology the wrong way. Through the research into black magics as demanded by Michael Aquino for his purposes of perversion, which nevertheless brought me to studied works that would be considered conventional in their theology, such as the issue of church history, which I've just cited. The Revelation says there were 12 wise men, and their home was the distant legendary land of Shur, spelled S-H-I-R, in the corruption. The early part of the story describes their study and training in the mysteries, the prophecy of a star, and the journey unto Bethlehem. When they arrive and encounter the star child, he tells them of God's plan to redeem the entire world. The Magi meet Mary and Joseph, and some would deem it curious that the child is never identified by name as Jesus or the Christ. It may seem strange, but as the translator of the original story of the Magi explains, there is an intentional reason for this omission. If the Magi in the first-person narrative come as to the end of the story without ever using the name, this implies that they have had an experience of Christ without ever knowing this Savior figure as Christ. The case of the Magi, then, raises the possibility that Christ has appeared to many people and yet not revealed himself as Jesus Christ. Now, it's become more intellectually challenging to insist on the obvious and exclusive truth of one's religion when one lives and works in close proximity to other people who cherish their own religious tradition just as much. Are those who do not share our religious beliefs foolishly misguided? According to the revelation of the Magi, the answer of Christ himself to the Magi be no. Now, the text be personal testimony. And in terms of the Magi writing it, it appears to have been recorded, transcribed, years after Jesus' death, when they realized the boy they anointed had fulfilled all his prophecies by that point. When they anointed him, it wasn't in doubt. Rather, they didn't know exactly how the story would play out. Now, who then wrote the wise men story? In the Syriac language in which the revelation be writ, the word Magi means to pray in silence, as in to meditate, like a Buddhist monk. It has no relationship to magicians or astrologers, as always cited in propaganda today, satanic propaganda. No matter what church be relaying to you that fallacy be infernal, diabolic, disinformatia, disinformation in the Russian sense. Because the early Christian fathers were suspicious of the wise men. The fact that they thought they were foreign priests, magicians, and astrologers did not sit well with them. Furthermore, even though the Magi worshipped the Christ child, there was no evidence that was allowed into the Bible that they had become believers. In other words, a critical omission. A strike against them that was to forever render them suspect in Western Christendom. Following the early church fathers, many experts propagandized, with no evidence whatsoever, that the wise men were Zoroastrian priests from Iran, to whom the word Magi, M-A-G-O-I, would most properly refer. Look up Magi in the dictionary and learn that it indeed be plural for magus, meaning a member of a hereditary priestly class among the ancient Medes and Persians, often capitalized. One of the traditionally three wise men from the East paying homage to the infant, based on bad translations of the original biblical works, they be called Magi from the Latinized form of the Greek word magoi, transliterated from the Persian for a select sect of priests. Our word magic comes from the same root. Magi, Majusian, M-A-J-U-S-I-A-N, from the Old Persian language, a priest of Zarathustra, Zoroaster. Majusian becoming, of course, Anglo-corrupted as magician. That the three Magi were insisted to have been Iranian comes from the people who propagandize that the word Mogh, M-O-G-H, in Persian, meaning Zoroastrian priests, implies the priesthood of the Medes. In that tradition, you have the ancient Magi as a hereditary priesthood of the Medes credited with profound and extraordinary religious knowledge. After some Magi, who had been attached to the Median court, proved to be expert in the interpretation of dreams, Darius the Great established them over the state religion of Persia. It was in this dual capacity, whereby civil and political council was invested with religious authority, that the Magi became the supreme priestly caste of the Persian Empire, and continued to be prominent during the subsequent Seleucid, Parthian, and Sasanian periods. Our English word, of course, magician, comest from this same root, but these wise men were not magicians in the modern sense of sleight-of-hand performers, performers of prestidigitation or legerdemain or stage magic. So what you understand from what you learned as a child about the three kings of Orient is modern revisionism, because the designation Magi referencing a Persian religious caste, that, by the time the gospel was writ, was loosely abused to reference astrologers, seers, and fortune tellers, the people you would find behind a booth at a fair or a circus. Matthew does not call them kings. That title was used later in legends, leading people to presume they may have been royal astronomers or advisors to kings. Now, what do we know about the strengths of the sage kings? The wise men were men belonging to various educated classes, so we were told they were of noble birth, educated, wealthy, and influential. They were philosophers, the counselors of rulers, learned in all the wisdom of the ancient Near East, where people kept assuming they were from because they couldn't imagine people traveling from as far away as China back in the 1950s, when much of this revisionism became a universal standard. But it was presumed by that time, or at least presented, that the wise men who came seeking the Christ child were not idolaters. They were upright men of integrity. Indeed, the kings, as we came to know them via popularity, were among the wisest men of their time. Discovering that the Messiah was to be born, they organized an expedition to find him, following a star that led them to Bethlehem. Despite their culture and religion in a foreign land, they accepted Jesus as their Savior. But through the revelation of the Magi, it be proven that the Magi described are coming from a land called Shur, located in the extreme east of the world, at the shore of the greatest ocean, which means the Far East, on the Pacific shores. In other ancient texts, Shur is referred to as the place where silk cometh from, concluding the references be of China. A further reference to Shur as a place where silk cometh from has led scholars to conclude the country from which the Magi sourced was China, where Buddhist and Taoist monks meditated in silence. These monks usually did appeal to personal deities. And that's what brings us to the truth. Syrian Christian monks used silence as a means for inducing ecstasy. In other words, these Chinese sage kings taught the Syrians, the Christian monastics, meditation, through which they attained beatitude, communion with divinity. The fact that the Magi are described as standing for days at a time on top of a sacred mountain. Think of the Shaolin monks that you see standing in position for, if necessary, days at a time to pass their tests of fortitude. Then you've got the vision. The Magi were described as standing for days at a time on top of a sacred mountain while visiting a purifying spring and seeing visions after eating certain foods. All of this was the way for a community to talk about itself and give it some authority in terms of the Shaolin monks and their discipline being so unsurpassable that only those possessed of divine spirit could retain that privilege. So what we had in China, and sourcing therefrom, is a religious community of Christian mystics. The authors of the Revelation of the Magi assert, amazingly enough, without your knowledge of everything I've articulated about the Christian pagans, that they were Christians even before the disciples were. They were also orthodox on every major Christian doctrine: the virgin birth, the deity of Christ, the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, blood redemption, and the second coming. Only the reference to children sans stain of sin be what we would consider unorthodox. That be what will bring us to the pivot, one of the pivots of tonight's arc of narrative. So, in terms of the Magi, they had obviously studied the Hebrew Scriptures and found there a clear transcript of truth. In particular, the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament claimed their attention. And among these, they found the words of Balaam, spelled B-A-L-A-M, which be, "A star shall come out of Jacob, a scepter shall rise out of Israel." The Book of Numbers, chapter 24, verse 17. Again, the closest Bible at hand, the New King James Version, I'm sad to say, but I can correct that some future date. They, most certainly, these Magi, were acquainted with the prophecy of Micah, spelled M-I-C-A-H, which be, "But you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, though ye are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of ye shall come forth to me the one ruler, the one to be ruler in Israel." That's the book of Micah, chapter 5, verse 2. Also, see the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 5 and 6. So, they evidently also knew and understood the time prophecy of Daniel regarding the appearance of the Messiah from the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verses 25 and 26, and came to the conclusion that his coming was near. And yet, much of this was based on direct deposit, if you will, direct orders, if you will, from the Godhead. They're being mobilized into action. They're being mobilized to invade Israel with the Chinese army. And to take on an expedition so logistically improbable or difficult in terms of maintaining a supply line, they obviously must have been motivated in what seemed to be a crisis of global proportions. Literally global, to cross the globe, or half thereof. Now, what are we supposed to think when someone claims he's getting important life-changing news in a dream or from an angel? Now, for some, the reaction is institutionalization. Others, however, will turn to someone like Richard Dawkins, the atheist ideologue, who claims such experiences be byproduct of our organic wiring, a demonstration, as he writes in The God Delusion, of the formidable power of the brain's simulation software. And he would say that that's all. Other atheist propagandists, such as Sam Harris in his work The End of Faith, writes with obvious scorn that voices from God be demonstrative of mental illness. And he says it be demonstrative or manifest mental illness to believe that God is communicating with you by having the rain tap in Morse code on your bedroom window. That's from his book entitled The End of Faith. When you survey world literature, though, you find that the oldest storytellers never treated such experiences as mental gymnastics or signs of psychoses. Hardly. They regarded them as forms of privileged information. An angel or a dream was a means by which God or the gods communicated with humanity. You could consider it a divine version of FedEx. And that's what brings us, inescapably, of course, to how this works. Which means that it has to be a little crash course here in bicameralism. The philosophy of two-chamberedness. The thesis in psychology that argues that the human mind once assumed a state in which cognitive functions were divided between one part of the brain, which appears to be speaking, and a second part which listens and obeys, a bicameral mind. Now, this term was coined by Julian Jaynes, surname spelled Jaynes, who presented the idea in his 1976 book entitled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, wherein he made the case that a bicameral mentality was the normal and ubiquitous state of the human mind as recently as but 3,000 years agone. And this thesis, of course, has been attacked unforgivingly by the Satanists and the paedopathophyllocracy. But for a brief breakdown of bicameralism, that you may understand what they wish to hide from you, Jaynes theorized that a shift from bicameralism marked the beginning of introspection and consciousness as we know it today. This bicameral mentality began malfunctioning, or breaking down, during the second millennium BC. He speculates that primitive ancient societies tended to collapse periodically, ergo, therefore, Egypt's intermediate periods, as well as the periodically vanishing cities of the Mayas, as changes in the environment strained the socio-cultural equilibria sustained by this bicameral mindset. The Bronze Age collapse of the second millennium before Christ led to mass migrations and created a rash of unexpected situations and stresses which required ancient minds to become more flexible and creative. Self-awareness, or consciousness, was the culturally evolved solution to this problem. This necessity of communicating commonly observed phenomenon among individuals who shared no common language or cultural upbringing encouraged those communities to become self-aware to survive in a new environment. Thus, consciousness, like bicamerality, emerged as a neurological adaptation to social complexity in a changing world. Now, Jaynes further argues that divination, prayer, and oracles arose during this breakdown period in an attempt to summon instructions from the gods, whose voices could no longer be heard within one's head. The consultation of specially bicamerally operative individuals, people who still had this ability to hear the voices in their heads, or of divination by casting lots and so forth, was a response to this loss, a transitional era depicted, for example, in the book of 1 Samuel. It was also evidenced in children who could communicate with the gods, but as their neurology was set by language and society, they gradually lost that ability. Those who continued prophesying, being bicameral, according to Jaynes, could be killed. Leftovers of the bicameral mind today, according to Jaynes, include religion, hypnosis, possession, schizophrenia, and the general sense of need for external authority in decision-making. Now, this is what brings us to the origin of consciousness itself. Jaynes uses governmental bicameralism as a metaphor to describe a mental state in which the experiences and memories of the right hemisphere of the brain be transmitted to the left hemisphere via auditory hallucinations. The metaphor be based on the idea of lateralization of brain function, although each half of a normal human brain is constantly communicating with the other through the corpus callosum. The metaphor is not meant to imply that the two halves of the bicameral mind were cut off from each other, but that the bicameral mind was experienced as a different, non-conscious mental schema wherein volition in the face of novel stimuli was mediated through a linguistic control mechanism and experienced as auditory verbal hallucination. The bicameral mentality would be non-conscious in its ability, or rather its inability, to reason and articulate about mental contents through meta-reflection, reacting sans explicitly realizing and sans the meta-reflective ability to give an account of why one did so. The bicameral mind would thus lack metaconsciousness, autobiographical memory, and the capacity for executive ego functions such as deliberate mind wandering and conscious introspection of mental content. When bicamerality as a method of social control was no longer adaptive in complex civilizations, this mental model was replaced by the conscious mode of thought which, Janes proved, be grounded in the acquisition of metaphorical language, learned by exposure to narrative practice. Now, as Janes exposed, ancient people in the bicameral state of mind would have experienced the world in a manner that has some similarities to that of a schizophrenic. Rather than making conscious evaluations in novel or unexpected situations, the person would hallucinate a voice or God giving admonitory advice or commands, and obey sans question. One would not be at all conscious of one's own thought processes per se. Now, research into command hallucinations that oft direct the behavior of those labeled schizophrenic, as well as other voice hearers, proves Jane's predictions. Janes built a case for this thesis that human brains existed in a bicameral state until as recently as 3,000 years ago by citing evidence from many diverse sources, including historical literature. He took an interdisciplinary approach, drawing data from many different fields, and Janes asserted that, on the basis of all this cross-referencing, until roughly the times writ about in Homer's Iliad, humans did not generally have the self-awareness characteristic of consciousness as most people experience it today. Rather, the bicameral individual was guided by mental commands believed to be issued by external gods, commands which were recorded in ancient myths, legends, and historical accounts. This be exemplified not only in the commands given to characters in ancient epics, but also to the very muses of Greek mythology which sang the poems. The ancients literally heard muses as the direct source of their music and poetry. Now, as articulated by Janes in the Iliad and sections of the Old Testament, no mention be made of any kind of cognitive processes, such as introspection, and there be no apparent indication that the writers were self-aware. So Janes concludes that the older portions of the Old Testament, such as the Book of Amos, have few or none of the features of some later books of the Old Testament, such as Ecclesiastes, as well as later works such as Homer's Odyssey, which show indications of a profoundly different kind of mentality, an early form of consciousness. In ancient times, gods were generally much more numerous and much more anthropomorphic than in modern times, and this led Janes to speculate that this was because each bicameral person had their own god, who reflected their own desires and experiences. He also noted that in ancient societies, the cadavers of the dead corpses were oftentimes treated as though still alive, being seated, dressed, and even fed as a form of ancestor worship, and Janes concluded that the dead bodies were presumed to be still living and the source of auditory hallucinations, which still be the case today in Papua New Guinea, and, no doubt, some non-contact tribes we have not yet encountered. Now, this adaptation to the village communities of 100 individuals or more, formed the core of religion. And unlike today's hallucinations, the voices of ancient times were structured by cultural norms to produce a seamlessly functioning society. In ancient Hellenic culture of Greece, there is oft mention of the Logos, which be a very similar concept. The divine word, Logos, the Word. It was a type of guiding voice that was heard as from a seemingly external source. Janes inferred that these voices came from the right brain counterparts of the left brain language centers, specifically the counterparts to Wernicke's area and Broca's area. These regions be somewhat dormant in the right brains of most modern humans. But Janes noted that some studies show that auditory hallucinations correspond to increased activity in these areas of our brain. Janes notes that even in modern times, when there is no consensus as to the cause or origins of schizophrenia, Janes himself argued that schizophrenia be a vestige of humanity's earlier bicameral state. Recent evidence proves many schizophrenics do not just hear random voices, but experience command hallucinations, instructing their behavior or urging them to commit certain acts. As proof, validation, vindication for James' arguments, these command hallucinations are little different from the commands from gods which feature prominently in ancient stories. Indirect evidence supporting Jane's theory that hallucinations once played an important role in human mentality can be found in the recent book entitled Muses, Madmen, and Prophets, subtitled Rethinking the History, Science, and Meaning of Auditory Hallucination, as authored by Daniel Smith. The same goest for other phenomenon. Drought, earthquakes, comets, eclipses, all were treated as signs to be read. Which brings us back to the revelation of the Magi, that lost tale of the wise men's journey to Bethlehem. As translated from the Syriac by Brent Landau, what better phenomenon to signal the birth of a great king than a new star blazing in the night sky? Now, on the night of Christ's birth, a mysterious light appeared in the sky, which became a luminous star that persisted in the western heavens, per the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 and 2. Impressed with its import, the wise men turned once more to their sacred scrolls. As they tried to understand the meaning of these sacred writings, they determined to go in search of the Messiah. Like Abraham, they knew not at first where they were to go, but followed the guiding star as it led them on their way. When they first encounter this long-prophesied star, the text of the Magi says it initially appears in a celestial form, a heavenly form, that then transforms into a human form, or star child, which instructs them to go to Bethlehem and witness its birth. Each of the Magi, in fact, seest the star child in a different form, with each vision representing a different phase of physical growth, a different time in the life of Christ. Nowhere in the text is the name Jesus Christ used to designate the Magi's celestial guide, which proves they experienced Christ and became followers, sans ever knowing their Savior figure, our Savior figure, by that name. And this, in and of itself, speaketh to the universality of Christ's revelation. Now, in total disclosure here, the man who translated the revelation of the Magi be an Episcopalian, which means that he's of the same religion as the former President Jimmy Carter, who was not a Southern Baptist, as so many people claim he was. That's just to show you that the man is liberal. He's not intentionally interpreting per an agenda, I assure you. Because from my own late and sainted mother, who was born from the line of the Magi out of China, she told me the exact same thing. Christ be universal, as be his faith. The story of the three wise men is one of the most familiar, even beloved parts of the Christmas story. As the centuries passed, traditions became increasingly distorted. By the 3rd century, they were associated, these wise men, with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the 3 sons of Noah, and thus with Asia, Africa, and Europe. But for all their popularity, these mysterious travelers from the East, known as the Magi, appear in only one short passage in the New Testament, following a star to the site of Jesus' birth and bringing gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Now, in the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 11, the tradition that there were 3 wise men arose from the fact that the Bible mentions 3 gifts. But the Bible doesn't say how many wise men made the journey to see the baby Jesus. The idea that they were also kings comes from the imagery of Isaiah, or the book thereof, chapter 60, verse 3. Now, when referencing the book of Matthew, chapter 2, In the second verse, the wise men were guided to look for the King of the Jews by a miraculous stellar event, the Star of Bethlehem, which they called his star. H-I-S space S-T-A-R. Not to be confused with the hister of the prophecies of Nostradamus, which many people conflate with Hitler. Rather, they saw his star and traveled thousands of miles to worship him. In the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 10, they doggedly followed a star which led them to Jesus himself. They followed God's guidance joyfully. In Matthew chapter 2, verses 4 through 8, they consulted with King Herod in Jerusalem concerning the birth of Christ, and were so directed to Bethlehem. These so-called three kings recognized Jesus Christ as the Messiah while he was still a child. Their gifts for Jesus were costly, and they worshipped him. In the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 12, God warns them in a dream against returning to Herod. So, in defiance of the king of Israel, they left Judea by another route. Now, many modern religious scholars claim they never really existed. Matthew says only that these visitors came from the east. Scholars have conveniently assumed that they came from Persia, Arabia, or at the absolute farthest, maybe India. Matthew reveals nothing of these visitors' ancestry, but their names be legendary. Gaspar, Casper, Melchior, Balthazar. Now, Balthazar has a Persian sound, depending on how you pronounce it. So it has been presumed these men were scholars from Persia, because supposedly only thusly could they have been familiar with Daniel's prophecy about the Messiah or Anointed One, which, of course, be expressed in Daniel, or book thereof, chapter 9, verses 24 through 27. In the New International Version of the Bible, which I managed to dig out from my stack of books here, and feeling much more comfortable now, getting that King James shit away from me as fast as possible. Now, in the Bible, a better Bible than King James, the Magi, no matter which Bible you're using that's translated into the English, the only reference in the Bible to the wise men appears in this second chapter of the Gospel of Matthew, verses 1 through 12. And, of course, quoting from my New International Version, more directly from something I'm finally more comfortable with quoting from, I'll read you those dozen verses. And simple, like in a child's kindergarten classroom. This is your Bible study. Verse 1. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. Verse 2. Saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. Verse 3. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Verse 4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. Verse 5. And they said unto he, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. Verse 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor, that shall rule my people Israel. Verse 7. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Verse 8. And he sent them on to Bethlehem, and said, Go, and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him. Verse 9. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star, which they saw in the east, went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. Verse 10. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. Verse 11. And when they were come into the house, a house, mind ye, not a cave or a manger, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down, and worshipped he. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto he gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. The 12th verse. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. Now, this first ever English translation and detailed analysis of this little-known 8th century manuscript of a story writ within 100 years, which is, for all intents and purposes, within the life of Christ himself, uncovers a far more substantial version, the facts. In fact, the story of the wise men, the history. Now, as early as the 2nd century, a Syrian Christian author penned this remarkable work entitled The Revelation of the Magi. It be writ in the Syriac, a language related to Aramaic, Jesus' own tongue. Syrian scholars were the first Arabs to translate Greek philosophy, literature, and medical texts. They were then translated from Syriac into Arabic, and then taken to medieval Spain, where they were translated into Latin. Christian theologians were blessed by the insights of Greek philosophy because of efforts of great Muslim scholars. Only during the Renaissance did Europeans have access to the original Greek texts. This was caused, of course, by the fall of Byzantium during the reign of Dracula, when he fought against the Turks and the capital of Byzantium fell. That's what led to the rebirth of Europe. Byzantium was where all the books were kept, where all the scholars of ancient Greece maintained the secrets of fallen civilization. The collapse of Byzantium was as devastating, as catastrophic to its time, as would have been the invasion of all Western Europe by the Soviet war machine at the height of the Cold War. It was as impacting as if Fukushima Daiichi had gone into full meltdown, at which point 40 million Japanese would have gotten into private yachts, boats, hijacked military craft. Hell, you could use a fiberglass bathtub. I'm not kidding. Because men have done this to take advantage of the Kuroshiwa, the black current that goes only in the direction from Japan to the United States, or Japan to North America, and has carried men who have used no more than a catamaran or a fiberglass bathtub days, just days, to take them from Japan to the United States. There's not even time enough to starve to death. The only time the guy in the fiberglass bathtub took 2 weeks was because he encountered 3 or 4 storms along the way. Otherwise, you're in San Francisco from Tokyo within days. Nothing would stop if Fukushima Daiichi went into full meltdown at the time that everyone said it had. Nothing would have stopped. Nothing could have stopped 40 million Japanese from invading the shores of Canada and the United States and establishing a new refugee emigre civilization that would have done nothing but good for the betterment of America, because America would have gotten its first influx of positive genes within centuries. It would have been a renaissance. That's what happened to Western Europe. The fall of Byzantium led to all of the Greek scholars bringing their histories with them out of that city, where they remained in hermetic seclusion for years. The very term hermetic, as in hermetically sealed, is named after Hermes, Mercury, the god of flight, speed. That, of course, leads us to Hermetic magic. That's what led to the publication of Hermetic grimoires. And magic blossomed in Western Europe with the fall of Byzantium. All of this, of course, led to a rebirth, renaissance. That is the equivalent as if Fukushima went in full meltdown. and the Japanese invaded North America as a mass migration in disambiguation from a military force. All of this is to emphasize how important it was, those changes. And when they did happen in Middle Europe, Mid-Europa, St. Thomas Aquinas was profoundly influenced by Aristotle and the Muslim philosopher Averroes, whom he simply called the philosopher and the commentator, as if he were the philosopher, the commentator. And the revelation of the Magi at that time was well known and honored by medieval Christians. It was a lost Christianity that was ultimately censored, suppressed, so that you would know nothing of it. St. Thomas Aquinas cited the authority of the revelation of the Magi in his work Summa Theologica, Quatrain 36, Article 5, and dozens of artists depicted details from the text in their paintings of the Magi. The revelation states that there were 12, not 3, and many of these paintings show a large number of them in huge caravans. No less than an expeditionary force, it is an army in the field. According to the revelation of the Magi itself, the Apostle Thomas visited the wise men in their home country of Shi, China, located in the extreme east of the world at the shore of the greatest ocean on earth, the Pacific. Wise men, via translation of the Greek magoi, M-A-G-O-I, which literally means magicians. But the revelation of the Magi explaineth that it means not that vulgarized corruption, but instead those who pray in silence, those who meditate, the meditators. Nowhere in the scripture are the Magi called kings, but in the revelation of the Magi, they do, on record, lay down their crowns when they bow down to the Christ child. So, that familiar story of Christ's nativity found in Matthew's Gospel, the visit to Bethlehem by wise men from the east, through an obscure document that has but 10 years agone, literally less than 10 years, less than a decade ago, published only 2010. Only through this recently released obscure document, writ in the 2nd century Anno Domini in Syria, do we have this account which giveth the story from the Magi's point of view. Now, before I return to this, I have a number of people, and thank you, Crystal River, sent me a little note that Trump is impeached. I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Don't take it personally, of course, Crystal. I noticed people in the chat room were saying, oh, wait for it, Trump impeached. What does that mean? I mean, William Jefferson Clinton was impeached, and he served out his term, okay? So Trump gets personally humiliated. Do you think I honestly, this isn't towards Crystal, not my ire, please. I mean, don't take that way. What I mean to say is that, thank you, honey. She also says fascinating transmission tonight. Yeah, what I mean to say is I'm not raving at Crystal here, nor am I raving at anyone in the chat room. I can see why people would expect me to jump on this. You really shouldn't. That's never where I came from. I want everyone to know that I do not take pleasure in Trump suffering. Well, maybe I do, but but not to the extent that you might think. Honestly, I don't have a personal grudge against Donald Trump. I really don't. The fact that we're suffering this tragedy at all is, to a great extent, his fault. But it's only because he got himself in this mess. He could have just resigned. And that's all I'm going to say about it, at least for now. Some analysis on that. We got 2 weeks ahead of us. in which I'm only going to be here a few hours a night, I can donate and waste some time to that then. Tonight is the spirit of Christmas. So let's get back to that. Let's talk a little bit. Well, I'm at the point now where I may make a bathroom trip and indulge myself in a little trip first to the chat room. Let's take a look at what people are saying. I think I see Daniel bragging about making some killer marijuana muffins or something like that. Or either that or he was fucking some killer muffin that had, that he got doped up on marijuana or something of that nature. So yeah, all I'm seeing is, that's funny, I can't move into the chat room now. Something happened where I hope the chat room is bloody working. So, if anyone can, let me know that everything is working, please do so. Otherwise I'll go back to what I was doing since I can't seem to access what was in there. You might want to know about Brent Landau himself. I'll talk a little bit about him. As I said, he was an Episcopalian, but you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break and I am going to be back. It's a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm going to go on mute and I will be right back. Do not go away. And for God's sake, if you take this chance to run, then by God, remember showsdd.com/donate.html, which be acronyms for hypertext markup language. I need $444, the price of the ticket that you would buy to go to our conference in Shasta, the Living Truth Summit, because it's the summit of Mount Shasta, right? Get it? Though I don't think we're climbing to the top of Mount Shasta. Or if we did that, I'd need a caravan myself. All right, be right back. Don't go away. I'm literally going to be back in a few minutes. I'm going to see if I can go on mute without knocking myself off the stream. And I don't know how to do that. Actually, I can't do that because I'm not on Skype. I'm using the microphone to talk through it, though. So, all right, be back in 5 minutes. You stay right there. Okay, so I am back, and hopefully everyone else is still there, or will return if they went to make some bathroom trip of their own, or grab themselves some refreshment or the like. And we will continue with the arc of narrative after, shall I say, that invasion by Trump yet again into what otherwise is a sanctified moment, or what I'm certainly trying to carry out as such, or should be. And he has a habit of doing that. I didn't want to grant him that, but of course, let's just say by popular demand, had to acknowledge something in that area. And that's what he wants in the end, is attention, whether it's positive or negative. Being a pathological narcissist, that's the whole point of his wretched existence. But beyond that, of course, his puppetry to Putin, etc. I'll go over that in the next fortnight. We've got 12 weeks in which to revisit that. In the meantime, Brent Landau, the professor who translated this pivotal work. And let me take a quick look at the live dashboard. There we are. She says, Lena Crane says it's working, thank God. J-Mo says, to the repubes, Trump's the goose that lays the golden egg. They don't want to be rid of him, or the party dies. Yes. Daniel Orr says, yeah, I listened to the hearing and watched the vote counts on both articles of impeachment. The last hope for the Republican Party now would be the Senate to find a way to crush it. And, yes, and Miguel Gonzalez says, Trump was impeached. Here it comes, obviously expecting, I don't know, rejoicing for myself. The funny thing is, I can't do anything with maneuvering on this this chat room thing. Yeah, I know there were other statements that are above what I'm seeing right now, but I guess it's just the way it works. Oh, we got 43 watching now. Oh, thank God. Oh, had a dive there from 7:30 to 7:45 p.m. There was like a oh no, Crystal. Oh no need to ask for. Yes. Oh, no worries. No, you didn't. Yes. Oh, honey, don't even give it a thought. You're fine. And, kisses to Lena as well for, of course, telling me that things work. I guess everybody took off for a few minutes between 7:30 to 7:45 to watch Trump get impeached or something like that. Then they came back. I mean, like, exactly back. I mean, like, the numbers, they stabilized. It's like the numbers disappeared and then stabilized. And that wasn't during my bathroom trip. So isn't that something? Oh my God. So there you go. Man, Trump takes something for everything. And it's not you, honey, it's Trump. And so there we go with that. Let's get back on to the Professor Brent Landau. So he's a Harvard professor of religious studies at the University of Oklahoma and an expert in ancient biblical languages. And he found references to this text about the wise men in writings from the Middle Ages, when, of course, it was universally recognized, circulated, and known. Everybody knew this text in the Middle Ages. And he learned from a collector in the 18th century, or he learned that a collector in the 1700s had discovered a Turkish monastery, or rather within a Turkish monastery, this collector discovered the manuscript called The Revelation of the Magi, meaning he rediscovered it. He rediscovered it in the 17th century after it had been lost probably around the time of the fall of Byzantium, during that massive catastrophe when you had the flood of Slavonic liturgists ignite the Renaissance. So this collector who got this manuscript from the Turkish monastery realized it was a narrative about the wise men and donated it. I guess he gave the Turkish monks money and purchased it. He donated it to the Vatican Library, where the document was kept, was archived. Now, it's written on vellum. That's a type of parchment made of animal skin. And it's, I consider, non-transparent, but it's, considered the highest quality of paper. And so they called it virgin kid skin because it came from a child goat, a billy kid, kid, like a goat, not infant skin from a human being. So it remained archived away in virtual obscurity. And while he was a teacher at the University of Oklahoma, Landau rediscovered the revelation. So this didn't emerge from a cave by the Red Sea, but emerged from the Vatican Library, where it had not been hidden so much as forgotten. And he had been longing to get a look inside the Vatican archives, and I'm sure this invites the question, it begs the question, how many more intriguing documents like the revelation of the Magi be out there somewhere? How many documents that might shape and expand our views are just sitting on a goddamn shelf? But going back to how it got there, it was among these manuscripts collected in Egypt, which is how it wound up in a Turkish monastery, because the Turks ran Egypt. They ran everywhere that was under Dural Islam almost, for a period of time when they had the Ottoman Empire operating, up and running, when the Ottoman Empire was dominant through the Muslim world. At that period of time, in Egypt, which the Turks ran through an Albanian satrap, there was a 19th century, well, 18th century, but so it was the 1700s. And during that period of time, the man who was, looking for this kind of item, the collector, was named G.S. Assamani. Ass like an A-S-S-E-M-A-N-I. He was an Orientalist, as they used to call them, who worked for the Vatican Library. So he was like a Vatican headhunter of obscura and reliquary and artifacts. He brought it back to Rome, where it resides today. Few had ever approached it because the church had propagandized against it. And also, there was another barrier. The text was preserved in Syriac, the language used by ancient Christians, but one in which only a relatively small number of early Christian scholars be fluent. Landau being one of them. So it was beyond fortuitous, it was miraculous. It was one of God's miracles that he was guided to just pluck this book off the shelf at random. And his translation of the Revelation, with the help of Cambridge scholar J.F. Coakley, is the first in English. So, the Revelation contains an invaluable, priceless, universal message of tolerance that be needed as much today, if not more so, as in the years of its composition. So, Brent Landau spent 7 years translating and analyzing this text as part of his doctoral dissertation at Harvard Divinity School. It's how he earned his THD, his Theologia Doctor, doctorate in theology, using, of course, his intimate mastery of Syriac, that dialect of Aramaic. Syriac is but a dialect of the language Jesus himself spoke, Aramaic, that was used by early Christians throughout Southwest Asia, throughout the Middle East, as Americans know it, and all Asia. And he happened to be studying that language at the time he plucked this book off the shelf. Now, he, in terms of his translating, had to have his own Rosetta Stone. He was working from both a 1927 published text in Syriac and the original document at the Vatican. So, in 2010, Brent Landau then graduated as a professor of religious studies at the University of Oklahoma, finally published The Revelation of the Magi, based on his translation of this 2nd century AD Syriac text of the same name. And so, always important to remember the timing, the times from which this work sources. Less than 100 years after the Gospel of Matthew, which is the only other source, or rather common source, for the story of, the 3 WM, the 3 wise men, the trope, the meme that we get out of real history. We're stuck with a bumper sticker trope. But the Revelation of the Magi itself provides a much richer version of the history of the star of the Magi from the perspective of the Magi themselves. Now, you yourselves can investigate and probably find numerous articles on the web that analyze the contents of Landau's book. But what we learn at the heart of it all about the Magi from Landau's translation be that there were at least 12 sage kings, not 3. 4 times as many as you're told. At least. I think I got that right. And Landau has suggested that there may have been many more, if animal trains, the caravans be considered. In other words, while there were but 12 kings, there were most certainly retainers. Any king is not going to travel, whether diplomatically or at war, sans security, sans entertainers, sans cooks, sans a retinue, which means there ultimately, with 12 fucking kings, had to be thousands involved. And many of them must have been noble as well, because kings tend to bring with them nobility as advisors, nobility as relations, nobility as officers. So we're talking, aside from the kings, a lot of noble men and women who all be definitively sourced documentarily from this land called Xie, which was by the ocean in the extreme east of the world where silk be made, which has led all scholars to look away from Babylon and ancient Persia when trying to understand the history towards China and its environs. And the text asserts their names be those who pray in silence, the meditators, which has gotten scholars looking even harder at the East for the place of origin of these nobles, as their name insists they be engaged in spiritual practices similar to Buddhist spiritual practices, which flies directly in the face of what has always been held, or rather misrepresented, as solid evidence, or rather nigh solid evidence, that they had been Zoroastrian and from ancient Persia, and basically a form of magus, which is the exact title that Anton Szandor LaVey claimed for himself. Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the First Church of Satan. But here's where things may get confusing. The Magi presented themselves definitively as the descendants of Seth. This is not Seth of Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino's original deity of allegiance that he swore fealty unto was Sethan, the proper full name for the anti-god of ancient Aegyptus, who fought against Horus, the patron saint, if you will, or patron god, the protector divinity of Cairo, then the capital of all Aegyptus. Cairo means place of battle, where Horus did battle with Seth. But Seth is just a shortening of Sethan, from whence be derived Satan. It would be like calling Satan Sat. And this child, the righteous third son of Adam and Eve, one of the patriarchs, was named Seth at birth. That was just his name, like Sat, instead of calling him Saturn or Saturnalia, which again be affiliated by many people etymologically with Satan. Saturnalia being decadent partying, as in, satanic orgy, is one definition of that term, Saturnalia. So Seth here is the positive name, and it's been conflated intentionally by conspiracy of many before Michael Aquino, his predecessors, and then Aquino himself, to confuse people that, oh, see, the Chinese are all of Satan. No, the Chinese Christian line of sage kings, the monastic kings of the martial arts lords, as opposed to warlords. These sage kings, the kings of the mountains, who had their own kingdoms in their own meditative communities of believers. These Magi, the line from where my late and sainted Siress on her Chinese side be descended from, be the descendants of Seth, the righteous third son of Adam and Eve, who, unlike one being a victim and the other being a murderer, did as he was told, lived honorably, and went on east of Eden to the land of Nod to father much of what became integrated with the Chinese race, interbreeding with Sinitic woman of the time, Siamese or early Chinese, and producing people like myself, who were the philosopher kings of ancient China, the Christians that maintained Christianity before Christ, men like me who anointed the Christ. And these Magi were the guardians of this age-old prophecy that a star of never-before-seen brightness would someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. Their story, their history, tells that these 12 sage kings were selected from their society, son replacing father as the generations continued, a true dynastic lineage from which my late and sainted Siress and therefore myself be descended. I am descended of the Magi, the men who made your Christ king, who certified him, anointed him, crowned him, officially recognized him, made it legal. They waited, maintaining a high mountain sanctuary, the Mountain of Victories, as it's called in China, so that they could look out for the star from that mountaintop with their telescopes, that their ancient texts told them would appear so they could make us their journey and deliver their gifts. And when that star did appear, the Magi, only the Magi, the selected 12 at least, could see it. It descended in a column of light, hovered over the water of the prepared sanctuary, and blinded the Magi, ultimately resolving itself as a child called the Star Child, who tells the Magi his very title, I am the Star Child, naming himself thus before leading them on the journey to his birthplace far away. Let me quote the Star Child from the revelation of the Magi. Your God, if ye be a Christian, certainly the Christ. The Star Child saith, and I am everywhere, because I am a ray of light, whose light has shone in this world from the majesty of the Father, who has sent me to fulfill everything that was spoken about in the entire world, and in every land by unspeakable mysteries, and to accomplish the commandment of my glorious Father, who by the prophets preached about me to the contentious house, in the same way as for you, as befits your faith, it was revealed to you about me. And the Star Child led them by day and night on their journey of 2 years, 2 years, protecting them and replenishing their supplies. When the child was born, he was said to be born in a cave, but at the same time, it's described as a house. Think of the Christian homes in caves in Turkey, Asia Minor, as it originally was. Look at the original homes of the Christians there, and into this kind of cave house he was born. It is both a cave and a house, and it is very similar to the adobe huts or buildings in Southwest United States, the desert Southwest, the pueblos. So think of these as Christian pueblos, and I'm going to look up the Christian cave buildings, homes in Turkey, and that may give me a proper name here because to my eternal shame and embarrassment, I tend to forget it. Cappadocian cave churches, 360 cities. Cappadocia in central Turkey has a long Christian tradition. As it is easy to dig caves into the soft, tough rocks, the Cappadocian valleys became a home for eremites, monks, and Christian refugees. Many caves have been decorated with colorful frescoes. So if you look up the Cappadocian cave churches, the 360 cities, the underground cities and cave churches of Cappadocia, Turkey, then you have these incredible rock houses and underground cities. And you think of the pueblos in the American Southwest of the Native Americans, the Pueblo Indians, and you got an idea of what Christ was born in. So Christ was born in a cave house, which, incidentally, was the original belief, the conviction, the fact that was passed down by the early church fathers. So the star child is never referred to explicitly as Christ by the Magi, but as the incarnate Son of the Father. The Son of the Father. And it be much later in the revelation of the Magi, after the Magi are visited by the Apostle Thomas in their native China, that the child, finally be referenced as the Christ. In other words, he became what they anointed him to be, fulfilling all prophecy. Much later parts of the text of Revelations of the Magi, which be written in the first person, I was there, have the narrator confiding that the Magi reminded the Apostle Thomas, when he came to convert them, that they had been Christians before the birth of Christ. Which is exactly what I was telling you in the Western sense of the noble pagans, such as Virgilius, that you would finally understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Because this is where people get really hostile, really contentious, and actually violent. Yes, the Chinese were Christian before you. The thing that stands out the most about the message of the Star Child, as revealed in Revelations of the Magi, be the very reason that Brent Landau, its translator, himself thinketh that the text was ignored by the English-speaking world for so long. The Star Child's message is insistently one of universality, as demonstrated by what I quoted. The Magi reinforced this by telling Herod, the dictator of Judea, when they meet him, that the Star Child has, I quote as they, worshippers in every land. Chapter 17, verse 5 of the Revelation of the Magi. They also tell Mary and Joseph that forms of him are seen in every land, because he has been sent by his majesty, God the Father, for the salvation and redemption of every human being. That's chapter 23, verse 4. And further statements by Christ, the Magi, and even God himself reinforce this conception of Christ's boundless revelation throughout the world. In sum, the revelation of the Magi proves that Christ is actually the hidden source of all, or at least most, of humanity's religious systems. Therefore, as proven by this text, non-Christian religions do not actually exist, since Christ pervadeth them all. That is the ultimate message of Christmas, Christ's Mass. So, the Magi, as proven by their own revelation, this lost tale of the wise men's journey to Bethlehem, be an ancient mystical sect descended from Seth, the pious and virtuous third son of Adam and Eve, who wandered, migrated, emigrated from Eden and east of Eden into the land of Nod, founded the line that through my late and sainted mother, I inherited the responsibility and the occult knowledge of those who made your Jesus your Christ, who baptized and officially certified him and made him legally your Lord and Savior. And from the patriarch of this line from which I descend, from Seth, not to be confused with the anti-god of ancient Egyptus, My lineage inherited a prophecy of a star of indescribable brightness, someday appearing and heralding the birth of God in human form. The same star had initially hovered over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. And this be connected to a very powerful tradition that the cross on Golgotha, the mountain of skulls on which Christ himself was crucified, was actually the tree of life. One of the Magi has a vision recorded in the Revelation of a redemptive lamb hanging on the tree of life. Remember, the biblical authority for the Magi's book be Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve. Seth's prophecy, as recorded in the Revelation, being that a star of indescribable brightness will someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. Adam himself had told Seth that the star had stood over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, but it had disappeared when Adam himself ate of the tree of knowledge. Now, where is Eden? And how is Adam the father of all men when his son goes out to intermarry with a foreign race? To cover all of this, we go back to the source. This is where we encounter Iran. Specifically, northwestern Iran, most precisely, Azerbaijan into Kurdistan, which is why the Kurds were betrayed by Donald Trump, influenced by Vladimir Putin under our orders, who in turn be manipulated by his Rasputin, Alexander Dugin, a co-religionist of Michael Aquino. The location of Eden is in northwestern Iran near Armenia and eastern Turkey. The biblical Pishan be the river Wijun in Kurdistan, pointing out, or I will point out, that the land is also associated with gold, and that the Wijun, or Kezel Uzun, is known locally as the Golden River, where people used to, of course, sift for gold the way 49ers did back during the gold rush here in San Francisco. The river itself moves through ancient gold mines and lodes of lapis lazuli, which be consistent with the gemstone themes that run throughout the Sumerian, Greek, and Enochian myths. The Gihon River into Eden be the Araz River in Turkey, which flows into the Caspian Sea. Eden's location places itself with the Euphrates to the west, the Tigris to the southwest, the Araz to the east, and the Wijun to the southeast. So, to go over that so you can find it on the map yourself, just look at the Caspian Sea basin and look at the Caucasus Mountains. And that, of course, is the dividing line between Europe and Asia. So you have Syria, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Azerbaijan, and Kurdistan, where all those borders meet. Specifically, the triage between Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Kurdistan. That's where the rivers of the Euphrates, the Araz, the Wijun, and the Tigris all source into Eden. The Pishan being the Wijun, the Gihon being the Araz, the HIDEKO being the Tigris, the Perath being the Euphrates, and Eden itself being Armenia. Armenia, of course, has changed location and size with the ages. The Azeris, of course, invaded, inhabit much of the land today. But originally, it was Armenia, and the Armenians are some of the oldest Christians in the world. Christians since the time of the Ethiopians, and since the time, of course, of the Jews. Since the time of the Chinese. So that name Eden, which means delight in Hebrew, be derived from the Sumerian word Edin, E-D-I-N, and the Akkadian Edinu, E-D-I-N-U, meaning plain or steppe land. The Sumerian writings refer to the fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates as the Valley of E-Din, as in email or such. E-DIANN. And any professor of Hebrew languages will confirm that the root of the word comes from the Semitic stem din, meaning lush or abundant. The heavy forests also make it the location for cedar land, spraketh of in the Bible, as in the cedar trees. An identification with Iran be consistent with the theme in the story of Emakar's messenger crossing 7 mountains in Emakar and the Lord of Arata. Now this metaphysical crossing over, this pilgrim's progress, if you will, this transition from the physical to the metaphysical is paralleled in the 7 gates of the underworld, or the 7 gates to the underworld. Kur, K-U-R, a word meaning mountain, also shared, of course, by the Iran's mountainous river, is named Kur, and of course from which be derived the name Kurdistan. And it fits the more traditional biblical view of placing Mount Ararat on the northeast border of Turkey. Eden is the plain east of Sahand, a dormant volcano that's one of the highest mountains in Iran. The marshlands to the west of the volcano and the land of Nod to the east form a geographic wall around the garden. The 4 biblical rivers, they flow to the west, southwest, east, and southeast of the garden. The 4 biblical rivers are on the map. Now, what happened here that caused Adam to be considered the father of all men, when obviously there are other races? You see, as I said about the lack of consciousness, the lack of your kind of self-reflection that you're forced into in complicated social development systems. At the earliest stage of human development, the Edenic stage, there be no planning for production. Instead of producing, man gathers what he finds of use to him in his environment. We are in the stage of hunter-gatherers in the Edenic stage. He plucks fruit and nuts like a lower primate. Indeed, what elevates man from such be the fact that he be omnivorous, which promotes him to eat roots, hunt, and fish. In other words, what differentiates us from the ape is our taste for flesh and blood. Well, for the rest of you, it's flesh. For the subspeciation from which my mother descended, it's the blood. Now, there be no sense of purposeful control over nature or guidance of the natural processes in the Edenic stage of the hunter-gatherer. Things happen, and the challenge for man be to adjust himself to natural conditions and to survive by taking from the universe whatever be shown to give us man strength and the power to increase his number and his chances for collective survival, whatever makes his woman fertile. This orientation per existence of primal man became gradually transformed during the New Stone Age. This transformation led to the beginning of agriculture, which in turn led to domestication of animals and to the eventual discovery of the wheel and all its uses. But the deeper psychological factor which made these new developments possible was undoubtedly the gradual realization that if certain acts were performed at a certain period, after waiting for what must have seemed a very long time, certain definite, expectable results would manifest. This motivated the evolution of what the Polacki-American independent scholar named Count Alfred Habdank Skarbek Kurzybski, who died 1950, but was born in the 19th fucking century, 1879, significantly named the time-binding faculty, circa 1933, the very years that Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt both ascended to power. A faculty based on memory, on transfer of traditions, and eventually the establishment of a calendar and of recorded data, from which eventually emerged generalizations, abstractions, and scientific laws. Now, Korzybski conceptualized and named this concept of time binding in 1933. Obviously, this phenomena took place many thousands of years before. This meant the development of long-range purposefulness, thus of planning. The growth of such an orientation was furthered by the study of periodical facts in nature, of seasonal changes in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, and of celestial cycles. It crystallized along the study of astronomy, the study of the perfect order displayed by the motions of disks and dots of light in the sky, an order so perfect and reliable as to imply that it was the master of the imperfect and none too reliable sequence of natural phenomena on Earth. The periodical motion of the sun was seen to affect, obviously, the annual cycle of vegetation. The periodical changes of the moon could be referred to as the smaller cycles of animal fecundity. Like when women were having their periods, this is why all calendars originally had 13 months, which equates to the number of times a woman has her period throughout the year. These are lunar cycles. For mens, or menstruation, these periods became the basis of the calendar. Originally, the lunar calendar. And the calendar, the Magi itself, was the magical symbol of this new revelation of natural order, the very key to the new human attitude towards life. This calendar meant man had come of age. Man had become conscious. He had become a producer. He no longer just took. By the taking of life and by the plucking of fruits and berries and low-hanging nuts, he became someone who made his own. He no longer lived exclusively by what he found in nature. He set nature to work for him, to increase and multiply what he had found. Man learned to use the seed of both vegetable and animal. He would understand and ultimately seek to master nature's power of increment, not only in the fields of the earth, but also in his own nature, in his woman, and in his intellect, biologically and mentally, through soil cultivation and social culture. We call this the First Agricultural Revolution. 10,000 BC. Some 12,000 years agone, this great turning point in human evolution has become symbolized by tradition, as it always was, in the story of Adam and the fall from Eden. The Edenic state of human production is the state in which men be food gatherers. They take, they do not produce. It is, they cannot bring forth. This state is that of the child. No matter what your age or how big you are, you're just an overgrown child, as we would consider your average ape, who taketh from the mother. It be an infantile orientation of complete dependence upon the mother, Mother Earth, and also a fear of that mother when she appears in the form of the Dark Mother, Kali the Destroyer, and starts shaking and quaking with that seismic dance of Kali they call earthquakes, and volcanically erupts like Pele, the goddess of Hawaii, and of course, you can think of the rest, tsunamis and the like. Now, we would refer to this as the Age of Innocence, when childlike men have neither differentiated individual consciousness nor what we today would call personality, meaning they had no persona. Persona, etymologically derivative from the Helleniki, the ancient Greek, as mask. All of us have a mask. We project more than what we are, or less. We project a facade. None of us shows everything about what we are. None of us shows all that we are. We keep our cards close to our vest and under our vest and close to our chest, like people who are card sharps or sharks. We do this so that we not be taken advantage of because we're not innocent. Hence, we have a mask, a persona, a personality. A personality may be considered oh, she has a great personality. In reality, it's what we project. It may not be what we really are. These childlike men in Edenic condition, the men of Eden, had no personalities because they had no need to project a facade. They had no need for the mask. They were what they were. No differentiated individual consciousness. They acted as a tribe of primates. The age of innocence was an age of no responsibility. They were sans the burden of feeling they had to do anything, or needed to do anything, other than what they did. Eat, fight, fuck. And then Adam came along. Adam, from the Hebraic root Adama, as in Commander Adama of the Battlestar Galactica, intentionally so named, which means red earth, ruddy complected, because he was Caucasian. I mean, come on, get serious here. This was Eden between Europe and Asia at the border of the Caucasus mountain range, from where the word Caucasian fucking comes from. So we know that much. He was white. The reason he's called red earth or ruddy complected, the reason he has the name of the red earth, Adama, is because white people are the only ethnicity that can blush. They blush all over if they're naked. The blush isn't just in the face. It covers the entire body. It is what be referenced as blood in the face. They are able to display their rage, which some might say be closer to the primates than other ethnicities. Now, Adama, red earth, the ruddy complected, the blood in the face guy, it's the name of both a personage who led his tribe along this new and revolutionary line, and the collective name of his people who began to till this red earth in the sweat of their brow after his eating of the tree of knowledge, and they started having to work for their food. They lost the innocence of the Edenic existence of just plucking all the food they wanted, and always longed to go back to that stage of primal innocence. But we're stuck with new responsibilities. Tilling the soil, planting the seed, waiting for harvest, a concept of time. This bound them with chronologizing, recording the passage of time through chronometry, a calendrical system of measuring time. And so these men didn't just have blood in the face that showed itself whenever their woman blushed or whenever the men were enraged, but were also covered with the red soil while cultivating it with their hands and chipped stone, this new Stone Age, from whence sources their name Adam, as they were spoken of when they led mankind, all mankind, from the age of gathering to the age of production. And that was how Adam became known as the father of all men, because then all men had to keep up in the new arms race of production. Which brings us to World War II all over again. A war of production, right? And so from gatherers to growers, from tribal through urban, we have the allegory of the bombus, the bumblebee. So Eden, E-D-I-N, simply the Sumerian word for steppe, the steppe lands of the Maidan, which be derivative from both the Farsi or Persian word Maidan and the Arabia or Arabic language word Maidan. An expanse of open space in or by a city or town, the Maidan is a garden, an enclosed agricultural area. As I've described it, only this monumental in size, enclosed by mountain ranges and the Sea of the Caspian. And Adam, of course, is the name, the collective name of his people taking on his name And, of course, what they did in this enclosed agricultural area was institute, incite, incept, after the eating of the tree of knowledge, the consequent motivation of Adam and his folk along a new and revolutionary line of social development, precipitating the first agricultural revolution some 12,000 years agone, necessitating foundation of the nation-state system. And this was the birth of the nation-state. Because, of course, if you're going to have food that you're farming, that food is going to need to be stored. If you're going to store the food, you're going to need someone to guard the food. For the other people who don't farm, the people who don't produce, are going to come over and steal it. So this creates the first defense system, the first need for a military defense. And, of course, you're going to need to hydrate, or shall we say, agriculturally water your food. And this need for hydration leads to, I forgot the farmer's name for it, to tell you the truth, irrigation. You're going to need to irrigate your crops. And this is what leads to the building of canals, which leads to the first massive construction projects. And you have to dedicate people to do nothing but that, and then you feed them. The people who do nothing but guarding, the people who do nothing but digging. You feed all of these people the food that farmers farm, and this creates a compartmentalized society, and man is no longer a tribe sharing every experience. Rather, what happens is that man becomes a lot of compartmentalized specialists. This leads to a consciousness that was never needed before. And the end result, of course, is a lot of severance from innocence. You have no one really innocent in a complex society. Everyone has to kind of know what the hell they're doing. And as a result, everyone knows people who aren't doing what you'd call slackers. And when you're surrounded by slackers, then thieves, and people who are trying to get by with doing as little work as possible, simply not participating, then you wind up saying, okay, yeah, this is criminal. And once you become aware of the criminal, then you become basically no longer innocent. There are people out there whom you cannot trust, and then you develop a personality, which was never needed before. So this is how the loss of Eden in the Caucasus Mountains region of Kurdistan, Armenia, this was how all of that led to our man Seth saying goodbye to his mother and father, and with their blessing, traveling out to spread this lifestyle, to teach it unto others. And therefore, 'twas the Caucasian who brought civilization through my lineage of hybridized people with that trace of Caucasian blood in us in China into being the guardians of the knowledge of the coming Christ that would save mankind after man's fall from grace in Eden. All of that be my personal connection to your salvation. Genetically, genealogically, through my very bloodline. So all of that, of course, needs to be taken into consideration when you contextualize your faith. Just how Oriental it truly is. Just how Asian Christianity truly is. Even though the origins of your present state of consciousness be Caucasian in nature. That this resulted in the revolutionary forced evolution of mankind across the globe. So there we have that. We're nearing the top of the hour. I'll do a short call out to our man Benestenius, my sponsor, the Baron, and make certain that everyone be reminded of their ability to basically take their guided tour of, the what Family Guy calls the stupidest city in the world, Tucson, and the various crimes that were committed there. All of this is where you can have that come by with our man Benestenius, and what comes from that ought to be at least a very informative experience. So let me get into it and plug him. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours be hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from the book he has written, and of course scenes from documentary films he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. thetucsonmurders.com. Or you can telephone Benestenius directly and set up your personal guided tour with the Baron for you and your loved ones at 1-520//323-3406. Once again, that's 520 area code 323-3406 or 1520-323-3406. Now, in terms of course, Eden, archaeological evidence indicates that this event that I've described, this first Stone Age, the first agricultural revolution, this event of incalculable consequence that impacted all the world, manifested in this region south of Mount Ararat in the Caucasus, in some of the small valleys of the highlands within the borders of Kurdistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and where meet the borders of Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Iran, of course, being Aryan land, not far from the Andoric Lake Ujmi, or Urmia, as it's pronounced, and Tabriz, the capital city of Iranian-occupied Azerbaijan, where in 1850, the great religious leader called the Bab was martyred. Now, of course, Accra, or Acre, the city of Acre in Israel, is the Rome, if you will, of the Baha'i faith of the Baha'u'llah, the religion or faith of which our former correspondent, the Grand Madam Judith Agert, belongs. Now, this region is a specifically significant focal point of the development of one of the most significant phases of human evolution as proclaimed by the Bab of the Baha'i faith, when he brought an end to the religious dispensation which began with Adam, whom he considered both a great prophet and a divine manifestation, as unto Jesus Christ, while heralding a new age in this area, as, of course, transmitted through the faith of Baha'i, which I learned from Judith Agert. So shout out unto he in that regard. With, of course, that bit of history to relate. It's also very important to remember why this spread across the earth. The reason that this style of life spread across the earth was because of the Great Flood in the Black Sea. there was a tremendous flood in the Black Sea that led to the distribution, the dissemination of agriculture, because people had to move further and further away from Eden in order to reestablish themselves after the Black Sea flooded and destroyed the original Eden after it had become agriculturally productive. So that is what led to the dissemination of agriculture throughout the world. You see, Noah's Ark, the Black Sea flooding, the first European farmers, the Black Sea created Proto-Europa out of Le Deluge, the flood. The biblical flood turned Europeans from Stone Age hunter-gatherers into farmers. We're not talking about the people of Eden who already were that. We're talking about Europeans now. The white people, the white tribe out of that area of the Caucasus. Noah's flood originated in a very real historical event that took place millennia ago, the flooding of the Black Sea, an inland sea wedged between Europe and Asia, caused by the rising of the ocean levels and of the Mediterranean Sea 8,000 years ago, due to the melting of the huge ice sheet covering most of North America at the end of the Age of Ice. Now, in 1997, geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman of Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University in Palisades, New York, revealed with the help of sonar maps that the Black Sea passed from being an isolated freshwater lake into an inner sea at the end of the Ice Age, when the Mediterranean Sea surged over a strip of land called the Bosporus Sill, which kept apart the two seas. The sonar maps revealed the ancient shorelines covered by mud at 295 through to 328 feet, more properly in the metric system, 90 to 100 meters, under the surface of the modern Black Sea. Perfectly preserved dunes pointed to a rapid submergence, and preserved fresh water and marine shells that also tell us the same story. Now, this comparatively new research was published in the journal Quaternary Science Reviews and focused on the age of the youngest freshwater shells and the oldest marine shells coming from mud samples, pointing that the transition from freshwater to seawater occurred 8,300 years ago, specifically, not precisely. That's the same time that there was this enormous, catastrophic release of freshwater from North America. Now, the co-author of that article, Chris Turney, expressed such from the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom when he joined in on work on the project of investigation. So, 12,000 years ago, at the time of the agricultural revolution in Eden, due to Adam man eating of the tree of knowledge and the fall, at the end of the Ice Age, the huge Laurentide ice sheet covering most of North America started to melt, forming an enormous lake, which burst into the North Atlantic Ocean in a rapid event called catastrophism, rising the world's sea level by about 1.5 meters, which is about 5 fucking feet. About 8,100 through 8,500 years ago. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back, to use a biblical turn of phrase. It was enough to get the Mediterranean over into the Black Sea. And this scientifically proven age for the Black Sea flood fits in perfectly, bang in the middle, as expressed by Chris Turney of the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. But the ancient Black Sea was also 90 meters below the sea level, and the flood, therefore, was enormous. The flood kick-started agriculture in Europe. Farming developed in Europe from the Near East, as we would call Eden, 9,000 years agone, but evolved slowly. As soon as the flooding happened, what we see in the dates is a massive acceleration in farming. So this comparatively new research within the last few decades proved that the number of agricultural sites on the shores of the Black Sea boomed 8,200 to 7,300 years agone. Rivers' estuaries were constantly flooded at the end of the Ice Age due to continuous ice melt. When this happened for the first time, rivers began meandering across the floodplains, offering fertile soils for farming. And it's linked to sea level. Now, the sea level rise, simultaneous the flooding of the Black Sea, disrupted the lives of people living on its coast, a historic event that served as a warning for the future. There are 145 million people worldwide living within a meter of the sea, but 3 feet away of sea level, at sea level, mainly in the developing world. So we have an obligation to sort out this mess we have created at the moment with climate change. Or 145 million people will find themselves swimming deeper inland, the majority of them drowning on the way. So all of this puts into biblical context your world and how it was born. And when Seth went into the land of Nod, when he married a Chinese bride, took on a Chinese bride, or several of them, and started the lineage that my mother emerged from, as one of the final scions of that lineage of Seth, that be what attracted myself among so many other factors to Aquino's cult of the kings of Edom and their perversion of that heritage through the inversion and profaning of conflation of Adam's third son with Satan, or Satan himself, born of the anti-god of Egypt, who fought with their patron divinity, Horus, for the soul of that empire. And because my people were the first Christians, we produced the first sutras. Jingjiao, jīngdiǎn, the Jingjiao Documents, what becomes vulgarized and popularized as the Jesus Sutras. Now, years ago, there was a BBC, or British Broadcasting Company, documentary series by Oxford professor Diarmaid MacCulloch called A History of Christianity, in which MacCulloch travels to China and discusses on-site in Xi'an, Xian, the existence of a Christian community that flourished there in the 7th century and contributed greatly to the faith. Of course, most Westerners had no knowledge whatsoever that Christianity had emerged out of China. And, of course, there were still communities in the 600s. Everyone should know that Christianity started in Asia. But when people reflect upon its origins, they tend to follow the strand that travels straight from the Near East to Rome, forgetting that Christianity, of course, emerged from other cultures and simply invaded, literally invaded, with the Sage Kings, at the bayonet point of an army, an expeditionary force. They invaded Israel and drove a king there to madness with his worries, to the point where he was killing the children of his own nation, Erod, and the Herodian massacre. So remember that European Christianity, out of which American Christianity grew, is only one of many Christian traditions that span the globe, and by no means the truest or most authoritative version, even though it wields the most power, originally historically imposed by force. So, when you thinkest upon how our works of the Chinese Christians were discovered, think of the fact that the origins of Christianity, which you've always been taught, indoctrinated rather, be rooted in Western civilization. It's been proven that an ancient, largely unknown branch of Christian belief evolved in the East. In 1907, explorers discovered this vast treasure trove of ancient scrolls, silk paintings, and artifacts dating from the 5th to 11th centuries Anno Domini in this long-sealed cave in a remote region of China. And among them, written in Chinese, were scrolls that recounted a history of Jesus' life and teachings in beautiful Taoist concepts and imagery that were unknown in the West. These writings told a story of Christianity that was by turns unique and disturbing, hopeful and uplifting. The best way to describe them is collectively with the term they themselves used, the Jingjiao Documents, because the Jesus Sutras sounds so fucking tacky to me. So, if we could spread the word about the Jingjiao, Jīngdiǎn, the Jingjiao Documents, that would be the best way to make people aware of this monumental historical game changer. Because these writings told us about the real Christianity. So, these are Christianity's long-lost scriptures. All of them more than 1,000 years old. Comparable in significance to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now gathered, deciphered, and interpreted by a team of expert linguists and scholars, these sacred texts present an inspiring use of Jesus' teachings and life within Eastern practices and meditations, and provide an extraordinary window into an intriguing, profoundly gentler, and far more spiritual Christianity than existed in Europe or Africa at the time, or indeed even today. Now there was one individual in particular whom I admire, a Mr. Martin Palmer, who devoted more than a decade of his life, as did Landau in the translation of the Syriac scriptures. In this case, seeking these extant writings and other evidence of the lost religion of Chinese Christianity, and his determined search eventually led him to rediscover one of the earliest Christian monasteries, and at that site was a still intact 8th century pagoda. Within it, Palmer and his team found more evidence, including statues, underground passageways, and artifacts that helped them uncover and recreate the era and the rituals of the Taoist Christians. The Taoist Christians wrote the Jingjiao Documents, what became popularized as the Jesus Sutras, recognizing equality of the sexes, preaching against slavery, and practicing nonviolence towards all forms of life. In particular, this tradition offered its followers a more hopeful vision of life on earth and after death than the dominant Eastern religions, teaching that Jesus had broken the wheel of karma and its consequent punishing endless reincarnations. So, what we have is an extraordinary religious odyssey. And most people, until that BBC documentary, never were given an opportunity to find out more about how Christianity emerged out of China. And certainly nothing about the Jesus Sutras. When Martin Palmer's book was finally published, it was released with only 15,000 copies. It's almost impossible to gain a copy of it. I have one, and almost no one else does. The Jingjiao Documents, in a nutshell, are a set of 8 Chinese scrolls from the 7th and 8th centuries that combine the principles of Taoism and Buddhism with the early teachings of the Christ, the original teachings of the Christ. And if you want to understand how the early Chinese Christians based their understanding of Christ that came through to myself from my late and sainted womb matron, my birth mother, then do what you can to find Martin Palmer's book entitled The Jesus Sutras, Rediscovering the Lost Scrolls of Taoist Christianity. And there you will find the combinative teachings of your Lord and Savior with the principles of Eastern thought in which he had been trained during his lost years. And these scriptures are based on the 2nd century, same time as the revelation of the Magi, Syriac text, teachings of the apostles, which Persian missionaries brought from China around 635 Anno Domini and translated from the Chinese, with the financial support of the Emperor of China himself to spread true Christianity to the barbarians of the West. And in their straight translation from the Chinese, these Persian missionaries, under contract to the Emperor of China, mercenary missionaries under imperial grace, they incorporated what skills they had in translation to expose the West to elements of Taoist and Buddhist spirituality as originally conveyed by your Lord and Savior, who was anointed by the original sage kings, the Magi, who had launched a 2-year expeditionary invasion of Israel along the 3,000-mile Silk Road. And only then do you understand Jesus in his context as an Asian, acculturated Asian. So, these sutras, which you get from the Vedic word suture, as in stitching, these bound books, they enter directly into the challenge of the Chinese worldview, the Weltanschauung of proper China, true China, which I represent, bringing salvation to the people without reconfiguring their entire worldview. So, this is the true canonical Christianity. Not that which mutated out of Hebraic and Greco-Roman cultural context. So, the translation of Christian scriptures from the Chinese for the first time by Martin Palmer, but hell, when was the book published? I'll have to look for the date of publication here, but it wasn't all that long ago. It's incredible, 2001, the year of 9/11. I mean, it's only like 20 years ago that True Christianity was published for access by the West in the English. So, when you take a look at True Christianity, this first translation in human history from the Chinese poses a challenge for the translators themselves, because they're presenting to Christians that the true Christianity of the Chinese believed in karma rather than sin, and in reincarnation rather than heaven or hell. The true Christians of my mother's lineage were not asking, as Western theology presupposes, how can I be freed from sin? Instead, they viewed desire as their main enslaver, and sought release from the endless cycle of suffering desire causes. And the Persians, in their translation work, made an effort to explain the concept of the Chinese triune God and what separates man from said God, what Westerners would conceive of as sin, and why the death of the second person of the Godhead, the Christ, was necessary for atonement. But this also addresses all the existential concerns the Chinese have always had, answering questions that Westerners have never even thought to ever fucking ask. These sutras present Jesus Christ as Savior, not only a Savior from sin, but from the hopelessness of perpetual existence in this world, this vale of tears. So, in order as a historian to chronologize this for thyself, you have a small band of Persian missionaries led by the monk Al-Yuben, called on and contracted at the Tang Dynasty court capital in Jian, spelled Xian, in the year 635. These mercenary scholars turned missionary for monetary gain are contracted by the Emperor of China to spread Christianity to the white man and the black in Eurafrica to the west. And so, within 2 years of their contractual obligation being cemented in writing, 638 AD, Emperor Taizong built a translation center for the Christians, as they now were, as a delegation who immediately set to work translating, or the scriptures they got from the Chinese, into the Syriac. 4 different manuscripts were produced. And, of course, the passage of time led to all of this being lost. When other hostile dynasties took over the Chinese mainland, at around 841 through 845 Anno Domini, the Chinese court dissolved all Christian monasteries so that it could confiscate their land and wealth. An imperial edict ordered this action on the grounds that this religion was adulterating the customs of the new China, a kind of totalitarian reaction of nativism to what they believed was an alien religion from the West out of Eden, brought by a man named Seth. So in the turn from the first into the second Christian millennium, the year 1000 Anno Domini, 1,000 years after the death of Christ, when Europe was finally Christianized, when the last outlayer, the last diehard holdback from conversion into Christ, that nation of Denmark finally became Christian on the continent of Europe around the year 1000 Anno Domini. But half a decade after that, the year 1005 in our Lord, the Jesus Sutras, as they came to be popularized. God, I hate that name. The proper name, of course, please always use it. The Jingjiao, jīngdiǎn, the Jingjiao Documents. They were sealed in a cave to prevent their destruction. So 1,000 years after Christ was made Christ, after Jesus was made Christ by the Chinese, but 1,000 years after that, 1,005 years in the year 1005, the Jingjiao Documents were sealed up in a cave in Dunhuang, 1,000 miles west of Xi'an. And in 1623, the stone Sutra Stele was discovered by grave diggers. This stele, this stone with writing carved into it, hammered out and chiseled iconography or characters, was discovered containing a 150-year history of Christianity in China and its attempt to proselytize it to the West and Africa beginning in the year 635. And in 1907, 7 years after we entered the 20th century, the cave at Dunhuang was rediscovered and its contents scattered by Western explorers and Chinese antiquity robbers. Tomb robbers, tomb raiders. And then in the 1920s, the Jingjiao Documents, or Sutras, were purchased by Imperial Japanese and European collectors from antiques dealers in and around Beijing. And then in 1998, the still intact Da-Chin Pagoda was discovered by Martin Palmer and his team of researchers. And inside were statues, underground passageways, and artifacts that gave us insight into the era and the rituals of the Chinese Christians who had set out to Christianize Eurafrica, the dark, benighted continents of Europe and Africa. And in 2001, the year of 9/11, the book entitled The Jesus Sutras, in order to get people to understand what the hell it was about, and sell the only 1,500 copies that were actually published, was released by Martin Palmer, published by Wellspring/Ballantine. And to my knowledge, Palmer's is the first English translation of the sutras there even be. Probably the only one extant. Well, there may be a few others, but they're not necessarily as well done in terms of historical composition. There is, of course, a book which I also own a copy of, The Lost Sutras of Jesus, Unlocking the Ancient Wisdom of the Zen Monks. And that's edited by Ray Rieger and Thomas More. But the interesting thing about Martin Palmer's work is that he did the translation himself, as Landau did with the Revelation of the Magi. Now, the original Jingjiao Documents, the Jesus Sutras, more properly, if you want to use an English term, if you just can't get the Chinese pronunciation of Jingjiao, and you can't say Jingjiao Documents with any real hope of even remembering what to say, call it the Sages Sutras. The Sages Sutras would be more popular. They're held today in private collections in France and the Empire of Japan, largely inaccessible to the public. So it's a damn shame that so little information can be found about them online. I'd really like to change that. So when you're rediscovering the lost scrolls of Taoist Christianity, try and think about the SÖJዓይN Documents, the Sages Sutras, discovered by a Taoist priest in a cave in northwestern China near the end of the 19th century, and relish the fact that among hundreds of scrolls, books, artwork, and artifacts were Christian documents dating from the early 7th to the early 11th century of our communal area. The earliest texts recorded by Persian missionaries to Christianize Europe and Africa out of China. And these are sutras of liturgy, as well as the Bible, catechisms. And these Christian sacred books, I know for a fact, have been translated into English only twice. Both times in the 1930s by translators who knew the language, but were unfamiliar with Chinese sacred works such as the Tao Te Ching and the Lotus Sutra. So it only was in 2001 that Martin Palmer, with his firm grasp of Christian history, Buddhism, Taoism, shamanism, Confucianism, and Chinese history and languages, finally translated the scrolls in all their syncretism of what we would now deem to be Western Christian orthodoxy and Taoist beliefs to bring to you the true Christianity, wherein the texts place a strong emphasis on Jesus' ability to save believers from the wheel of karma. Now, of course, most Westerners had no idea until the last 100 years that there was ever a thriving Christian community in China. Thousands of years before major missionary movements headed towards the east in the form of the Jesuits. So, this community's artifacts are coeval, meaning contemporary, with the growth of the early Syrian church, which spread from present-day Afghanistan across the Silk Road into your world. So, because Martin Palmer has to write for a popular audience, this is not necessarily a scholarly work in the sense you would expect from an academician. And most importantly, the beautiful artwork that's published within the book, albeit in black and white photographs, do display the lotus flowers and dragons cradling crosses. All this deserves to be brought out into the daylight. And what it truly exposes, most damningly, is how Western Christianity be dogmatically narrow-minded, and Taoist Christianity be a remedy, an example of how to adapt to the larger world. And towards this golden age, which my kind represent, you have this translation that expedites understanding. Now, the Chinese word for Jesus is Yesu. So, Yesu is the word you can use if you say the Jesus Sutras. Jesus Sutras would be the same as saying Jesus Sutras. That is more euphonic to myself. Now, when I speak of the failing of Western Christianity, much of its faults be found or are to be laid upon the concept of original sin, which can be contrasted with Taoist Christians' concept of original nature. The concept of original sin may have been invented by Augustine and caused the church to emphasize guilt and penance, which then led to bitterness and hatred and the Crusades and Puritanism and everything else so wrong. The witch hunts, the gynocide, the murder of millions of females on the continent of Europe. The Jesus Sutras bringest you the Taoism of original nature, which asserts that humanity be primally good, and has only been corrupted by evil societies. Now, this original sin versus original nature dichotomy may be considered wrongful by those in the West who insist that the doctrine of original sin is misunderstood. Well, it's not misunderstood because the Asians reference it as ancestral sin. Since they worship their ancestors with ancestor worship as much as they worship Jesus Christ, they do not feel their ancestors are steeped in sin. So their interpretation, just as we have the interpretation of the Document of Independence in America, the Declaration of Independence, which, as I've said before, there are what are called loan words in language. Just as when Europeans went to Africa and saw that Africans had no concept of the wheel because the Africans had never had any immediate need to develop a wheel, just as the supermassive, incredible roads of South America were built towering. They were called wallways because these were roads on top of walls, essentially a great wall of China along the dragon spine of the Andes, of the Nazca Empire. These works were done without the wheel. There are people who can do things without what the West has developed. And there are people who can do without what the West has developed. So too, when it comes to the concept of the Declaration of Independence, which Americans find indispensable, their words are literally unimaginable to Japanese or Chinese. There is, in the original pure languages of Japan and China, no such thing as independence or freedom. There is no need for such. Particularly in Japan, where enormous condensed coalitions of people aggregate and people live right next to one another, there is no word for privacy. It's a loan word they get from the English, and they have to use a specific iconography that produces syllables to even produce something that mimics the sound of privacy. It has no place in their original society. It's a foreign concept that they only adapt to deal with foreigners. In China, there's no concept of independence. The concept is alien. The closest thing they have to a concept of independence is the criminal mindset, in which the iconograph, the Chinese character, literally would translate as something similar to, if you literally translated it in the literal, it would say something like, fuck everybody, every man for himself. The concept of a true criminal. So when the Declaration of Independence is translated into the Chinese, you get its most accurate translation ever. You finally begin to understand it. It be translated in the Chinese as a criminal document. A document by a bunch of criminals, which is exactly what these sons of bitches were, your founding fathers in America, the United States. The fathers of the Constitutional Republic were traitors to the crown, mass murderers, and psychotics, as I've described in detail before. And these assholes, these slave-owning, propertied white males, all men, all white, all slave owners, got together and said they were conspiring against the crown. They signed a document called the Declaration of Independence, which translated into the Chinese means a bunch of criminals got together and signed a document in which they all agreed, fuck everybody, every man for himself. And that's as accurate an understanding of the Declaration of Independence you're ever going to get. So when you go from that to a concept of ancestral sin, as the Chinese understand original sin, you're basically saying, your whole generation, your ancestral line, is all soiled in shit. It is perceived as a grievous insult to all who came before those today. And yet this original sin doctrine in the West is upheld by both Catholicism and Orthodoxy, the Byzantine Church of the East, of which I myself am a part, though emphasized in different ways. It has clear biblical grounding in the letters of Paul. Now you might say, to ascribe all the errors of the church to one small doctrine be ludicrous, because the original sin does not deny the imago Dei, the image of God. You might say that a better comparison would be Taoist original nature and the imago Dei, the image of God. Although they are surely different, those concepts overlap in several ways, such as in the affirmation of humanity's innate goodness that has become corrupted over time. Offering different solutions, the Taoist by acting without acting, returning to the state of an uncarved block, or pu. The Christian through renewal through eternal resurrection, life found in Jesus. But ultimately, you might say, this looks at humanity in the same way. Both these perceptions. To that I say, we have to realize how one thing that may be seemingly small can change the entire world. Your entire worldview creates your world around you. The observer effect. You create your world. You see your world, you create your reality. This is what brings us to the concept of Europe as the faith and the First Dark Age. Karl I, Charlemagne the Great, also known as Karl and Charles the Great, King of the Franks. In 800 Anno Domini, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne Emperor of the Romans. As the medieval emperor who ruled much of Western Europe from 768 through 814, he united a large part of Europe during the early Middle Ages and laid the foundations for modern France, Germania, and the Low Countries. Now on June 15th, in the 1098th year in our Lord, nearly 100 years after that first millennium turned us in the calendar from the year 1000, or rather from the years before to the year 1000. At that period of time, just 100 years after what I described with the Chinese trying to send out missionaries to the barbarian world, and, of course, Denmark finally turning Christian. Just 100 years after that, the army of the First Crusade discovered the Holy Lance, the Hellesia Lance, the very spear that had pierced Christ's side on the cross, carried originally by the German legionnaire in the Roman levies, Casco Rufeo Longinus. The spear of Longinus, the Holy Sphere, was found in the city of Antioch, where the Byzantine Orthodox Church of the Syrians, the Syrian Orthodox Church, also known as the Antiochian Church, the people who had writ the original revelation of the Magi, had maintained it. It had been gifted to them by the Black Knight, the man who was the first knight in all Christendom, a black African, pressed into the legions of Rome, who had been befriended by Casco Rufeo Longinus, and handed his spear as his legacy. This is why the Knights of the Schutzstaffel, the Order of the SS, the Secret Service of Adolf Hitler, were consecrated in black, to always remember that as the Knights of Aryan Christendom protecting the Christendom of Europa, these neo-pagans who protected Christendom hearkened their tradition of knighthood back to the original Black Knight. That's why their SS was known as the Schwarzenkorps, the Black Order. Their uniforms honoring the skin color of the first knight in all Christendom. Now Frederick I, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I, also known as Frederick Barbarossa, surname spelled B-A-R-B-A-R-O-S-S-A, was the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death. he was elected King of Germany at Frankfurt on March 4th in 1152 and crowned in Aachen, the capital of Charlemagne, on March 9th, 1152. Aachen, of course, was where Heinrich Himmler of the Schutzstaffel, Die Schwarzenkorps, the Black Order, dispatched child assassins to kill the mayor of Aachen when he defected to the Allies, assassinating him in 1945, inserting them by parachute drop. These were the SS Werewolves. In their most prominent action, as recorded by the Allies, that the Allies couldn't cover up and hide in terms of German resistance. So the capital of Aachen, of course, was important to German identity, which is why Heinrich Himmler did what he did. And that crowning of King Frederick Barbarossa was so important, as was his death, his entire life, that Adolf Hitler codenamed the invasion of Russia itself Operation Barbarossa. Because Barbarossa led Germany to global supremacy during his reign. During his reign, he was the most feared king in all of Europe. During his later years of his life, his conflict with popes ended when he was driven into exile. With the arrival of a new pope, Pope Gregory VII, I believe. I'm trying to remember that, was it 5, 6, 7, 8th? Pope Gregory VIII. With Pope Gregory VIII's ascendancy to infallibility. Then King Barbarossa made peace with the papacy, and was immediately assigned with the duty to take the cross for the Third Crusade. The reason for calling the Third Crusade was that the Saracens, under the leadership of Saladin, were defeating the Crusader kingdoms. Barbarossa took on the responsibility and marched. The Third Crusade is also referred to as the King's Crusade, because Richard the Lionhearted and King Philip II of France also joined in. Now Barbarossa had gathered a vast crusading army of nearly 100,000 Christians at arms. Soldiers of the Cross and their armies coming from Western Europe pushed on through Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, where they were victorious in taking Aksaher and defeating the Turks in the Battle of Iconium. And they entered SÖJዓይN Armenia. The approach of the immense German army, the army of the First Reich, greatly concerned Saladin and other Muslim leaders, who began to rally troops of their own to confront Barbarossa's forces. On June 10th, 1190, the 1190th year in our Lord, as his army was approaching Antioch from Armenia, Emperor Frederick Barbarossa dropped the Hellige Lance, the spear of Longinus, when crossing a Cilician river named Goksu, and was carried away by the current, attempting to retrieve the Holy Sphere, ultimately drowning. His death led to chaos within the army, and only a small fraction of the original force, led by his son Frederick V, or the Sixth of Swabia, reached Acre, that holy capital, the Yerushalayim, the Jerusalem of the Baha'i faith. If Barbarossa had arrived in the Holy Land, between Barbarossa, Richard the Lionhearted, and Philippe of France, the Crusaders could only have one. Now, in terms of history, this means the Ottoman Empire would never have been created, which means World War I would never have happened, because although Austria would have most likely still started the war against Russia for Archduke Charles' assassination, Germania would not have joined because it would have been suicidal to fight sans the Ottomans to guard the flank of Asia, which means World War II would never have happened because the Empire of Japan would not have fought sans Germany as its side. This means the Cold War would never have happened, and there would be no nuclear weaponry, which means people would not be eternally living in fear of a nuclear war, which means there would be endless world peace. The Golden Age would have come. So the death of one man can be the death of a world. And the single doctrine of original sin was the death within a death of a faith. Because there be a conspiracy of the church to hide the fact that Jesus, in fact, propagated a kind of Gnostic spirituality that was censored by the Council of Nicaea in 325. The Chinese identify with a tolerant church that escaped politicization. The East succeeded where the West has failed. Of course, looking at some of these works in the original Chinese, and I cannot translate them any more than a modern English-speaking individual could readily translate ancient English, which be unrecognizable. I may know traditional Chinese, but this is ancient. I can only discern, fragmentarily, that I find a range of beliefs in the early Chinese church, everything from staunch orthodoxy to syncretic heresy. There be beautiful expressions of the Trinity side by side with the downplaying of the resurrection, and soteriology, or the science, the theological science of salvation, next to reincarnation. So, Christianity in China succeeded in the sense that all was tolerated. You never heard of Christianity in China because there was no wars or conflicts to record. History is a record in general of a series of wars, of warfare and conflict. If there be no conflict, there be nothing to record. As a result, all drama, every movie you watch, has to have a conflict. Or you wouldn't have anything to watch. There was nothing to watch in the Chinese church. People were tolerant of each other's interpretations. So, my main complaint be the lack of text in the original language published in Martin Palmer's book, The Jesus Sutras, along with my hatred of the title. But other than that, I would say that what little I saw from other sources in China itself enabled me to balance and come to conclusion that his book be worthy of popular accessibility. And he kept the original Chinese text out of the book for that very reason. They intimidate the uneducated. So, the Chinese word for what are called sutras by Martin Palmer be the iconograph or character for Jing or Qing, depending on your romanization system, properly Jing. So, it's used to translate the Sanskrit word sutra, but it can be generally rendered classic, as in text, or scripture in the English. So it's the same character in the Tao Te Ching, or the I Ching. It's even used in the translation of the Holy Scriptures of Christianity, the Xiangjing, which, of course, should be called the Jesus Sutras. Therefore, I think of this in its accurate reference, in case you ever want to look hardcore research into the original Chinese. Just remember that what you're looking for are the Jingjiao, Jīngdiǎn, 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 Jingjiao, jīngdiǎn, are the Jingjiao Documents. Okay, with that in mind, and so much else that I have brought up now, let me try and at least read to you some aspects of the ancient Chinese Jingjiao Jīngdiǎn, the Jesus Sutras. Think about what I'm doing as kind of giving you a taste of real Christianity for the first time in your life. To quote the Apostle Peter, telling the Gentile Roman centurion Cornelius in Acts 10, verse 34 and 35, I see clearly now that God is not one to show partiality, but in every nation the man who fears him and does what be right, be welcome to him. Him as in, with a capital H, God. In China in the centuries from about 600 AD to 1300 AD, we have what oftentimes be called the Golden Age of China. This is when the emperor was paying Iranians to translate Chinese Christianity for the rest of the world. So, what you had was the Chinese teaching the rest of the world Christianity starting around 635 Anno Domini through a Christian Nestorian missionary named Alopen, who acted as international liaison between the cultures. This outward explosion of Chinese Christian culture under the Emperor Taizong, romanized as Taizong, was the golden age of my people, the children of Seth, the sons of Seth, as my mother's lineage was known, the Chinese SS, that ensured that Christianity bloomed in China for hundreds of years. It became, for all intents and purposes, the state religion. Taizong arranged for China's Bible to be translated and disseminated throughout the world if possible. Many Christian churches were built. And Alopen, the Nestorian, was appointed bishop over them all, so that an international ability to communicate with other cultures was ensured. The Tang Dynasty and Christianity faded circa 900 AD. But the Christian ideas and innovations of my lineage, through my latent sainted Siress on her Chinese side, the sons of Seth, birthed a golden age. And with the discovery of the Nestorian stelae in the 1620s, that missionary Alopen and the attempt to spread Christianity out of China became known again. In the late 1800s, the early 1900s, Western explorers along the Silk Road noticed ancient Chinese artifacts like the stelae of SÜJዓይNN at the Mogao Caves near an oasis called Dunhuang, spelled Dunhuang. The stele of SÜJAINN was erected in 1348 to commemorate the donations of SÜJAINN, the Prince of Jinan, Jini. A Taoist man named Wang Yuanlu had been tending the site for some time. While clearing away the sand which had accumulated for centuries over the caves, he noticed a walled-up area, and behind that wall he found, on the 25th day of June in 1900, just as we transitioned from the 19th into the 20th century, a small cave stuffed to the ceiling with textiles, paintings, artifacts, and manuscripts, including the Jīngdiǎn, Jīngdiǎo, the Jesus Sutras. And the 50,000 manuscripts in that Mogao cave eventually were made known. Of these 50,000 manuscripts in what was called the Library Cave, only 8 of them makest up what be called the Jesus Sutras. The rest of the old hemp manuscripts be Buddhist, Confucian, Taoist, government administration papers, etc. The manuscripts date from between the 4th century AD and 635 AD, the year of the missionary Aloysius' contract with China, circa 1000 AD, when the cave at Mogao was sealed for the reasons of persecution of Christianity under changing administration, under changing dynastic administration. They were sealed because of the persecution of both Christians and Buddhists, circa 850 Anno Domini. More than 3,000 monks of the luminous religion, the religion of light, Christianity, were ordered to return to their secular lives. Ever since that time, some who specialized in ancient Chinese Christianity had been looking for Aloysian scriptures, which were translated from the Chinese. So, the Sanskrit word sutra, sutta or suya, means string, thread. The root of the word is sieve, that which sews and holds things together. The work is related to suchi, meaning needle, and suna, meaning woven. So the word sutra normally refers to a group of aphorisms or teachings in Hindu or Buddha religion, philosophy. But the Jesus Sutras, or Jesus Sutras, to use his Chinese name, in a sense his real name, found in what archaeologists register as Cave 17, are astoundingly biblical, but with Buddhist and Taoist thought and phrases found throughout the sutras. So, the list of all 8 sutras, written from 600 through 1000 AD, to bring Chinese Christianity to humanity, written the late 630s through the 650s. These early sutras were the Sutra of the Teachings of the World-Honored One, the Sutra of Cause, Effect, and Salvation, the Sutra of Origins, the Sutra of Jesus Christ, by name, and the late sutras, written by Chinese monks for worldly consumption at the end of the 8th century. These would be entitled Taking Refuge in the Trinity, Invocation of the Dharma Kings and Sacred Sutras, or Let Us Praise, the Sutra of Returning to Your Original Nature, the Christian Liturgy in Praise of the Three Sacred Powers, or the Supreme. All 8 of those titles, 4 early sutras, 4 late sutras, the Jesus Sutras altogether, the Jesus Sutras, teach that because people's innate good nature has become confused and obscured, God had to come to earth as Jesus. In the Espanol, it'd be Jesus. So think of that. Therefore, to quote Sutra chapter 2, verse 17, therefore my Lord Jesus, or Yeshua, the one emanating in 3 subtle bodies, hid his true power, became a human, and came on behalf of the Lord of Heaven to preach the good teachings. Or, to quote the Sutra of Cause, Effect, and Salvation, chapter 5, verses 17 through 21. There was no other way to free us from sins but for him to enter this world. So he came and suffered a life of rejection and pain before returning. To know this is to know who he was, to know that the one sacred Spirit became incarnate in the Holy Sacred Spirit. Knowing this, you should do as is commanded. Follow these teachings and worship the one sacred Spirit. A benevolent act done in the knowledge of this suffering is the only truly benevolent act, acceptable only by these teachings and none other. So, there be a sutra that containeth the doctrine of the original sin by Adam, and reflects Jesus, as taking on himself the sins of man. And that be Isaiah chapter 53, verse 7, and also the first book of Peter, chapter 2, verse 24, or the first Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 22. As a lamb goeth silently to be slaughtered, so he was silent, not proclaiming what he had done, for he had to bear in his body the punishment of the law. Out of love he suffered so, that what Adam had caused should be changed by this. So these sutras reflect the resurrection of Yesu and the resurrection of the saints. Just as God raised Jesus from the dead, so will he raise his believers in himself. Sutra, chapter 4, verses 20 through 21. While his 5 attributes passed away, he did not die, but was released again after his death. Thus is it possible for even those who fail to live after death. Or Sutra, chapter 6, verse 14. Those who believest will be raised after death from the yellow springs, the underworld, every one of them. And Sutra, chapter 4, verses 22 through 24. Through the holy wonders of the Messiah, all can escape becoming ghosts. All of us are saved by his works. You don't need strength to receive him, but he will not leave you weak and vulnerable. Sans qi. Qi, of course, from the Chinese qi, meaning air, breath, meaning your very essence, your life force. As in Qigong. You can ask the Taoist Peter Moon. And, of course, Sutra 7, verses 36 through 39. You may have been taught that people cannot save themselves. This is why the heavenly honored one sends the spirit force to all places to save everyone. It goeth to all that live and teaches the truth. This is different from what the various deities and spirits do. Now, you can compare all that. Think of the Jesus Sutra sayings from the teachings of the 4 Gospels. Think of how your Gospels manifest what the Chinese already knew. Matthew, chapter 6, verses 19 through 20. Do not pile up treasures on the ground where they will rot or be stolen. Treasures must be stored in heaven where they will not decay or rot. The book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 6. Always tell the truth. Do not give pearls to swine. They will trample and destroy them. You will only be blamed by them for your actions and incur their anger. Why don't you realize this yourself? Or the book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 7. Knock on the door and it will be opened for you. Whatever you seekst, you will obtain from the one Spirit. Knock on the door and it will be opened for you. Or the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verses 26 and 27. Look at the birds in the air. They do not plant or harvest. They have no barns or cellars. In the wilderness the one Spirit provided for the people, and will also provide for you. You are more important than the birds, and should not worry. And here be how the Jesus Sutras relate the story of Jesus Christus. The Lord of Heaven sent the cool wind to a girl named Mo Yen. It entered her womb, and at the moment she conceived. The Lord of Heaven did this to show that conception could take place without a husband. He knew there was no man near her, and that people who saw it would say, "How great is the power of the Lord of Heaven!" Mo Yen became pregnant and gave birth to a son named Jesus, whose father is the cool wind. That's the Sutra of Jesus Christ, chapter 5, verses 1 through 4. You can see that in the West through the book of Luke, chapter 1 and verses 26 through 38. The Holy Spirit in the Greek is Aio Pneuma, meaning holy wind, similar to the Qi of the Chinese, the Ki of the Japanese, the Ka of the Egyptians, the Orgone of Wilhelm Reich. Pneuma would be the Greek concept of life force. Or, of course, compare that to what you know as from the original Asian perspective. When Yesu Messiah was born, the world saw clear signs in heaven and earth. A new star that could be seen everywhere appeared in heaven above. The star was as big as a cartwheel and shone brightly. At about that time, the one was born in the country of Ephrath, in the city of Jerusalem. He was born the Messiah, and after 5 years, he began to preach the Dharma. And the star in the east, Ephrath, is Ephrata, Bethlehem, in the book of Micah, chapter 5, verse 2. Dharma, of course, means firm, like a law. He began to teach the law. This is, of course, what is westernized as the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 2. And, of course, another quote. From the time the Messiah was 12 until he was 32 years old, he sought out people with bad karma and directed them to turn around and create good karma by following a wholesome path. After the Messiah had gathered 12 disciples, he concerned himself with the suffering of others. This is the missing years. And of course, those who died were made to live, the blind were made to see, the deformed were healed, and the sick were cured. Karma in Hinduism and Buddhism is the sum of a person's actions in this and previous states of existence, viewed as deciding their fate for future existences. So, there were, of course, 12 disciples, the book of Matthew, chapter 10, verses 1 through 4, Jesus raised the dead in the book of Luke, chapter 7, verses 11 through 15, and John, chapter 11, verses 1 through 4, and Jesus healed all the sick in the book of Matthew, chapter 12, verse 15. But all of this is in a single statement from the Jesus Sutras. And, again, for the sake of all living beings, and to show us that a human life is as frail as a candle flame, the Messiah gave his body to these people of unwholesome karma. For the sake of the living world, or the living in this world, he gave up his life. You can read about that, of course, in the first book of John, chapter 3, verse 16. And, of course, when it comes to some of these other true Christian quotes, which be reflected in the West, but separately, fragmentedly. Here's another good quote at length. After the Messiah had accepted death, his enemies seized the Messiah and took him to a secluded spot, washed his hair, and climbed to the place of skulls, here referencing Golgotha, which was called Golgotha. They bound him to a pole and placed 2 highway robbers to the right and left of him. They bound the Messiah to the pole at the time of the 5th watch of the 6th day of fasting. They bound him at dawn, and when the sun set in the west, the sky became black in all 4 directions. The earth quaked, and the hills trembled. Tombs all over the world opened, and the dead came to life. What person can see such a thing and not have faith in the teaching of the Scriptures? To give us one's life like the Messiah is a mark of great faith. That sums up in a single paragraph what you would find fragmentedly in the book of John, chapter 19, verse 17, the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verses 51 through 53, and in Matthew again, the same chapter, verse 54. Now in the Sutra, chapter 6, verse 21, you find, he died, but after 3 days he escaped from the hold of death, through the action of the world-honored one's chi. And that would be reflected in the book of Mark, chapter 16, verses 1 through 8, and the book of Matthew, chapter 12, verse 40. Now, home churches are forbidden by the atheistic Chinese Communist government, and many pastors of home churches have been imprisoned or killed, and yet still today there are millions of Chinese Christians. In the last decades, in communist China, there has been an exponential rise in believers in the Christ. Some estimates say China may have the world's largest population of Christians within 10 years, by the year 2030. And with that, of course, a final quote to bring all this, drive the point home. The next day an evil spirit from God came forcefully on Saul. He was prophesying in his house while David was playing the lyre, as he usually did. Saul had a spear in his hand, and he hurled it, saying to himself, "I'll pin David to the wall." But David eluded him twice. Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with David, but had departed from Saul. That's the first book of Samuel, chapter 18, verses 10 through 12. So, in terms of what I've just said about China Christianizing, as it always was, think about people who think that Christianity is dying and that Muslims will overtake all the world because of their fecundity with their birth rate, and they'll cite Muslim demographics. All statistical fear-mongering. Christianity spreads primarily by conversion, whereas Islam doth so by reproduction, be but a postmodern canard. While the misguided YouTube videos you'll find telling you the Muslims are going to breed us all out of existence may rightly note the phenomenal rates of population growth in Muslim countries, they quite pointedly ignore the fact that similar or even higher rates are already to be found in populous Christian countries, above all on the continent of Africa. Along the Muslim efflorescence, as correctly forecast, no doubt, there will also be a Christian population explosion, often the same adjacent countries of the third worldly southern hemisphere. If one properly confers developing nation-states with the fastest population growth and the youngest populations, they be evenly distributed between Christian and Muslim-dominated societies. Indeed, far from Islam being the world's largest religion by Anno Domini 2020, next year, approximated, months away from now? Oh hell, it's next month, isn't it? Why, it's just days from now. And Western alarmists have predicted incessantly, repeatedly, that Islam would by now be the world's largest religion. Yet Christianity throughout next year will still uphold a massive lead, and will maintain position into the foreseeable future. In finis, by medio vint et unium secul, by mid-21st century, 2050 of the Communal Era, there should still be 3 Christians for every 2 Muslims worldwide, as approximated. Some 34% of the world's peoples will then be Christian, roughly what the figure was at the height of European world hegemony, circa 1900, Anno Domini. So all of you who have thought that Christianity is diminishing in the world because of the loss of so many so-called Christian principles, which were never Christian in the fucking first, ergo, prayer in school, 10 Commandments, being established in front of courthouses and then removed, Christian crosses being removed from the District of Columbia, all banished that have been part of this culture for 200 years. When today's graduates with law degrees say the Founding Fathers and all people living the last 2 centuries interpreted wrongly, and birth rates, of course, are imperative to sustain or grow a culture. Now, Africa is a Christian continent, and it was those very deistic Freemasonic founding fathers who conspired from foundation of this cursed constitutional republic for abrogation of covenant by separation of church and state that led to what you see with the downfall of the symbols of Christianity, which is about all the West had. All this leads Western commentators, a primary mission statement of political pundits being to assert Christendom must modernize its beliefs to point of meaninglessness or risk the faith being abandoned altogether, and yet more aggressively propagandizing over the last 80 years, more so than that, close to 100 by now that I think of it, likely longer than most of you listening have been alive, that Christianity be declining, albeit unacknowledgedly per state-manipulated anti-theistic agendas, as initiated by the American Stalinist dictator Franklin Delano Roosevelt. All of this, of course, has led to your concept of a dying Christianity and the satanic Department of the Defense and its disgustingly anti-godly military junta. This junta has so successfully isolated your perspective via totalitarian information sanitization that you have been granted not an iota of data to enlighten yourself by way of the facts that just the antithesis be so per Christendom. While the secular movements of libertarianism, feminism, and environmentalism have been rendered axiomatic to Americans, the explosive southward expansion of Christianity in Africa, Asia, and Latin America has been utterly expurgated from Western consciousness. Yet rest assured, Christianity is on the rise again, and in more traditionalist manifestations than have been seen in many a century. To even begin to appreciate what this rise portends would require a new awareness of what be happening in neo-medievalist Asia, Africa, and Pan America as those southerly continents enter their postmodern feudal phases of development. Now, by medio vint et unium secul, the mid-21st century, 2050 of our comunal era, only one Christian in every 5, 1 out of 5, will be a non-Latino white person. The idea of a white Christian will become as amusing as the concept of a Swedish Buddhist. And the center of gravity of the Christian world will have shifted firmly to the southern hemisphere within but a few decades. Buenos Aires, Addis Ababa, Kinshasa, Manila will replace Roma, Athena or Athens, Paris, London, and New York as the new focal nodes in the Church's universality. On the continent of Africa alone, the number of Christians increased from 10 million, circa Anno Domini 1900, to 360 million by 2000, Anno Domini. Moreover, the churches that have expanded most rapidly in the global south are far more reactionary, morally conservative, evangelical, and apocalyptic than their northern counterparts. Mysticism, Puritanism, belief in prophecy, faith healing, exorcism, and dream visions, foundations of the faith, which liberalized Western churches have abandoned for progressive political and social concerns, be tenets to the newer churches of the South. And the impacts of such beliefs on global politics will be enormous as religious identification proceeds to take precedence over all allegiance or any allegiance unto secular nation-states. As in the first Dark Age, a man's religion will be his politics. Indeed, as Christianity grows in regions where Islam is also projected to increase, we shall experience a return to the religious wars of the past, fought out with renewed intensity and high-technology weapons far surpassing the swords and spears of the Middle Ages. As rendered obvious by ongoing conflicts in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Republic of the Philippines, and the Islamic Republic of Indonesia. All of this, of course, will lead to my world approaching. And knowest now that faith, only faith, can providest ye a fighting chance. So what's next after the phase-out of the Celtic Christianity craze? Not that it was negative, of course, my father, the man who raised me, being Irish, and the Celtic form of Christianity being healthy, far superior to what the West has been propping up for centuries now. But given the tremendous interest in Eastern spirituality in America, I think that the West be ripe for intelligent presentation that marries the historic Christianity with the wisdom traditions of the East, not in some artificial syncretism, but brings you what true Christianity was out of China before the Council of Nicaea and the rise of the Church led to the decline of the practice of magic. So, what you'll see are Judeo-Christian Americans who practice Buddhist and or Taoist meditation techniques. And of course, this could have happened 1400 years agone, had the Jesus Sutras, presenting this original Taoist or Tao Buddhist Christianity, been allowed to be disseminated throughout the world. And so, when it came to protecting the world myself, you may ask, what did I do for the sons of Seth and my dynastic bloodline of the sage kings who anointed our Lord and Savior? What is it, you may ask, that I donated to the cause? What did I myself do in this incarnation to give people any hope? Well, I prevented the invasion of Eden. The Americans, of course, under the guidance of their satanic chaplain, Michael Aquino, the man who essentially runs your world. You may think that's an absurd statement. Focus on the fact that he's the man who wrote the chaplain's handbook for all branches of service in the United States military. Your Army, your Navy, your Marine Corps, and your Air Force, all their chaplains use the chaplain's handbook authored by Michael Aquino. This man is considered the chaplain to all branches of service. He had access to all bases, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, or Army. He could go into any base he wanted as a trans-service chaplain. This man was seeking Artilica, the early technologies of the ancient world. All of this was so that he could regain control over the Vox Arca, even though it was in my possession. As I've mentioned before, these Artilica, these ancient relics, combined with modern high technology, can be utilized and, of course, become DNA relevant in the sense that they work only for the person of a certain ethnos or only a particular individual. They can lock on to that genetic fingerprint. And, like a firearm with a fingerprint ID where only the person who retains the fingerprint of the purchaser, the licensed owner of the firearm, can fire that weapon. So, the Vox Artilica has become for myself. And yet, that can be overridden, hijacked, with ancient enough tools, what could be considered the first tools of the agricultural revolution. Such implements could be technologically tweaked, modified, converted to Artilica that could serve as a kind of universal remote, where they could hijack even deoxyribonucleic acid locked Artilica, as what the Vox Arca has become for myself. In order to find those ancient early tools, the primal tools, the first tools of the first Stone Age, Aquino helped manipulate all of the falsified data, which was later proved to be entirely a lie, as presented by, of course, that black general. I forget his name. But he was the man who served in multiple administrations. And, of course, he served in Operation General Storm. And people kept wanting him to run for president. He was half Jamaican. So let me look him up. Black Jamaican general. And I'll get his name, which I have blanked out of my mind because of my disgust of his presenting one of his urine samples. And I'm not shitting you, that's what it was. Saying it was a weapon of mass destruction of Saddam Hussein. This individual deserves no respect on that basis. And, of course, I see. Jamaican general. Wow, I'm not getting anything. Shouldn't I be getting, oh, God, I get it. That's it. They're interpreting it as a nationality. Okay, so I just say black general. How's that? Let's see if I can get that. Oh, no, I'm getting a Japanese anime. Okay, well, enough of that. Maybe if I put in black American general, I'll get something. And of course, maybe people are already saying his name inside of the chat room, but I usually don't have that. Let me see. Right now, I'm getting General Davis, who I guess is serving. I'm not getting the guy I'm looking for. This is unbelievable to me. Is it? Yeah, I see his picture now. Here we are. And let's see if I find a name attached to it. Colin Powell. Oh, God, that took forever to get out of there. Yeah, that dude had all his melanin leach out of him. He was surrounding himself with so many whites that the white color just kept disappearing. I'm not shitting you. He got whiter and whiter as he got older. He's like Michael Jackson, like he got a bleach job or something. That guy presented his urine sample as a weapon of mass destruction out of Iraq, and Iraq wound up being invaded. Now, the reason that all this effort was put into invading Iraq, all of the false evidence that was brought about by Bush Jr. Yes, Devin Bulldog says Colin Powell. Thank you, Devin. Thank you. And so when it comes to all this effort that was put into that, the reason why was because I had managed to leave a trail of false evidence that Aquino was convinced that I was speaking sincerely when he kept grilling me throughout the time I was spending liaison with him where the original Eden was as the sons of Seth identified it. My latent sainted Siress and her blood lineage. He wanted to know where it was that Eden was as she had taught me. And of course, I misguided him, and throughout that period of time I told him it was southern Iraq. You might notice that in the original Gulf War of the Americans against Saddam Hussein, nothing was done in terms of action or invasion, penetration of borders other than in southern Iraq, where the binnikers, as they call them in Arab, the Arabian language for bunkers, were blown. That released the cyclosaurine nerve gas that led to my lungs ultimately being stapled to my ribcage, which makes it all the more offensive. You get gang-stalking faggots like Dickie K. Cole, the man who had so much combat experience on Mars, claiming I never served in the Marine Corps, and his dead fuck friend, his little faggot boyfriend, John Victor Lille, the Bukaki Beret, printing forged documents, saying I was never there. Obviously, if you're not in service, there would be no documents produced to say you're not in service. Do you all honestly think, having never been in the service, that various branches of service are printing out documents saying you were never in service? The very affront to common sense be offensive, but beyond that, the fact that my lungs are stapled to my ribcage due to direct exposure to cyclosaurine nerve gas makes such claims all the more offensive. So, I'm standing in front of you where most men have not even survived in terms of exposure to a lethal war gas. And I've got the scars of combat on my very body to prove it. The hundreds of veterans that you can see on John Victor Lille's little faggot website where all the gay boys hang out to meet each other to fuck. The Stolen Valor site, as they call it. They're really stealing each other's seminal fluids, little cocksuckers and buttfuckers. They all join in to reinforce, oh, I wasn't there. Well, none of them got their lungs stapled to the ribcage. And I could guarantee you the overwhelming majority of them have never seen a second of combat. This is why, when you see a person says they're a veteran of the military, it's like someone who says, I've done serious jail time. They've got to prove that they're worthy of your trust. And until that happens, you keep your friends and your loved ones, and especially your kids, as far away from them as possible. Lock your doors. In fact, just turn around and walk away. So southern Iraq was where Peter Levinda was suckered into picking up the baton I handed to him because he had writ the Simon Necronomicon. He complained that no one could understand that the anti-gods were originally the Babylonian gods, because of course they weren't. But he conflated them. And when he conflated in his phony mass-market paperback edition of the Avon publication, the pocketbook of Your Book of Spells, the Simon Necronomicon, when he equated the anti-gods, which are truly extra-cosmic, extrastellar, extra-dimensional, with Babylonian patron divinities, he wanted to back up his claim that the anti-gods could be made to arise with an invasion of Iraq. He picked up the baton from me, took all of the phony leads I gave Michael Aquino and ran with them, got it cemented in Aquino's head, and before you know it, Colin Powell and a number of other bat fucking suckers are out there saying weapons of mass destruction are in Iraq. And that led to the Second American Gulf War, which has never ended since. Because one of the more popular sites identified as the original location of the Garden of Eden be the marshlands of southern Iraq. The swampy waterways make for a tempting connection with the streams that came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. The Tigris and Euphrates, being two of Eden's four rivers, also make Iraq the most obvious location for the Garden of Eden by modern standards. But there remains a large problem in this identification. The other two rivers, the Gihon and the Pishon, which both mean gushing, cannot be positively identified, and the traditions behind their locations put them far from the Mesopotamian rivers. The first river, the Gihon, is said to have encircled the entire land of Kush. This name has a long tradition of being identified with the kingdom of Kush on the Nile south of Egypt. The African land of Kush, which today be in Ethiopia, was heavily influenced by the Egyptians, and the people there even built pyramids like them. The Kush were also frequently invaded by Egypt, and once conquered Egypt themselves, but were eventually replaced by the Nubians from modern Sudan. Historical research done on the Nubian language group suggests that this happened before 500 BC. Cush is also one of the sons of Ham, along with Mizraim, Egypt, or Put, Libya, or Somalia, and Canaan. King Tirhaka of Cush, in the second book of Kings, can be identified with the Ethiopian king Taharka from the mid-600s before Christ. The Septuagint also identifies Cush as being Ethiopia in the apocryphal Book of Jasher, Jasher. Moses flees not to Arabia, but to the land of Cush, where he leads an army to victory against Aram, 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 or the land of the Ram. The Ram, of course, being the symbol of the Aryan. But Josephus and the Alexandrian Jew Artapanus both repeat traditions that say as Moses fought a war against Cush. Josephus identifies Gihon with the Nile, while Ethiopian Christians have a tradition identifying it with the Abe River, also called the Blue Nile, which flows out from Ethiopia's Lake Tana and runs west, feeding into the Nile. The quote in Jeremiah that, "Can a Cushite change his color?" assumes that Cushites had a remarkably different skin color, which would be consistent with Ethiopians. Chapter 13, verse 23. However, since the Tigris and Euphrates run from north to south, and the Nile runs from, if I remember correctly, the south to north. As a matter of fact, I know it's that for a fact. I don't know why I had such a hard time digging that out of the attic of my brain. Matter of fact, because of that fact, the original traditional Islamic maps show the world what would be considered upside down. In other words, Europe is at the bottom, and the bottom tips of Africa, South America, and the entire continent of Australasia and New Zealand to boot are all in the northern hemisphere of an Islamic map from the traditional caliphate. And the reason why is because all of original Muslim civilization centered on the Nile. And even if not original, it's definitely where their civilization coalesced, where it was identifying with in terms of the spread of Islam, its most dominant center point of power, its core region. And because of that, the Nile flowing down, it was natural to the Islamic mind to put the world in that direction as centered on Eurasia, Africa, the Mediterranean region, and the Nile, which flows down into the Mediterranean. They would reverse the direction of the world as we see it today. So their understanding of the world, you might say, geographically, be literally upside down to us. So because the Nile runs from south to north, this gives us the same river source as the Tigris and Euphrates presents geographic problems no matter what century you're in, with Eden outside of the area that I've articulated. There have been arguments that in some instances the biblical Kush is referring to Arabia instead. Nothing be definitive in these, shall we say, speculations. Attempts to cobble together something out of fragments. Modern Arabic scholars from the 1800s connected the river to Hindu Kush in Afghanistan. Other suggestions included that it be derived from the Akkadian city of Kish, or the empire of the Kassites, who were referred to in inscriptions as Kashi, and began their empire in Iraq around 1600 BC. The New International Version of the Bible, which I prefer infinitely to the King James Version, gives southeast Mesopotamia as its sole suggestion. That the river has since disappeared is, of course, another possibility, because that can cause a collapse of civilization far more readily than a change of climate when the water dries up and the river stops flowing. Now, the second river is the Pishon, which is said to weave through the golden land of Havilah. In the Table of Nations, one of the descendants of Shem is named Havilah, a son of Joktan. Chapter 10, verse 29. Joktan is generally identified with the ancient town of Jektan near Mecca, and all of his other sons have been linked to locations in Yemen and southern Saudi Arabia. This gives the river a strong association with Arabia. Although there is no river there today that can be identified with the Pishon, the use of satellite imagery has brought about the discovery of an ancient dry riverbed that ran across Arabia and ended in the Persian Gulf. Ironically, modern Arabic scholars have instead identified the Pishon with the Amu Darya, which runs from Uzbekistan to northern Afghanistan, since the river was known as Jehun in Arabic antiquity. Now, the southern marshlands of Iraq are home to the Madan, or Marsh Arabs, who claim to be descended from the Sumerians. These marshlands were drained in the 1980s by Saddam Hussein in retaliation against the Shiite majority during the Iran-Iraq War, and then again during the uprisings connected to the First Gulf War, as the Americans call it. It obviously was the second after the war between Iran and Iraq. Now, massive dams were created in order to create a third Iraqi river called the Saddam, which was ostensibly for agricultural purposes, but was actually designed to uproot and destroy the southern tribes who were sheltering Shiite rebels. The plans may have found their inspiration behind British plans from the 1950s to create agricultural land, but were greatly expanded on in order to purposely decimate the 5,000-year-old ecosystem. Now, no cultivatable land was ever created out of the project. The ecological disaster caused the desertification of over 12,000 square miles of marshland, disrupting the food supply throughout all of southern Iraq, especially in the realm of fish, rice, and dairy products. Bird and fish populations plummeted, and over 300,000 Marsh Arabs were forced to evacuate their homes and become refugees. Now, fine underwater sediments covered the land and turned up huge dust storms, causing some cities to plow the dust like snow and keep the streets clear. The dams were breached after the 2003 invasion, allowing about 20% of the original marsh to return. However, there'd be little chance for a full restoration, as Turkey and Iran have also cut the river's flow to the marsh. Many areas have also been poisoned by the high concentrations of selenium that was left over from the drainage. All of this can be put on my shoulders. This is what happens. This is what happens as collateral damage. You mislead, you misdirect the enemy. They attack. They conduct genocide. All of this, of course, was done in retaliation by Saddam Hussein for the swamp Arabs, as they be known, the Ma'adan, from rebelling during the time of the Gulf War in which I participated, though I had no administrative power over that. The only reason it happened was because of my misdirection to Michael Aquino that Eden was in the south of Iran. And when they blew the bunkers and found none of those early tools, they invaded a second time, and they raided, looted, plundered the Museum of Baghdad. Still not what Michael Aquino was looking for. Not the ancient, the first tool, Adam's shovel, that he could convert into the universal remote to hijack the Vox Arca. And so America was left drained, its military forces forever trapped in the nightmare of Afpakia, the Pakistani region of the world. Pakistan is where they strike into Afghanistan. From out of, the Americans do. All of this, along with Iran and its occupation, prevented America from striking into Syria. There just isn't enough military left. It's been chewed to the bone. It's been defeated, as it was in Vietnam, as it was in Korea, as it was in World War II. And if you go back to World War I and realize that was no victory, the creation of a desert based on a bioweapon conducting genocide of a great deal of the world's population, leading to a cessation of conflict, is not victory. It's essentially a war of exhaustion. Take into account that America didn't win World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, or Afghanistan. America hasn't won a goddamn war for all intents and purposes, fucking ever. Other than maybe the Revolutionary War of Independence. Or I guess you could consider itself beating itself half to death with the American Civil War between the states a kind of victory. Certainly not. I say thee nay. Since the American Revolutionary War of Independence, you'd be hard-pressed to find a war other... Well, fuck, you can't even call those things wars. Like, what was that little island? Grenada? Panama? Nicaragua? The Philippines? That's not war. That's murder. The Americans can't win a fair fight. Never could. But at least I misdirected them from invading Eden. Now, the first over all the biblical Herods was called Herod the Great, mainly because he built great monuments, including the Second Temple of Jerusalem. He is the Herod who killed all boys under 2 years of age in Bethlehem, after Jesus was born there. After putting down the Judean-Parthian revolt against their rule, Rome appointed Herod king of Judea. Herod had complete authority, and he deployed it ruthlessly. He established an enormous secret police force, brutally killed anyone suspected of plotting against him, and enforced the Pax Romanum by slaughtering all dissidents. Then, too, a mighty whirlwind warrior, somewhat vaguely analogous to a Scandinavian berserker of renown, whose alienated family had been enthroned over the tribes of Judah as guardian of the Temple Mount and builder of the Second Temple of Jerusalem, for what would span the time of almost half a century, 46 years, under Roman sponsorship, just as the Imperial British would later instate the hated House of Saud over all the other tribes of Arabia as custodians of the two holy mosques in Al-Makkah and Al-Medina. Herodes Magnus, or the Great Herod, was security conscious to fault, where he not only murdered his wives and sons in states of paranoia, but built many fortresses throughout the Holy Land, to provide himself sanctuary within expeditious distance of wherever he might be within his realm at any given time. Each of these fortresses of expeditious retreat be architecturally unique, and, along with aqueducts, theaters, and other public building projects, generally raised the prosperity of Erodo's subject populace. The vast majority of popular tourist sites in present-day Israel were originally built by King Herodos, rationale enough to lionize him in the Israeli imagination. Indeed, there was division among Jews over who received the blessings of Herodes as Herodians or Herodosians. In Matthew, the book thereof, chapter 22, verse 16, the book of Mark, chapter 3, verse 6, as well as chapter 12, verse 13. And as Ere once schemed to kill baby Alcaeus Heraclius, so too did the son of Antipater, the anti-father, the anti-god, the Idumean or Edomite descendant of the ancient racial enemy of Israel, and Cypros, a Nabatean, an Arab of noble descent, Basilius, King Herodos, or Basilius means king, Herodos, or Herod, Magnus, meaning the great, patriarch of the Herodosian, the Herodian dynasty, and tetrarch of Galilee, the Roman-appointed client king of Judea, who reigned over the Jews of Palestine, yet was himself born of Idume, or southern Palestine, ancient Edom, ordered the murder of the Son of God, as recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 22, the book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 5, and the book of Acts, chapter 23, verse 35. Now, who were the Edomites? The Edomites occupied the land south of the Dead Sea. Edomites were the descendants of Esau, the older twin brother of Jacob, whom God later renamed Israel, and whose 12 sons became the fathers of the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, per the book of Genesis, chapter 36, verses 1 through 9, and I guess I may as well read the quote without stopping at chapter numbers, or verse numbers, I mean. Now this is the genealogy of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, Ahulibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. Now Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibama bore Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau, who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Then Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the persons of his household, his cattle and all his animals, and all his goods which he had gained in the land of Canaan, and went to a country away from the presence of his brother Jacob, for their possessions were too great for them to dwell together, and the land where they were strangers could not support them because of their livestock. So Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom, and this is the genealogy of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in Mount Seir. How did Edomites come to rule over the Jews? In 47 years before Christ, Julius Caesar appointed Antipater, the anti-father, the son of the Edomite governor of Edom, to be the governor of Judea, and Herod was one of Antipater's 2 sons. In 40 BC, the Parthians, today's Iranians, attacked the Roman Empire's eastern fringes and briefly conquered Judea. Herod escaped to Rome, where the Roman Senate named him King of the Jews, and commissioned him to retake Judea, which he did in 37 years before Christ. So we have this son of a bitch, Arab by blood, Jewish by religion, Roman by citizenship, and king of Judea by trade. Basilius Orodos Magnus is referenced as the evil genius of the Judean nation, and reviled, quite literally, as an abortive antichrist within the churches. Yet today, honored as a historical hero to postmodern Israelis, the nominally Jewish Herodos Magnos being one of the most imaginative and energetic builders of the ancient world, undeniably guiding his kingdom to new heights of prosperity and power. And, of course, providing Israel with its only architectural sites that give tourists something to actually look at and visit and photograph themselves in front of. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything in Israel. It's even indicative of biblical culture. Now, as secular ruler of the Jews, Basilius Herodos himself practiced Judaism as a religious, as opposed to ethnic, Jew, per the demands of political expediency. And as the son of a Jewish convert with a gentile background, he also knew how to act the part as king of Judea. Many Edomites and Nabateans had been assimilated by the Jews through Israeli military conquests and had perforce adopted their customs. But these Judaized Edomites were never to be accepted as Jewish by the dominant Pharisaic tradition. So even though Herodos may have considered himself of the Jewish faith, he was not considered Jewish by the religiously observant and or bigotedly nationalist Jews of biblical Judea, even as he progressively fostered a cosmopolitan tolerance for the ancient, yet younger, Greek religion of Hellenism, and the classical pantheon of Grecian gods and goddesses traditionally castigated as false and idolatrous by the majority of his subjects, it being oft forgotten by Gentiles that, while Hellenism was eldritch by time of Christos, the tribal culture of the Jews antedates that of the Greeks. Herod thus controlled the sacrificial cult by placing a lackey in the position of high priest. In any of his appointees, or if any of them was foolish enough to displease him, Herod killed him and replaced him with another lackey. By the way, that's an actual title, lackey. It doesn't just mean a fool. It means someone who's actually a shill, a tool, a proxy, you know. With the Old Testament, or the will, as it's called, as defined in Hebrews, of godly covenant with the nation of his chosen people, the Israelites, the children of Abraham. By the way, accessible summarization of the Old Testament covenant is to be found in Exodus chapter 34. With that setting merciless precedent of swift and wrathful judgment against any who defied him throughout the book of Jewish scriptures, it be perhaps quite understandable that Herodos the Great would refuse to believe that warlike and genocidal Quana, or Yahweh, jealous Jehovah, or God, would choose to come into this world as a humble child. And Herodos logically assumed instead that this King of Kings, Jesus Baron Yosef of Nazareth, was of royal Hasmonean birth through his blessed mother, the Theotokos Madonna Mariam. Indeed, acting previously on Old Testament prophecy of the Abrahamic bloodline descending from King David through the sainted lady Mariam and Joseph, it was promised that from the house of David, the Christly Moshiach, the anointed Messiah, would be virgin born of a virgin. The proto-Machiavellian Herodos had deposed the Jewish Hasmonean Maccabean or Maccabean dynasty, which was, established some 142 years before Christ and ended some 63 years before Christ entered this world. And it had been entirely annihilated 37 years before Christ was born, when, with Roman reinforcements, Herod captured Jerusalem and condemned the last legitimate king of biblical Judea, the Jewish priest Antigonus II, Mattathias, born Mattityahu, last Hasmonean king of the Maccabayasis, the Maccabees, who reigned from 40 years to 37 years before Christ for a period of only a few years before he was executed in 37 of the Anticamonal era, before our common calendar, 37 years beforehand. He condemned him to execution under jurisdiction of the Republican administration of Marcus Antonius, or Mark Antony, the Magister Equitum, Caestor, Augur, and Tribune, consul of the Roman Republic, and all that, who suicided with his lover, the last of the pharaohs, Queen Cleopatra, the seventh, I believe, Philopatris. That was her title from the Greek. Philopater, or father lover, female lover of the father, or woman who loves God and country. Philopatry, transliterating as home-loving or love of place. Almost all primate societies being female philopatric, females steadfastly remaining with their natal group, and males migrating for sex. Broadly, philopatry is the behavior of remaining in or returning to an individual's birthplace. Female philopatry is definitive of a social system in which females stand firm in the groups or home ranges in which they were born, while males leave on coming of age. Hence, the title Philopatris for Cleopatra. A much more respectable term, mind you, than patriot, which simply means like father fucker, as opposed to father lover. Lover of the fatherland. Now, the particulars of the Galilean Tetrarch Herodos' entirely pragmatic suspicions linking Jesus Christos to the Hasmonean kings through the genealogy chronicled in Luke chapter 3 can be found if you do the proper research. I would recommend jjraymond.com, and does a great job of this. jjraymond.com/religion/Messiah of Levi. And it's a PDF, printable document format. Messiah of Levi just being all three of those words together. Levi, the Jewish tribe, Levi. Now, as it was understandably quite difficult for Yao Premier Siècle, the anti-communal era, the first century before Christ, Jews, to accept the Christ child as their Lord, Savior, Mashiach, and King of both their people and their faith, whilst such a demonstrably impressive Edomite sat the Davidian throne, providing both national security and profitable construction contracts. By the way, New Testament Israel was the Dubai of its day. As the Empire of Roma was not energy dependent on petroleum, the imperial engine was instead fueled by the ergonomics, or the labor science of human labor, as delivered via the mechanism of chattel slavery. And Israel, in the time of Christ, exported bondservants in the same market manipulative manner by which Dubai exports oil today, with the resultant boom in property development as monetary returns were domestically vested in infrastructure. The god Quana, Jehovah, or jealous Jehovah of Abraham, established a new testimonial covenant of will with all humanity in their stead, wherein there is godly grace where once was divine wrath. See, this is the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament, Old Testimonial Covenant, was with the Jews, the tribe of Abraham, whom the psychotic Old Testament God consistently punished, drove into exile, drove into the dirt in his hatred of his own. The New Testimonial Covenant was God's will of grace in place of divine wrath with all humanity except the Jews, who would not accept his child, and therefore the Jews stick with the Old Testament God, like an abusive cycle in a relationship where you learn to love the father who's always beating you. That's not your God if you're a Christian. Our God was personified by Christ and learned to love us because he understood how fragile we all be. Now, in the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 1, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea during the time of King Herod, Magi, traditionally wise men, from the east came to Jerusalem So about this entourage to Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, the sudden appearance of the Magi, traveling in force with every imaginable oriental pomp and accompanied by adequate cavalry escort to ensure their safe penetration of Roman territory, most certainly alarmed Herod and the populace of Jerusalem. This foreign army of Chinese warriors in their finest regalia of silken armor requested of Herod regarding the one who has been born King of the Jews. And this direct demand was calculated to insult Herod personally, a non-Jew himself who had contrived and bribed his way into that office. And so, consulting his scribes, Herod discovered from the prophecies in the Tanakh, the Old Testament, that the promised one, the Messiah, would be born in Bethlehem. Hiding his concern and expressing sincere interest, Herod requested them to keep him informed. So, to read from the Bible itself, let me give it to you without those chapter and verse numbers, a few paragraphs to kind of maintain the drama of it. And let me find the page here. Now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he who has been born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him. This, of course, is a direct insult to the man on the throne, like, we want nothing to do with you. You're a piece of shit. When Herod the king heard this, he was troubled. Oh, of that I have no doubt. And all Jerusalem with him. Oh, yeah, you got a foreign army of Chinese invading. Yeah, they were quaking in their boots. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So they said to him, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. If we do go to Matthew, the book thereof, chapter 2, verse 7, Then Herod called the Magi secretly, and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. Per the Christmas, the Christmas narrative of Matthew, chapter 2, Basilius Herodos apparently accepted the prophecies of the kingly Magi, the wise men of Orient, to be true, and spraketh verse 8, As soon as ye findest ye, report to me, so that I may go and worship him. Then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, Go and search carefully for the young child, and when you have found him, bring back word to me, that I may come and worship him also. When they heard the king, they departed. And behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. Notice they say child, not an infant, not a baby, not in a crib, a child, who must have been potentially by that time between 6 to 9 years of age. The Christmas gifts, and when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Their gifts symbolize Christ's identity and mission, gold for a king, incense for a god, and myrrh used to anoint the dead. The gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh were also prophetic, speaking of our Lord's offices of king, priest, and savior. Gold bespeaks his kingship. Frankincense was a spice used in the priestly duties, and myrrh was an embalming ointment, signifying his death. In the millennium, he will also receive the gifts of gold and frankincense, but no myrrh. His death was once and for all. Within verses, it is related that the kings of Magi, who had followed his star of Bethlehem, are warned via the medium of a mutual dream that Herodos would kill them. This is the bicameral mind through which God speaks. You see, this is the difference between you and I and the atheist or the religious fanatic. It's a communication system, your brain. It's the microphone. through which God speaks to all of us, from which we hear our inner voice of what be right and what be wrong. The atheist has a faulty mechanism. He's got a transceiver, a transmitter-receiver, which is broken. He hears nothing. With the religious fanatic, the fundamentalist, he's doing what in the security field we would call stepping on the mic. You'd probably hear that in the military as well, but I never served with communications in the military as much as I did in the security enforcement field. So when you're stepping on the mic, here's the problem. You don't hear God because you're doing all the talking. That's the problem with the religious fanatic. So when you have the balanced individual and the transceiver is working, you still have that potential for bicameral phenomenon. You may have a dream that tells you the future, that warns you of a danger. Don't ever think that that's not God. So, after finding the babe, a young child, but not really a babe, not really an infant, from what we know, probably, well, maybe 3. My apologies, not between 6 to 9. More like the age of 3. About my age when I had that attempted rape by my grandfather. And, of course, that led to his death. My first kill, you might say. At that age was when they saw the Christ child. Still, of course, resplendent enough in youthful vigor, so young-looking, he was deemed a babe. And after finding him and presenting their prophetic gifts, God honored the wise men by warning them in a dream to go home by another route and not to report back to King Herod. Now, note the Magi being warned in a dream, a form of communication most acceptable to them, departed to their own country, ignoring Herod's request. Again, the biggest cold shoulder, the biggest affront and insult of them all, not even bothering to deign to send a messenger, a courier, on the run to even pay him some sort of due to the leader of a country they just invaded. Imagine a foreign army invading Israel today, ignoring Netanyahu or the government, visiting a young child therein, probably some Palestinian in a ghetto, and then leaving without even saying goodbye in a formal sense, after having intimidated the Likud into giving up the location of this individual with threat of force, highly projected in their very physical presence. Kevlar armor, armored vehicles, and all. That is what happened in your world. And my people did that. My people, not just Chinese, but the sons of Seth. My very own. With their Caucasian bloodline in their very veins running all the way back to Eden. The Adam bloodline. The Adamite Chinese, of which I myself be descended. Now divinely warned in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed for their own country another way. Now when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt, and stay there until I bring you word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. Quana Yahovah. Jealous God warned Madonna Miriam and Joseph to flee into Egyptos, where the person of his grace, Jesus Baron Yosef Emmanuel, survived the massacre of the innocents to abolish many of the old laws and guide Gentiles to salvation, as well as inspire demarcation in historical timekeeping itself by advent of his ministry among us. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed for Egypt, and there and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt I called my son. I believe that's the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20. When the 3 kings from the east, as you understand them, actually the dozen, with the caravan, the escort, the army, the expeditionary force more properly. When the 12 kings of China and their expeditionary force from the east did not return to King Herodos of Judea to inform him about the one true king they intended to worship under his jurisdiction. When Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious, and he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, in accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi. Fearing that this Christ child, Mashiach Emmanuel, would usurp his throne, Herodos ruthlessly dispatched soldiers to kill all the male children in Bethlehem, 12 years of age or less of 2 years and below. From the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 16. When Herod, when he saw that he was, or rather, then Herod, when he saw that he was deceived by the wise men, was exceedingly angry, and he sent forth and put to death all the male children who were in Bethlehem and in all its districts, from 12 years old and under, according to the time which he had determined from the wise men. Then was fulfilled what was spraketh of by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, A voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted, because they are no more. Now when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, take us the young child and his mother, and go to the land of Israel, for those who sought the young child's life are dead. From the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20. The Magi, in fact, became a part of Christ's mission. After their visit to Bethlehem, they returned to Shi, my native China, and preached the good news. The revelation of the Magi itself ends on a hopeful note about salvation and grace available unto all. Landau, the translator of that work, as well ends his own commentary on a bright note, pointing out that today's pluralistic world is the right environment for the Revelation's ecumenical message. Now notice this. Within 12 years, the Phracteses, the parricide son of Phraates IV, was duly installed by the sage kings of China, the sons of Seth, as the new ruler of Parthia, the new king of Iran, of Aryan land. Until late in text of the revelation of the Magi, the star child has no name, and is only referred to, or is referred to only as, the incarnate Son of the Father. When St. Thomas came into Shi, my China, to baptize the Magi and their people, and was told, We were Christians long before you were born, only then was the name of Jesus Christ used frequently, because his prophecies had been fulfilled, his mission on earth be done, and he ascended into apotheosis. This is very similar to the god emperors of Japan, who upon their death become known only by a single name that was never used, was used in life, but they also had their human names. Hirohito becoming Showa, a period on the calendar itself, the period of his reign. His son becoming Heisei, and not having died, abdicated the throne. The new era coming into calendrical division, the record of timekeeping of the Japanese people. So too, Jesus Christ is almost a posthumous name, a posthumous name, a name after death for the Chinese, who always saw him more like a living star than as a human being. In fact, saw him far more as a living star, the star child, than in his human form. Even though there be plenty of theories about what the Star of Bethlehem actually was, all too many saying it was a comet, a supernova, or what many astrologers and astronomers believe is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn that blended them into one very bright light. The revelation of the Magi sayest, what be true, that it was the divine babe himself. And when it concentrated itself, it appeared to us in the bodily form of a small and humble human. And he said unto us, Peace be unto you, sons of my hidden mysteries. The inhabitants of the world cannot bear to see the glory of the one, the only Son of the Father of Majesty, unless it appeared for them in the form of their world. In other words, God had to come as a man. The most striking aspect of the star be that it is the cosmic Christ himself. The Magi refer to the star as his star, not just the star. In the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 2, in Plato's Timaeus, God created souls equal to the number of stars and assigned each soul to a star. 41 DE within that work. Plato is the source of this reference in the aristocratic Français, the French aeronaut, Antoine-Marie Jean-Baptiste Range, Comte de Saint-Exupéry's La Petite Prince, The Little Prince, published in 1943, a year before his death when he was killed in action, and, of course, one of the original books by which my late and sainted Siress, my womb matron, my birth mother, learned English from. To quote us from there, its pivotal phrase, People have stars, and I will be laughing on one of them for you. Think on that when you think of my people, the sage kings of the sons of Seth. They doggedly followed a star which led them to Jesus. By the time they met Jesus, he was in a house and was a child, not an infant, implying they arrived a year or more after his birth. So he may have been at the youngest about a year old, which would be why they called him babe. Makes more sense. I always have a problem with this because when you read the revelation of the Magi, each one of the sage kings, and there's 12 of them, sees him at a different stage in life. And their sight of him is at the different stages of his childhood because he didn't live very long in incarnate form before he was crucified. So, to finalize it, to dredge it from the attic of my brain because one of the beams finally collapsed and that ray of sunlight came in to clear away the dust particles and make it visible. Yes, he was about a year old when my people showed up to coronate him your king and ours. Now, Jesus never laughs in the canonical works, but the Christ child in the Revelation does, just as Zoroaster did as a newborn. Some Syrian Christian writers believed that Zoroaster, when talking about his own savior, SÜJዓይN, was actually predicting the coming of the Christ, just as Virgil did. Now, from the seminal work that helped my mother learn the English language, a book presented to her by missionaries. She had, of course, learned missionary English before the book showed up, but it was somehow pivotal in her experience. I always got that from her. La Petite Prince, The Little Prince, by the aristocratic Français aeronaut Antoine-Marie Jean-Baptiste Range, Comte de Saint-Exupéry. Another quote, Wait a little while, just under the star. Then if a child comes to you, and if he laughs, if he has golden hair, you'll know who he is. Now, Saint-Exupéry was a successful commercial pilot before World War II, working airmail routes in Europe, Africa, and South America. At the outbreak of war, he joined the French Air Force, flying reconnaissance missions until France's armistice with Germany in 1940. After being demobilized from the French Air Force, he traveled to the United States to recuperate. Now, following a 27-month hiatus in North America, during which he wrote 3 of his most important works, he joined the Free French Air Force in North Africa, although he was far past the maximum age for such pilots and in declining health. He disappeared over the Mediterranean on a reconnaissance mission in July of 1944 and is believed to have been killed at that time in combat. The Little Prince posthumously boosted his stature to national hero status in France. The novella is the 4th most translated book in the world and was voted the best book of the 20th century in France itself. Translated into more than 250 languages and dialects, as well as Braille, selling nearly 2 million copies annually, with sales totaling over 140 million copies worldwide. It has become one of the best-selling books ever published. The Little Prince is a book for children, written for grown-ups. It can be read on many different levels by readers of all ages. And the wonderful human being, Comte de Saint-Exupéry, who wrote it, earned further widespread recognition with international translations of his other works. His 1939 philosophical memoir, Terre des Hommes, Man and His World, became the name of an international humanitarian group, and was also used to create the central theme of the most successful World's Fair of the 20th century, Expo 67 in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Now, in his inspirations, the author, an aviator, crashes with his aeroplane in the middle of the Sahara Desert. While he is trying to repair his aeroplane, a little boy appears and asks him to draw a sheep. The author learns that the Little Prince comes from asteroid B612, where he has left behind 3 volcanoes and a rose. Now, on the planets visited by the Little Prince before reaching Earth, he has visited other planets and met some very odd people. Each planet the Little Prince visits can be seen as an allegory of human nature. On arriving on Earth, he speaks to a fox who has taught him that to know someone or something, you must tame them, and that maketh them unique. What is essential is invisible to the eye, saith the fox. Now, in order to return to his planet and his rose, the Little Prince allows himself to be bitten by a poisonous snake. His planet is too far away, and he cannot take his shell. The aviator, who has succeeded in repairing his plane, also quits the desert. He still hopes the Little Prince will return one day, and asks us to write and tell him if we should ever meet his friend. Now, in terms of events and characters, I remember my mother reading me this story as I grew up. In The Little Prince, its narrator, the pilot, talks of being stranded in the desert beside his crashed aircraft. This account clearly drew on Saint-Exupéry's own experience in the Sahara, an ordeal described in detail in his 1939 memoir entitled Wind, Sand, and Stars, in the original French, Terre des Hommes. Now, on December 30th, 1935, at 2:45 a.m., after 19 hours and 44 minutes in the air, Saint-Exupéry, along with his co-pilot navigator André Prévost, crashed in the Sahara Desert. They were attempting to break the speed record for a Paris to Saigon flight in a then popular type of air race called a raid, and win a prize of 150,000 francs. Their plane was a Caudron C-630 Simon, and the crash site is thought to have been near to the Wadi Natrun Valley, close to the Nile Delta. Now, both miraculously survived the crash, only to face rapid dehydration in the intense heat of the desert. Their maps were primitive and ambiguous. Lost among the sand dunes with a few grapes, a thermos of coffee, a single orange, and some wine, the pair had only 1 day's worth of liquid. They both began to see mirages, which were quickly followed by more vivid hallucinations. By the 2nd and 3rd days, they were so dehydrated that they stopped sweating altogether. Finally, on the 4th day, a Bedouin on a camel discovered them and administered a native rehydration treatment that saved Saint-Exupéry's and Prévost's lives. And then, the prince. The prince is obviously a Christ figure, as the child be sin-free and believest in a life after death. Subsequently, returning to his personal heaven. I'm sorry, I always remember my mother reading this. The little prince's reassurance to the pilot that his dying body is only an empty shell resembles the last words of Antoine's dying younger brother Francois, who told the author from his deathbed, "Don't worry, I'm all right. I can't help it. It's my body." Now, Saint-Exupéry may have drawn inspiration for the prince's character and appearance from his own self as a youth during his early years, as friends and family called him Roi Soleil, the Sun King, due to his golden curly hair. Now, another possible inspiration for the little prince has been suggested as Landmarl Lindbergh, the young golden-haired son of the pioneering American aviator Charles Lindbergh, Charles Augustus Lindbergh, and his wife Anne Morrow, all of whom met him during an overnight stay at their Long Island home in 1939. Now, when it comes to the planet, the prince's home, asteroid B612, was likely derived as a progression of one of the planes Saint-Exupéry flew as an airmail pilot, which bore the serial number A612. Now, the fearsome, grasping baobab trees, researchers have contended, were meant to represent mass proletarianism attempting to destroy the planet. The communist insurgency devouring the world. And then there was the rose. The rose in the Little Prince was likely inspired by Saint-Exupéry's Salvadoran wife, Consuelo. Many researchers believe this that the prince's petulant, vain rose was inspired by Saint-Exupéry's Salvadorian wife, Consuelo, with the small home planet being inspired by her small home country, El Salvador, also known as the land of the volcanoes. And despite a raucous marriage, Saint-Exupéry kept Consuelo close to his heart and portrayed her as the prince's rose, whom he tenderly protects with a windscreen and places under a glass dome on his tiny planet. Saint-Exupéry's infidelity and the doubts of his marriage are symbolized by the vast field of roses the prince encounters during his visit to Earth. The view of Consuelo was described by biographer Paul Webster, who stated she was the muse to whom Saint-Exupéry poured out his soul in copious letters. Consuelo was the rose in the Little Prince. The prince sayest, "I should have judged her by her acts, and not by her words. She wrapped herself around me and enlightened me. I should never have fled. I should have guessed at the tenderness behind her poor ruses." And then there be the fox, during his service as a mail pilot in the Sahara. Saint-Exupéry had viewed a fennec, a desert sand fox, which most likely inspired him to create the fox character in the book. In a letter written to his sister Didi from the western Sahara's Cape Juby, where he was the manager of an airmail stopover station in 1928, he tells of raising a fennec which he adored. And in the novella, the fox, believed to be modeled after the author's intimate New York City friend, Sylvia Hamilton Reinhardt, tells the prince that his rose is unique and special because she is the one that he loves. The novella's iconic phrase, "one sees clearly only with the heart," is believed to have been suggested by Sylvia Hamilton. Now, in terms of this strange triumph of the Little Prince, basically, of all the books written in French over the past century, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's Le Petit Prince is surely the best loved in the most tongues. And this be very strange, because the book's meanings, its purpose and intent and morale, still seem far from transparent, even 77 plus years after its first appearance. Indeed, the startling thing, looking again at the first reviews of the book, be that, far from being welcomed as a necessary and beautiful parabel, it bewildered and puzzled its original readers. Among the early reviewers, Only P.L. Travers, who had, with a symmetry that maketh the non-believer shiver, writ an equivalent myth for England in her Mary Poppins books, really grasp the book's dimensions or its importance. Over time, the suffrage of readers has altered that conclusion, of course. A classic is a classic, but it has altered the conclusion without really changing the point. Now, a few years agone marked an efflorescence of attention, including a full-scale exhibition of Saint-Exupéry's original artwork at the Morgan Library and Museum in New York. But we are no closer to penetrating the central riddle. What is The Little Prince about? Everyone knows the basic bones of the story. An aviator downed in the desert and facing long odds of survival encounters a strange young person, neither man nor really boy. I'm so sorry. I always think of my surrogate son, who I would have married except for her gender dysphoria, and the fact that she had always wanted to be a boy and nothing was going to change that. And so, this angelic creature, neither man nor really boy, who emerges over time, has traveled from his solitary home on a distant asteroid, where he lives alone with a single rose. And the rose has made him so miserable that, in torment, he has taken advantage of a flock of birds to convey him to other planets. He is instructed by a wise, if cautious fox, and by a sinister angel of death, the snake, the serpent, the Hachuri, the original ruler of man, and man's original care provider. For slaves be taken care of in their own right, albeit in the most brutal of senses in most cases, though treasured in others like pets. And it took many years and many readings for I myself to begin to understand that the book is a war story. Not an allegory of war, rather, a fable of it, in which the central emotions of conflict, isolation, fear, and uncertainty, are alleviated only by intimate speech and love. But The Petit Prince is a war story in a very literal sense as well. Everything about its making has to do not just with the onset of war, but with the strange defeat of France, with the experience of Vichy and the occupation. Saint-Exupéry's sense of shame and confusion at the devastation led him to make us a fable of abstract ideas set against specific loves. In this enterprise, he sang in unconscious harmony with the other great poets of the war's loss, from J.D. Salinger, whose great post-war story, For Aimer, spelled E-S-M-E with the accented E at the end, For Aimer with love and squalor, after a dash, a hyphen, show us moral breakdown eased only by the speech of a lucid child, to his contemporary Albert Camus, who also took from the war the need to engage in a perpetual battle between each man's happiness and the illness of abstraction, meaning the act of distancing real emotion from normal life. We know it's the circumstances of the composition of The Little Prince in detail now, courtesy of Stacy Schiff's fine biography, Saint-Exupéry. Escaped from Europe to an unhappy monolingual exile in North America, engaged in petty but heated internecine warfare with the other exiles, and resisting groups because he had a poor opinion of Charles de Gaulle, who he perhaps wrongly thought was setting the French against the French, rather than against the Germans. There is validity to this, of course, but most French people would get violently disagreeable were I to say that to their face. Saint-Exupéry wrote this most French of fables in Manhattan and Long Island. The book's the desert setting, derives from the aviator Saint-Exupéry's 1935 experience of having been lost for almost a week in the Arabian desert himself, with his memories of loneliness, hallucination, impending death, and enveloping beauty in the desert realized upon the page. The central love story of the Prince and Rose derives from his stormy love affair with his wife Consuelo, from whom the rose takest her cough, and her flightiness, and her imperiousness, and her sudden swoons. While he had been lost in the desert in 35, Schiff tells us in her biography, she had been publicly, this wife, Consuelo, had been publicly mourning his loss on her own asteroid, her table at Brasserie Lip, the café which she inhabited. The desert and the rose, his life as an intrepid aviator and his life as a baffled lover, were Saint-Exupéry's inspiration. But between those two experiences, skewering them, dividing them with a line, was the war. In the deepest part of his psyche, he had felt the loss of France, not just as a loss of battle, but also a loss of meaning. The desert of the strange defeat was more bewildering than the desert of Libya had been. Nothing any longer made sense. Saint-Exupéry's own war was honorable. He flew with the GR 233 reconnaissance squadron of Armée de l'Air, the Army of the Skies. And after the bitter defeat, he fled Europe, like so many other patriotic Frenchmen, traveling through Portugal and arriving in New York on the last day of 1940. But as anyone who lived through it knew, what made the loss so traumatic was the sense that the entire underpinning of French civilization, not merely its armies, had come, as so to speak, under the scrutiny of the gods and, with remarkable speed, collapsed. Searching for the causes of that collapse, the most honest, honorable minds, Marc Bloch and Camus among them, thought that the real fault lay in the French habit of abstraction, the French tradition that moved, and still moves, pragmatic questions about specific instances into a parallel paper universe, in which the general theoretical question, the model, be what matters most, had failed its makers. Certainly, one way of responding to the disaster was to search out some new set of abstractions, of overarching categories to replace those lost. But a more humane response was to engage in a ceaseless battle against all those abstractions that keep us from life as it is. No one put this better than the heroic Bloch himself. And I quote as he, "The first task of my trade, id est of the historian, but more broadly the humanist properly so called, consists in avoiding big-sounding abstract terms. Those who teach history should be continually concerned with the task of seeking the solid and concrete behind the empty and abstract. In other words, it is on men, rather than functions, that they should concentrate all their attention." Now, this might seem like a very odd moral to take from the experience of something as devastating as the war. But it wasn't merely intellectual, an amateur's non-combatant epiphany. At a purely tactical military level, the urge to abstraction had meant the urge to fetishize fixed, systematic solutions at the expense of tactical fluidity and resourcefulness. The Maginot Line was an abstract idea that had been allowed to replace flexible strategy and common sense. One recalls Picasso's comment to Matisse when the troubled French painter asked him in 1940, "But what about our generals? What are they doing?" "Our generals? They're the masters at the École des Beaux-Arts." Or so responded Picasso, meaning men possessed by the same rote formulae and absence of observation and obsessive traditionalism as the academic artists. From an experience that was so dehumanizing and overwhelming, an experience that turns an entire human being with a complicated life history and destiny first into a cipher and then into a casualty, Saint-Exupéry wanted to rescue the person, not the statistic. The statistics could be any of those the men on the planets he portrays be obsessed with. The counting fetish that might take in stars if one is an astronomer or profits for a businessman. The richest way to see Le Petit Prince be as an extended parallel of the two kinds and follies of abstraction, and the special intensity and poignance of the story that is that Saint-Exupéry dramatizes the struggle against abstraction, not as a philosophical subject, but as a life and death story. The book moves from asteroid to desert, from fable and comedy to enigmatic tragedy. In order to make us one recurrent point, you can't love roses, you can only love a rose. For all of the prince's journey is a journey of exile, like Saint-Exupéry's, away from generic experience, towards the eroticism of the particular flower. To be responsible for his rose, the prince learns, is to see it as it really is, in all its fragility and vanity, indeed in all its utter commonness, without loving it less for being so fragile. The persistent triumph of specific experience can be found in something as idiosyncratic and bizarre as the opening image of a boa constrictor swallowing an elephant within the book, which, the narrator informs us, the grown-ups can only see as a generic object. This is where Saint-Exupéry and the surrealists who admired him. As a matter of fact, a tracing of his hand appears in one of the issues of the surrealist journal Minotaur, back when we printed magazines. And that's the surrealist touch of the novella itself. René Magritte's paintings, with their very similar obsession with middle-class hats, suggest that every time you see a bourgeois derby, there may be a boa constrictor inside. The X-ray of every hat reveals a boa constrictor in every head. That could be the motto of every surrealist exhibition. The whole point being that we ourselves hide the greatest dangers within us. The men the prince meets on his journey to Earth are all men who have, in Bloch's sense, been reduced to functions. The businessman, the astronomer, even the poor lamplighter have become their occupations. That's all they are. There's nothing else to their identity. They are nothing other than what they do. And all have gone blind to the stars. It is, again, the essential movement we find in Camus. Only in Le Petit Prince, it is shown to us as cosmic, even comic fable, cosmically comical, rather than realistic novel. The world conspires to make us thus blind to its own workings. Our real work is to see the world again. Now, in the Magi's own country, my China, in which I was born, the star child appeared to them in a mountain cave and told them that he was to be born in a faraway land. The Magi set out on their long journey, and the star child protected them from danger and miraculously restored their provisions. As a matter of fact, the painting of Ludolphus di Cessonia, the Three Magi, of 1410, depicts Jesus inside his star, hovering over them. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the star appeared as the Christ child in a cave near the house of Mary and Joseph. Some early church fathers preserved a long tradition that Jesus was born in a cave and not a stable. So, if you don't have the house built of the cave, you have the cave near the house. Because the star is tied directly to Adam, the father of all humanity, in the sense of revolutionizing humanity from the Edenic primal stage to the stage of personality, of the mask of adulthood. That Adam man who made us all functional parts of a complex society, each one finding our fulfillment in doing something towards the whole. The Magi's Christ is a universal savior, not tied to any particular religious tradition. Again, because the star is tied directly to Adam, the father of all humanity, in the revolutionary sense of making us human as we understand it today, individuals with personalities as opposed to primal hunter-gatherers. The Magi's Christ is a universal savior, not tied to any particular religious tradition. In the revelation of the star child, not yet identified as Jesus Christ, it says that he has come to fulfill everything that was spoken about me in the entire world and in every land. Chapter 13, verse 10. The Magi tell Herod that star child has worshippers in every country. Chapter 17, verse 5. And reminds Mary, this star child does, and Joseph, that forms of him are seen in every land because he has been sent by His Majesty, God the Father, for the salvation and redemption of every human being. Chapter 23, verse 4. So, much ink has been spilled about the Star of Bethlehem as a actual celestial event. Was it a supernova, or was it a conjunction of planets? The latter lasts only as long as the planets converge in their orbits. A supernova would move as the stars do, slowly through the cycle of the heavens, not offering much specific direction. For at least 3 months of the year, the Magi would have been traveling east, not west, and if they lived in eastern China, as we know they did, they would have taken to the boats very soon in their journey. They would have been into the Pacific, traveling to America. Only when a star rising in the east reaches its zenith could it be said to be Western-leading, as we sing in the carol, Three Kings of Orient are. Furthermore, no heavenly body stops suddenly and remains over a specific place, unless, of course, it's a UFO. Or a fairy light. We are obviously talking myth and miracles, not astronomical events. We are speaking of the workings of the bicameral mind. Finally, the Magi assert that they, and only they, can see the star, and it seems to disappear for them as soon as they arrive in Judea. If they still had it in view, they did not need to visit Herod and ask about his whereabouts, that of their king, their lord, and only after that visit does the star reappear and guide them to the cave. In other words, this is not outside of them. The star is within them. The star is not before their eyes. The star is behind their eyes. The star is in their mind. This is the bicameralism of God directly circuiting into the recipient. His presence, His message, His logos, His word, His command. And what you can take of this is a scientifically supported understanding of our universe, one that will forever change our personal relationship with the cosmos. For 400 years, since early scientists discovered that the universe did not revolve around the Earth, people have felt cut off adrift in a meaningless cosmos. The Copernican universe demoted us from a central position, and every new discovery seems to highlight our insignificance. Since the ideas of Copernicus, which removed the Earth from the center of the solar system, new scientific discoveries seem to belittle our importance in the scheme of things. This process has gone too far. It is due to an out-of-date mindset, for recent discoveries rather emphasize our importance in the universe. So all is about to change. Recent advances in astronomy, physics, and cosmology frame a compelling new paradigm of how to understand the universe and our role within it. While most of us think of the universe as empty space peppered with stars separated by vast distances, the truth is far richer and more meaningful. And now, for the first time in history, we knowest that the universe be more coherent and spiritually significant than anyone ever imagined, and that our place in it is actually central to our expanding universe in every important way. And this new cosmology clarifies how the universe operates, what it's made of, how it may have originated, how it is evolving. Even more surprising, these startling ideas spring from both cutting-edge science and the metaphors of ancient symbols. The very human result satisfies our fundamental need for order and meaning in our world, in our lives. Exempli gratiae. The fact that 99.5% of the universe seems to consist of either mysterious dark energy or a matter that we cannot see does not relegate us to the sidelines at all. Instead of relegating us to the sidelines, it shows us that we are in the important part. They symbolize this in terms of Freemasonry with their picture of the pyramid, with dark energy as the base, topped by non-baryonic matter, followed by the dark baryonic matter, and then the matter that we can actually see, the 0.01%, which contains the elements heavier than hydrogen or helium, is placed at the top of the pyramid, the eye of the pyramid, because that be what we can see, the rainbows, the puppies, everything we know and love. For many of the ideas that be occulted by such secret societies, you learn of your universe through their symbols. Think of the cosmic Ouroboros, a serpent swallowing its own tail, which emphasizes our size is central in the range of scales in the universe, midway between that of the Planck scale, at one end of the serpent, circle around to the tail that it swallows, the smallest possible size, and that of the entire observable universe. You would, in the center of that circle, between the smallest and the largest, find perfectly proportionate the scale of the human body. That man is the measure of all things. There are plenty of other examples of our importance in the universe. How we exist at a special time in the development of the universe, and the present stage of the life cycle of the sun, and at a special position of the Earth in our galaxy. And most importantly of all, we exist at a critical time for humanity, and a much wider perspective be needed than we have had in the past. Think cosmically, act globally. That's the paradigm that will be needed to solve our problems. This is a cosmic war of extra-cosmic entropic entities that we must think of in our war for our species' survival. And we must act against them on a global scale. So, this is my wake-up call to recognize what you already intrinsically know. In terms of the special time and place, any decent introduction to cosmology will try to make sure that the reader understands that there is no center to the universe, and that be right. But when you look at the best way to represent the universe, such a representation will invariably put us in the center. As we look out into the universe, we are looking back in time, back through the development of galaxies and quasars, to the cosmic microwave background, and on towards the Big Bang itself. This is represented as a series of concentric spheres, resembling the medieval idea of the solar system. Also, every treatment of relativity will introduce the idea of the light cone, which of course was work done by Dr. David Lewis Anderson, the ascended master, or guru, if you will, of Peter Moon. Light cones, of course, meaning that light has to funnel to the perceiver. The recipient of light perceives the pinpoint through your own eye cones, which interpret and filter that light for your brain to discern imagery. And that light forms a funnel coming to and leaving Earth. That certainly emphasizes the importance of the here and now. These observations demonstrate the significance of where and when we live. Think of the cosmic Ouroboros again, the serpent swallowing its tail, highlighting the link between the nature of the universe as a whole and that of the physics which occurs on the smallest scales. Used in alchemy, this symbol became the alchemical symbol of immortality, of eternity. Such links give rise to the theory of cosmological inflation. The ideas of eternal inflation, where the universe we see is simply part of the universe which has stopped inflating, embedded in a larger universe where inflation continues. Now, our place in this cosmos is the importance of our lives, realizing that, recognizing that, acknowledging that. We are alone in this universe in terms of life on other worlds outside of our solar system. But we are not alone in this solar system. But the beings that are with us are not beings like us. If you were alone on a desert island with but an ant colony, you would probably still consider yourself alone. If you were on a desert island constantly visited by dolphins, and seals, you would probably feel much less alone. And this is really a question about us. What do we consider to be the most important things in defining what we are? I have spraketh of relic populations. They're not human, but they damn well mean we're not alone. And most important of all, we exist at a critical time for humanity. Thus, to solve the problems we encounter today and in the future, we will need a much wider perspective than we have had in the past. Think cosmically, act globally. Now, here at midnight, the witching hour, just try to dwell on that. Think about my comparisons of the stages of existence of our universe with Kabbalistic ideas. That some sort of ideas occur in many different situations. And new ideas do not push aside those which came before them, consigning them to the dustbin of history. Rather, new ideas encompass earlier ones, obviating the entire religion versus science controversy. In other words, you can use science while still maintaining the faith. I mean, who of us as a child did not look up at the night sky and wonder about its vastness, whether it had limits to its size, and if so, what was on the other side of its boundaries? These big questions have been what I've been trying to address through putting faith in context tonight. Rather than presenting just answers that science has been providing, it'd be more important to move us all to a deeper level. What do these emerging discoveries say about the human experience? Now, from earliest recorded history, people have formulated stories about creation, the nature of reality, how to live in accordance with reality, and to what end. These form the myths of various religions, and the speculations of philosophy, and now the explorations of science. All of these pursuits address the question of meaning. So, when it comes to the fact that 95% of the universe is comprised of dark matter and dark energy, invisible to observation. In fact, the visible universe is comprised of only slightly more than 0.5%. Science that doesn't consider its own meaning in that context is a danger. Cosmology is much more than simply determining the age of the universe and the ratio of visible matter to dark matter and dark energy. It is, at its roots, an essential part of humanity's quest to determine our place in the universe, and something not exclusively in the realm of science. Scientific progress is closely approaching a final picture of the universe, the foundation of our meaning. Now, so far, scientists have not succeeded in helping most people sense meaning or purpose when considering the vastness of space that astronomy has revealed over the past few hundred years. It has not been scientific discoveries over the last several hundred years, and in particular the last century, which have displaced us from our long-held perch at the center of the universe to a planet orbiting an ordinary star, one of hundreds of billions in the Milky Way galaxy, which in turn may be one of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe, not to mention the possible existence of other universes. But scientists themselves, they, not the science, but the scientists, have committed to such desecration of our importance in God's plan. This cosmic alienation has its roots in the Copernican and Newtonian revolutions and a Faustian deal brokered by René Descartes and Francis Bacon. As we aspire to obtain deeper meaning from our knowledge of the universe, we must perforce recognize we are battling an existential alternative, the mass suicidal depression articulated in Steven Weinberg's influential text entitled Gravitation and Cosmology, subtitled Principles and Applications of the General Theory of Relativity, published by Wiley in 1972, from which I read, "The more comprehensible the universe becomes, the more pointless it seems. We humans occupy an insignificant place in the grand scheme of things, and there be no evidence that the universe has taken or should take note of us. To humble humanity about our place in the universe, the greatest piece of shit of all, Carl Sagan, summed it all down. We live on a hunk of rock and metal that orbits a humdrum star in the obscure outskirts of an ordinary galaxy. In this perspective, how can anyone seriously believe that we be central, physically, much less to the purpose of the universe. And he said such prior dark matter and dark energy being discovered and found to account for 96% of the material in this universe. In contrast, the greatest and most accurate story that has been developed is precisely the one that modern cosmology and astrophysics has provided. It is a perspective that provides a deeper meaning the more fully it be understood. Think of the existence of cosmic microwave background radiation confirming a key piece of evidence in support of the Big Bang model of the formation of the universe. Of course, the expanding Big Bang cosmos has no geocentric center, as other mythic worlds did. But this topic demands the attention of every thoughtful adult at a time when our impact on our home planet is rising dramatically, as are conflicts between science and religions. Ever and again, I sayest, think cosmically, act globally, as your vital guide to build a sustainable prosperity. But one example of how we might reconnect by learning from our cosmic evolution involves gravity and wealth. Galaxies, stars, and all cosmic structures are around only because matter-rich, higher density, and matter-poor or lower density regions in the universe existed early on. The attractive effect of gravity maketh matter-rich regions richer and matter-poor regions poorer. After billions of years, the phenomenon led to the bound structures such as our own Milky Way galaxy. Essential to the success of this process is the fact that the inequities were modest because gravity would cause extremely overdense regions to immediately pinch off the space around them and form black holes. The lesson to be gleaned about wealth concentration from discussion of the effect of gravity be crystal clear. Modest wealth concentration can lead to good consequences. Excessive wealth concentration has disastrous effects. This be a critical time, and finding a new mooring for humanity's spiritual and moral center is essential. Otherwise, technological excess and abuse of scientific knowledge will threaten civilization as we know it. The modern physical science of cosmology places the center of the universe nowhere and everywhere at the same time. The present revolutionary period of cosmic discovery is the right time to reestablish a widely shared cosmology that connects us to our universe. If people adopt to the cosmic perspective, the human race can yet be saved from itself. Embrace our present cosmological model, the way ancient, medieval, and other cultures set their cosmic picture at the center of their world views, their Weltanschauung. Contrary to the common notion that modern science has estranged humans in a meaningless universe, the power of myth-making pivotal in pre-scientific cultures can be appropriated into a global worldview based on today's cosmology. Because the new cosmology is even more awe-inspiring and beautiful than the traditional mythologies, and rightly understood it provides meaning and purpose to the human experience. It is a story more awesome than humans could ever devise on their own. For it is indeed the story of our universe itself. We uphold the new universe, but only if we too, like the ancients, consciously acknowledge it in our thoughts and actions. The way to uphold the universe is to embrace scientific reality to the extent the evidence supports it, and commit ourselves as a culture to honor its meaning collectively. The way to save this world is to adopt a cosmic view, in particular, a new spiritually centering cosmology, the recentering of humankind in the story, experiencing centerness in a centerless universe. The centrality exists on a different basis. In scale of size, humans are roughly midway between the largest and smallest structures in the universe. And of time. We are in the center of the universal chronology, in the center of its chronometric measurement of time, midway between its creation and its ultimate end. It also means taking the long view and acting accordingly to ensure the future of our humanity. We are living at the midpoint, the center of time in the history of our sun. We are at mid-place in the cosmic scale between the very large and very small, and especially we can control, be at the center of new technologies supporting a sustainable prosperity. This meaningful cosmos is based on neither intelligent design as pushed by the primitive creationists, nor anthropic principle, but on a survey of the present cosmological model. Exempli gratia as I gave you with the occult symbolism of the arcane pyramid, the discussion of matter and energy that make us up the universe relies on this cosmic density pyramid model, in which the cosmic density pyramid, quite deliberately related to the Masonic pyramid on the back of your every dollar bill, with its Latin motto that translates as the New Order of the Ages. At the pyramid's base is the recently discovered dark energy that makes up approximately 75% of the universe and is causing space to expand at an accelerating rate. Above that is non-atomic dark matter, comprising 20% of the universe, if I remember correctly. It produces gravitational effects in galaxies that have been observed for more than 30 years, though its constituents be unknown. The next level of the pyramid is comprised of the 5% of the universe physicists know and understand the best, atomic matter. Almost all the atoms in the universe are primordial hydrogen and helium created in the Big Bang. The remaining atoms be heavier elements, forged in fusion reactions within several generations of stars. Earth, including all living beings upon her, has formed from such stardust. For a super-scientific understanding, add a capstone rendering the sovereign eye, representing intelligent life. Our physical size, again, the almost geometric mean of the largest living thing we can imagine, the largest cosmic thing we can imagine, the visible universe, and the smallest thing we can rationally discuss, the Planck scale. We are made of the rarest substance in this universe, atoms beyond helium, which accounts for less than 0.1% of our universe. And enter here the alchemical symbol of the cosmic Ouroboros, the serpent-like creature representing the length scales of the universe. It be wrapped into a circle with its head representing the scale of the entire universe, consuming its sub-atomic size tail at the 12 o'clock position. It be a logarithmically scaled creature with size decreasing clockwise by powers of 10 in equal steps. The sun appears at 4 o'clock. Life forms from insects to humans surround the 6 o'clock position, and atoms are at 8 o'clock. The discussion of scaling is important because it brings quantum mechanics and the consequent graininess of space and time into play. It enables myself to describe the varying regimes of physics in which each of the fundamental forces, gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear forces dominate. Most pivotally, Earth's life forms are approximately at the center of this cosmic Ouroboros, this ancient alchemical symbol, which places them at the center of length scales, or the center of space itself. Last but not least, replace the heavenly spheres of Ptolemy with spheres of time, which are appropriate to our isotropic and homogeneous universe, and locate us at the center of time, since both our galaxy and sun are in the Middle Ages. Humanity's central position in time is composite the relationships between space and time in the theory of relativity. Our position in space-time is always at the center point, the vortex of two joined light cones. One cone represents information arriving at the speed of light from distant places in the distant past. The other represents our influence propagating into the future at the same speed. This is one of the bases of the time travel mechanism of David Lewis Anderson. According to modern cosmology, we are all made of stardust, so we are all star children. Let us all celebrate this holiest of days, the darkest of all days during the year, the coming December the 25th, the date that we Christians set aside for the adoration of the Christ child by the 12 kings of the East. I, for one, very much like the universal religion that be found in the revelation of the Magi. And I also know is that we should adore all children. For every child is made of stardust. And every night a child is born be a holy night indeed. My struggle is to continue disseminating this information. The forces of darkness are the majority, and they have done their damnedest to destroy me, to suppress me, to make certain that you never hear of me that you never even learned that I exist. You would think the biological son of Adolf Hitler would be invited onto talk shows. Instead, it's chosen to ignore myself completely. My struggle, Mein Kampf, is yours. I need you to contribute to my struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, acronyms for Hypertext Markup Language, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. We close this transmission with all due acknowledgement unto mine own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot Channel Manager, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/c/Magator, spelled MAGGOTAUR, at John Henry II McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For word no for he, nigh all my videographic works would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon Incorporated by the openly sub-satanic welfare-supported white trash, Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite Thelema or will of Peter Simon Levinda, author of the Simon Necronomicon, to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Pravara, who resides in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys, precepts predation, which you can find evidence thereof linked directly on showsdd.com. And of course, here I provide public service, alert and actung or warning, and attention to all fans, friends, and followers of myself. To Bolo, be on the lookout per pedo predator Pavel Edward, Paul Edward Pravara, and you can find out more about the details behind this on the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of my program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via our co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, he be a cyber terrorist with a known criminal record of multiple sexual assaults, and he be confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind mine own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his self-employment expertise as simply Jap in the all-uppercase. Of course, when you come to that acronym, Paul Pravara, referencing himself as a data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of Jap as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap in the all-uppercase spelling otherwise being acronyms for a software, Java and non-proxy, which you can find out more about, appropriately enough, at Fresh Meat, linked at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous, similar to Tor, also spelled all uppercase, T-O-R, the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding and encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry, precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in LinkedIn reads, "My objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction." Which ought to obviously make no sense whatsoever. A silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy, the pedo, presumes any potential contractor to read, as in read into, interpret his pithy comment, his about statement rather, as I exploit Jap to resolve data problems, i.e. transmission of questionable data, through abstraction, meaning the cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, i.e. to cull, the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy the pervert and his handler Agnieszka, or Agnes Maria Shrockzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn Corporation by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide in plain sight. Pauly's entire LinkedIn trade being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, therefore, Paul Pedo Pervara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap in the uppercase JAP, specifically, in disambiguation from the normal ethnic slur, Jap with a capital J and lowercase a and p, which would, if you looked that up, simply pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, will instead, with the all uppercase spelling, come across Pavel's page, and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, i.e. encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to the Pavel page, and the Pavel page alone. This pedo pervert's critical omission, a blatant hypocrisy what speaks volumes in, of, and for itself, being that he refuses to explain in his openly published public statement per myself as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a quote-unquote liar, which you can see on facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face for reasons that be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along, before offering them to play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter Incorporated account by which to misrepresent himself called @DDD_now, all uppercase. The official Twitter account for myself be @DougDDietrich with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Pauly Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, i.e. satanic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michelangelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army Special Forces, Psychological Operations, retired, but laterally transferred into civilian intelligence, where he ultimately retired with the civilian equivalent of the rank of general, what in the federal parlance we call a super grade, and his ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, i.e. the anti-gods. But now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on mine bio sire to find out the meaning of the name of my biological father at SÖJµN-LÍN, that I be alive and well and resident in the city and county of California, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at SÖJDD.com/donate.html. People are forever asking myself what they can do to fight the pedo-pathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make its donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio directed or audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame DIANNA Lin SÜJዓይN Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered. Assassinated. Nigh immediately aftermath, the Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack, against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmology, our cosmological reckoning, that the first days of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. So visit SÖJDD.com /donate.html and donate online, where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 O Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated Kali Combatives. Yes, so all the Magator backed Dietrich hosted vids now be available unto all accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive shows DD.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley. Thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. Lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroini, whom you can friend as Zeb Shepard on Facebook, he being a general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroini and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, and criminal and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the SÖJዓይNN American Freedom Radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018, and for a month thereafter that Pavel Edward Pravara smuggled onto YouTube precepts ultimately copywriting for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of same-dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Such episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and, along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on DouglasDietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. Our past transmissions, on which I have informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person, be relevant here, because now my manageress, Lineage, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteeress. As my webmistress, the young madame Lineage has been relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation is in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage any and all contacts I had with any individuals, sponsors who had tried to help or bring myself financial succor, and in which she stole all such benefits for herself as profits. So fear goddess and dread not. Whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among my donors, aside mine lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrak, Dietrich, our dragon, He-Man heavyweight, the lifter, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel manager, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. This gentleman, of course, is George Knight, who, of course, is far more than just a He-Man. He's a bartender, highly skilled at what he does, very much a star within the community, whose self-produced videos, such as How America Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, mine expositions via YouTube would not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. I am the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyself and all thine own. I return the love of Sarah Shields here. And Bizarre HD hugs dear brother. Says, just came on, Douglas. Much love and much love, Team Dragon. Yes. And, all right. Good night to Daniel Arola. And, what's going on here? Something's going on in conversation between Daniel Arola and Jeffrey Smith. I'll talk to Daniel later about that. All right, then. Good night. And Merry Christmas.